Darkness. That was the first thing that greeted Uzumaki Naruto as he was suddenly in a new location. To anybody else, including the witnesses who saw him appear, it would have looked like a blinding flash of white light, then as fast as it came, it disappeared. And in its wake, was a man, floating through space. Naruto forced himself to open his eyes, at least for a moment. It was so hard to open them, they felt so heavy. Before all of this, Naruto was fighting in the Fourth Shinobi War. Naruto was fighting Madara Uchiha when Madara summoned the Gedo Mazo. Seeing his opportunity, Naruto used his father's signature Hirishin no Jutsu and teleported to the Gedo Mazo. He then proceeded to use one of the Uzumaki's forbidden sealing techniques to absorb all 8 Biju residing inside of the Gedo Mazo. However, the drawback was what caused all of this. The power that he gained from it was so strong, so monstrously strong, it opened a dimensional tear that sucked him in before closing. This successfully ruined Madara Uchiha's plans of enslaving the world, but at the cost of Naruto never being able to return to his own dimension. Of course, he could take the chance, and cause another dimensional tear to open, but the chances of him going back to the elemental nations was abysmal. Kurama had warned him countless times that dimensional travel was something he wanted to stay away from at all times, as not even the Biju themselves could control which dimension they would go to, or even if they would be able to travel through a dimensional tear and survive. All this ran through Naruto's head as he stared into the black abyss he was floating in with half-lidded eyes. Judging by the lack of oxygen and countless stars he could see in the abyss he was in, he deducted he was most definitely floating in space. His body slowly turned to see a large space station floating near him. He looked at the large space station and watched as one of the many hatches on said station opened, and something in a ridiculous white suit and fishbowl helmet came out attached to a line and floated to him. As the thing neared him, Naruto could no longer hold on to his consciousness and passed out. After all, that's what happens when you come back from fighting in the biggest war in the history of the elemental nations for 5 days straight and dealing with the drawback of absorbing 8 Biju. As the thing grabbed Naruto's unconscious body and brought him to the airlock he came out of. When his feet touched the ground once again, the airlock closed, and oxygen once again came into the room. The thing reached up to his fishbowl helmet and removed it, revealing someone that was definitely indeed human. What are we going to do with this person? It's not every day someone appears from nowhere in the middle of space. A man by the name of Marcus Kane asked. Kane turned to the Chancellor, Jaha, with a questioning gaze. Jaha rubbed his chin in thought for a few moments. Well, I suggest we send him to Abby and have her study him. There is a good chance this person is not human. With a huge amount of luck, it can help us solve our oxygen problem. Kane nodded in agreement. And of the 100? Kane inquired. Continue with the operation. Kane nodded once again before leaving. An hour later, we find Naruto on a metal table as 2 people are by his sides with medical tools in their hands. So confident that Naruto was dead, they didn't bother to check his pulse, nor did they notice the slight movement of his chest slowly rising and falling. One of the doctors, a woman with long brown hair, picked up a medical scalpel and turned to Naruto. Okay, time to figure out what this thing is. The woman, Abigail Griffin, began lowering her scalpel, planning on dissecting Naruto but had to stop herself from letting out a scream when her supposed-to-be dead patient suddenly shot up on the table. Naruto looked around the room, trying to get a grasp on what was happening. What he saw was one very flustered woman holding a scalpel, looking like she was just about to dissect him, and one very shocked man looking at him with wide eyes and dropped jaw. Why, you're not dead, exclaimed Abby. Naruto snapped her head to her, and she quickly put her scalpel back with all her other medical equipment. Were you about to dissect me? Naruto asked in amusement with a smirk on his face. No. Well, yes. But only because we thought you were dead. Abby protested. Naruto let out a laugh that seemed to calm the woman somewhat, though she was still tense around him. Don't worry about it. If I were, I would probably think someone floating around in space was dead too. Naruto looked around the room once again and saw that the man that was once standing there staring at Naruto in shock, was now putting away some kind of electronic device. Not even 10 seconds after he put away the device, two people came into the room, along with several guards. Naruto turned his attention to them. They both looked at Naruto in shock. I thought Eric was just joking when he said our mystery person was alive. I guess he wasn't, Jaha said as he approached Naruto. I am sorry, sir, but we are going to have to place you under arrest until we know if you are a threat or not. Naruto reluctantly nodded. Naruto knew he was no longer in the elemental nations, as well as knowing he was not on the ground either. So, he knew that if he wanted to survive, he had to listen to these people. Of course, he could kill everyone in the room, and take over whatever this place was. But that wasn't exactly Naruto's style. Naruto stood up and put his hands in the air to show he wasn't going to resist. Two of the guards came up to him and zip-tied his hands behind his back. Naruto had to hold back a chuckle as he felt the resistance of the things they used to subdue him. Naruto could just flex his wrist and they would snap. Naruto allowed the guards and the two people to lead him to one of the many cells on the space station he was on. When he was put in the cell he would be in, one of the men, the same one who told him he would have to be put under arrest, stayed in the cell with him. The man removed his restraints, even if Naruto didn't need the help. Please, take a seat. As you can guess, I have a lot of questions to ask. As I'm sure you do as well. Jaha said as he examined Naruto. My name is Thelonious Jaha, Chancellor of the Ark. It's a pleasure to meet you. Jaha extended his hand to Naruto. Naruto accepted the hand. Naruto Uzumaki. But before I answer your questions, I would like to ask you where I am. Starting with what this space station is. Jaha looked shocked by his response. He didn't understand how this person didn't know what the Ark was. This meant that this person in front of him was indeed definitely not from the Ark. Well, this space station is called the Ark. And I am the one in charge of it. Naruto nodded in acceptance. Alright, then may I ask why you are in space, and not on the ground? Well, that would be because to our knowledge, the ground is inhabitable. Long ago, the Earth was plunged into nuclear warfare, resulting in the Earth being irradiated. However, we do hope and pray that one day, we will be able to return to the Earth. Naruto looked at him confused. He understood everything Jaha had said, but what confused him was the fact that he could feel the radiation in the air at the space station he was at now. In fact, the radiation he could feel right now was much more than the radiation he could sense that was on the Earth. But Naruto decided to shrug it off. Okay, but there is something you're not telling me. Jaha looked at him in surprise and confusion. And what would that be? Naruto examined him for a few seconds. Where I come from, I was trained to study people and gain a read on their emotions since I was 7. I was training to be a warrior at the age of 4. Because of that, I picked up on a few things. Jaha looked at him with the same surprise and confusion as before. What you aren't telling me, is something to do with Earth. What it is, I don't know. However, you don't have to tell me. After all, I am but a guest in your territory. Jaha looked at him in complete shock, before it turned into a small, weak smile. Yes, you're right. What I didn't tell you is that we were sending a ground of people down to the ground, to see if it is survivable. Naruto looked at him in confusion. But what if it's not? You would be sending the people to their deaths. Although Naruto knew it was untrue, he was sure Jaha didn't know that the Earth was indeed survivable. Sure, Naruto could feel great amounts of radiation on Earth. But the people on this space station were already exposed to greater amounts and seemed to be perfectly fine. Jaha's smile turned grim. Yes, sadly, that is true. However, we don't have a choice. You see, we have a limited amount of oxygen. And right now, we are running dangerously low. So, we are sending a group of 100 people, criminals to be exact, down to the ground. This will not only buy us more time oxygen-wise, but it will also tell us if the Earth is survivable. Naruto looked at him, not knowing how to feel. Jaha saw this and explained his reasoning. Sorry, I didn't explain everything. You see, if we keep going at the rate we are now, we will have no choice but to kill hundreds of innocent people, all to make sure we can go a few more months with oxygen. That is something I wasn't to avoid at all cost. And the people that we are sending to the ground are people who are the most expendable. On the Ark, any crime, no matter how small, is considered capital and is punished by death, unless you're under the age of 18. This to maintain order, and also to keep the population under control. It is very morbid, and wrong. But it is the single thing that has kept us alive as long as we have. Naruto nodded. Although he didn't agree with their ideas. He could see it was the only thing they could do to stay alive with limited oxygen and supplies. Okay, I see. Well then, I want to be on the list of 100 people you drop down to the ground. Jaha looked at him in shock. Besides, I am the only person on this space station that has ever been on a ground before. Jaha looked at him in even more shock. You have been on the ground? Jaha exclaimed loudly. Naruto nodded. Yes, I have. I'm sure you've realized I'm not from the Ark. Jaha nodded. Well, that's because I'm from a different dimension altogether. A dimension where everyone lives on the ground. Because of certain circumstances that would take weeks to explain, I was teleported to a different dimension. Where you found me, floating in space. Jaha looked at Naruto in complete and utter shock. Because of this, I am the greatest ally possible to the people you're sending to the ground. For one, I've lived on the ground my whole life, and for two, I am trained far more combat-wise than anybody on the Ark, that I'm sure of. This will make it all the easier for this group to survive. Jaha considered his options for a few seconds. Well, if you are as good at combat as you say you are, we could use you on the Ark. However, we also have no idea what kind of threats could be down on the ground. Jaha took a few more seconds to contemplate his choices before he finally came to his decision. Alright, I approve. You will be sent down to the ground with the rest of the 100. Naruto smiled. Alright, when do I go? 6 hours. I must leave now. I have to secure you a spot on the dropship. I wish we could talk more and find out more about each other's lives, but I must do this. It was a pleasure meeting you. I wish you the best of luck when you get down on the ground. Naruto nodded with a smile. Thank you. The best of luck you too, with whatever you need it for. Jaha chuckled at his response and walked out of the room. Naruto walked over to the bed in his cell and laid down on it while looked out the window in his cell. It showed him a view of the earth. Naruto lifted up his hand and looked at it. I sure hope that everyone was able to take out Madara. Without the Jubi in the picture anymore, Madara can't enslave everyone, and I'm sure that the Allied forces will be able to take him out. If only I could return back to the elemental nations. Guess I can't become Hokage now. Naruto thought to himself with a frown on his face. Naruto spent the next 5 hours and a half hour reminiscing about his time in the elemental nations, and how he'll miss all the people he once knew, until the person that was trying to dissect him when he woke up came into his cell. Abby walked over to his bed while Naruto sat up on his bed and gave her his attention. Jaha told me that you have combat capabilities stronger than anyone here on the Ark. Is this true? Abby asked in a serious tone. Naruto could see the hope in her eyes and nod in response. Well, if that's true, I want to ask a favor of you. Naruto looked at her, giving her a nod. When you are sent down to the ground, watch out for my baby for me, please. Her name is Clarke. She's all I have left. Please do this for me. Naruto, being one to never refuse a favor, nodded in agreement. I can do that. I promise I'll keep your daughter safe. And I never break my promises. Abby looked at him with somewhat teary eyes and a smile. Thank you. I pulled some strings and had you sat right next to her. If she's anything like her father, she will try and keep everyone safe, and that will probably get her in some trouble. Just make sure she doesn't get hurt. Naruto nodded. Abby then got up and left, and when she opened the door to his cell, 2 guards came in with a metal case. Prisoner 256, up against the wall. Now, the guard carrying the case said. Naruto obliged and got up against the wall, where the guard opened the case and pulled out some kind of wristband. The guard put it on his wrist and then grabbed a hold of him and led him outside his cell. Outside the cell, there were several guards escorting prisoners somewhere. Naruto knew where it was they were leading him, but no one else did. When he arrived on the dropship and was sat down, he was sitting next to an unconscious blonde woman. This must be Clarke. As Naruto sat there, waiting for the dropship to fill up, and eventually take off, he was lost in his thoughts. Lost in his thoughts about the elemental nations. If he had done things differently, would things have ended up different? If he wouldn't have made contact with Kurama when he was 3, resulting in Kurama becoming a father figure to Naruto, would things have been different? If Kurama hadn't started training him in the shinobi arts at the age of 4, would things be different? If he didn't join the Anbu when he was only 6, would things be different? If he hadn't killed thousands before the age of 10, would he be so desensitized to death? Could his life have turned out differently? Could he have done something different that would have him still be in the elemental nations, and not in a different dimension? And worst of all, the thing that hurt Naruto the most, if he wouldn't have absorbed the 8 Biju, would they still have won the war? More important, would Kurama, his father in all but blood, still be with him? Instead of being combined into the Jubi inside of his gut, by Naruto's own choice. If he had done things differently, would he have had to sacrifice Kurama to win the 4th Shinobi War? It took Naruto all he had to keep himself from letting a few tears loose. Sure, he was a trained and seasoned war veteran, but that didn't matter. Naruto lost everything the day he absorbed the 8 Biju. He lost the elemental nations. He lost the chance of becoming Hokage. He lost the chance of ever seeing his friends again. He lost the chance of raising his future children to become splendid shinobi. But most of all, he lost the person that was always there for him, the person that decided to put aside his hatred, and help a lonely little boy who had nothing to live for. He lost Kurama. And that was by far, the greatest loss he has ever experienced in his life. Naruto shook his head to clear his mind of his thoughts. Now wasn't the time to have a self-pity party. So, he decided to ignore the fact that he had lost everything he had ever known for now, just like he had been since he arrived on the Ark. For he knew, if he really dwelled on those thoughts, it would break him mentally. In Naruto's opinion, this was the best option for him. He wasn't drowning in self-pity, nor was he moving past the fact he's lost everything. He was ignoring it and trying not to think of it as much as possible. As hard as that was. His attention was drawn to his right when he saw Clarke begging to stir. Once she opened her eyes fully and seemed to take in everything, Naruto spoke. So, you're finally awake. Welcome back to the land of consciousness. Clarke looked to him with a panicked look on her face. Relax, we're not in any trouble. Well, as long as the dropship lands properly. They're sending us down to the ground. Clarke looked at him shocked. She didn't believe it when her mother said she was going to the ground when she was losing her conscious. Her face became confused, however, when she looked at Naruto closer. Who are you? Everyone on the Ark knows everyone, yet I've never seen you before. Naruto had already made up a cover story for that. Well, let's just say I've been locked up for a while. Clarke narrowed her eyes at him, before huffing and turning away. So, your name's Clarke, right? Naruto needed confirmation that this was indeed Clarke. If that woman back up on the Ark wanted him to protect her, he guessed he would keep an eye on her. It also helped that out of all the people on the dropship currently, there was a handful of people who he could feel had some chakra reserves. Very little, academy level at best, but still it was there. The rest of the people had civilian reserves. Sadly, however, everyone on the dropship was too old to have their reserves grow. The most they'll ever be able to do is the Academy 3 jutsu, and nothing more. And even then, doing just one of the jutsus would take years for them to learn. However, that little Academy chakra would be all they needed for Naruto to be able to find them from several miles away. Considering that he could feel no one on the ground used chakra, it was easy to find a chakra source no matter how far away he was. Unlike in the elemental nations, where they used chakra so often, that it was mixed in with the air. So, you had to be a sensor nin to actually point out any chakra reserve smaller than mid-genin. Yay. My name is Clarke. But how did you know that? You said you've been locked up for a long time. Naruto was unfazed by her accusing tone. Well, it's because your mother, Abigail I think her name was, told me about you. Said that if you were anything like your father, you would try and save everyone, and to make sure that you didn't do anything to get yourself killed. Clarke looked at him with a glare. I appreciate the concern, but I can take care of myself. Naruto let out a few chuckles, which resulted to piss her off more. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I wasn't saying that you couldn't take care of yourself, I was just trying to tell you that your mom really cares for you. You're lucky, there's a lot of people who would kill to get that kind of love. Clarke lost her glare and gave him an apologetic smile. Sorry, this whole situation just has me a little snippy. Naruto chuckled again. Don't worry about it. I've taken much worse verbal abuse than that, and even then, I didn't care. Clarke looked like she was about to say something, but suddenly the dropship was dropped into space, resulting in the whole dropship to shake. Well, it seems like we're off. Ready to see the ground? Clarke looked at him with a smirk. You bet your ass I am. I've dreamt about it every day of my life. Naruto smiled in return before a screen in the dropship lit up revealing Jaha. Jaha then went on to explain that they were going to Earth, and that if they survive, they will be pardoned of all their crimes, and that they should not remove their wristbands under all circumstances. Then, some person decided to get out of their dropship seat. The person floated around before finally stopping by Clarke and Naruto. You should get back in your seat before the parachutes engage, Clarke said to the person. Said person turned to her with a smirk. Come on princess, live a little. Clarke scowled at the person as two people proceeded to get out of their seats as well. Most likely to impress other people. Naruto shook his head at their stupidity while Clarke tried to convince them to stay in their seats. Her plea was denied, however, when the dropship entered the Earth's atmosphere, sending all three people out of their seats flying, killing 2 out of the 3 people. The dropship continued to fall through the atmosphere before finally releasing the parachutes and landing on the ground. Now that Naruto was on the ground, he could get a better feel for everything on the Earth. For one thing, the radiation he was feeling on the Earth was way less than the radiation on the Ark. If he had to guess, the Arch had 1.36 times more radiation than on the Earth. That probably had something to do with being closer to the sun, but he wasn't for sure. After all, he wasn't a scientist. The people on the dropship started getting out of their seats and went down to the lower level, where the opening to the dropship was. When Clarke and Naruto arrived, a brother and sister were having a reunion, before said brother opened the dropship and the sister stepped out, evidently trying to make herself be remembered by something else other than the person under the floor. Whatever the hell that meant. When Clarke and Naruto got out, Clarke unraveled a map and went to the end of a hill, while Naruto followed her. You look troubled, is something the matter? Naruto asked her. Clarke turned to him before turning back to the map. You see that peak over there? Naruto nodded in response. In fact, he could feel several life forces at the mountain, but he was going to keep that to himself. That's Mount Weather. The mountain where we were supposed to be dropped at. They dropped us on the wrong damn mountain. Naruto frowned, but considering that there were people living on the mountain, it might have been a good thing that they dropped them on the wrong mountain. But, he could be wrong. Maybe the people were friendly. Naruto and Clarke went back to the dropship where Clarke started to map out where they were. It was at this point that a guy named Wells, the son of the Chancellor, interrupted them. Eventually, some guy named Murphy came up and decided to pick a fight with Wells. Naruto stood back and watched, that is until the Murphy kid shoved Wells, resulting in Wells injuring his ankle. Alright, you can stop there. The kid got his ankle hurt, now leave him alone. Murphy glared at Naruto and stepped up in front of him, trying to intimidate Naruto. And why would I listen to you? Naruto clicked his tongue in annoyance. People like you, they only ever understand things with their fist. Well, if that's the way you want it, Naruto said before clocking Murphy in the jaw, sending Murphy into the realm of unconsciousness. Then that's the way you'll get it. Naruto then turned his attention to everyone watching. Now listen up, cause I'm only going to say this once. Our parents' actions do not define us. We are our own person, so just because Wells is the Chancellor's son, doesn't mean he's the Chancellor himself. So, if I see someone picking a fight with Wells again because of his father, he looked down at Murphy, well, you get the point. Naruto then turned around and walked back up to Clarke. He was followed by the same person who got out of his seat on the jump ship. They talked about what they were going to do about Mount Weather when Wells approached Naruto. Hey, thanks for what you did back there. Naruto turned around and looked at Wells before turning back to Clarke and Finn. I didn't do it for you. I did it to get a point across. Wells' smile fell and stood there and watched as Clarke, Finn, and Naruto formed a group of 6 to go to Mount Weather and left him behind. 20 minutes into the walk, they started talking about what they did to get them locked up. So, Naruto, what did you do to get locked up? Naruto looked at them, before looking back at the ground. He had already made a cover-up story, and he was wondering when someone would ask him that question. Well, my dad was a pretty big asshole. Always stressed out and angry about something, so the day he tried to turn his anger onto my mum and started strangling her, I killed him. Everyone was surprised to hear that, and also sent him an apologetic look. How old were you when it happened? Octavia asked. Normally, that would be something that most people would consider offending, but Naruto didn't mind. Especially considering it was a made-up story. I was 6. Everyone stopped and looked at him. How did you kill a full-grown man when you were only 6? Finn yelled, somewhat uneasy about how casually Naruto was able to talk about it. I took a piece of glass from the light he broke, and slit his throat. Got me sent to solitary until I would turn 18, where they would then float me. Everyone sent him stares of pity, but Naruto just shrugged it off and kept walking. Eventually, they spotted a deer in their walking. And it seemed to be a beautiful sight at first, until Finn stepped on a stick, spooking the deer, and it turned to the 6 of them. Showing the deer had 2 heads. Everyone flinched except Naruto. Naruto actually had to hold back a chuckle at their reaction. Besides, Naruto had seen much more gruesome things. After that, they continued on their venture before they arrived at a river, where Octavia proceeded to take off her pants and jump into the water. Octavia, what are you thinking? We can't swim. Clarke yelled to Octavia, who had just her nose and eyes above the water. Octavia then stood up, showing the water was shallow enough for them to stand in. No, but we can stand. Everyone there, except Naruto, smiled, thinking they would get to swim for the first time. Finn started to undress but stopped when they heard Jasper scream for Octavia to get out of the water. Naruto looked to where Jasper was looking and found that something big was making their way to Octavia. Something very big. Octavia looked behind her to see what everyone was freaking out about when she was grabbed by the thing in the water and was proceeded to be dragged around in the water. Before anyone could start talking about how to save Octavia, Naruto had already taken off his shirt and jumped into the water. Naruto dove underwater to make sure that no one was about to see what he was about to do, as he swam at a faster than average pace, and coated his hand in wind chakra once he neared the giant creature. Once he got within string range, Naruto struck the creature with his wind chakra-coated hand, cutting straight into it. He then proceeded to make a swipe, successfully making a large gash on the creature, at least 8 inches deep. The creature let go of Octavia and swam away, to where it would most likely bleed out. Naruto grabbed Octavia and swam back to the shore. When they arrived, he was met with a bear hug from Octavia as she let out a long line of thank yous. When everyone else ran down to where they were all staring at Naruto in confusion. How did you know how to swim? Finn was the one who voiced all their questions. Naruto shrugged in response. Don't know. Guess I'm just a natural, or maybe it was just adrenaline. After Naruto got Octavia to stop hugging onto him, he ripped off part of her shirt and used it to bandage up the large bite wound on her thigh. After that incident, they decided to go to call it a day and go to bed. Octavia refused to leave Naruto's side after he had saved her and even took it as far as to cling to his arm while they were sleeping, much to Naruto's embarrassment. He may have been a shinobi at very young age, and around attractive kunoichi all his life, with a few said kunoichi flirting with him, but regardless of all that, Naruto still wasn't used to these kinds of situations where he has close contact with someone of the female gender. He was awoken from his slumber however by the sound of footsteps. A quick pulse of his chakra warned him of two people walking near him. To his relief, however, he spotted it was just Finn showing Clarke some kind of animal tracks and went back to sleep. The next day when everyone woke up, they returned to the river. They planned on using a vine they found to swing across the river without getting attacked by that thing in the water. Little did they know that Naruto already killed the thing swimming in the river. Finn was about to swing to the other side but was stopped by Jasper saying he would go instead, an obvious attempt at trying to impress Octavia. It took some encouraging words from Finn, but he eventually swung across the river, barely making it to the other side. Everyone started to cheer, bar Naruto since he could have simply jumped across the distance but didn't say anything. Clarke was about to swing to the other side but was stopped when Jasper picked up a piece of metal with the words Mount Weather on it. Naruto stiffened and went on guard when he sensed something similar to a kunai, but much larger sailing through the air at Jasper. He wasn't able to stop the weapon from spearing Jasper in the chest, however. His head snapped over to the exact place it came from and locked eyes with the one that threw it. The person's eyes widened when Naruto locked eyes with him. Surprised Naruto found him so easily, better yet at finding him at all. Everyone was forced to take cover behind one of the rocks, and later on, flee from the area. Naruto was considering going back for Jasper and the person who threw the spear at Jasper but knew now wasn't the time to reveal some of what he was capable of to everyone. They continued to run until they heard Jasper let out a yell, which resulted in Clarke running back to try and help him. Everyone followed her, but when they got there, Jasper's body was gone. After that, they decided to go back to camp so they could get the supplies needed, then go save Jasper from the people who took him. When they arrived back at camp, however, they were all greeted to a surprise. Wells had a knife held up to Murphy's neck, and the two looked to have been fighting one another, as everybody else from camp sat back and watched it all happen. Well, stop this right now. Wells reluctantly let go of Murphy and pushed him off of him, which Murphy took the opportunity to try and go back and kill Wells but was stopped by Bellamy. The situation calmed down, that is until Clarke called Wells out on not having his wristband anymore. How many? Clarke asked, dreading the answer. 24 and counting, Murphy replied with a smirk. Clarke and Bellamy then went into an argument, which Bellamy took advantage of and decided to woo the crowd over to his side. Naruto sat back and watched, knowing that he could stop this, but also knew that he couldn't always solve the problems people got into, as that would result in them relying on him too much. So, he decided to just stop the argument for now, instead of solving the problem. You can fight about this later. There are more pressing matters at hand, Naruto said, garnering everyone's attention. As you already know, Jasper was attacked and kidnapped. Clarke, I, and anybody else that wants to come and try to help get him back are welcome to do so. I should warn you though, the people that threw a spear at him threw a spear with pinpoint accuracy from 100 feet away. That takes a lot of skill. Naruto saw everyone, including Bellamy, gulp. Naruto looked over to Clarke and nodded, getting an appreciative nod in response for stopping the argument before it got out of hand. 10 minutes later, Clarke, Naruto, Bellamy, and Murphy were on their way to find and save Jasper. Bellamy was with them because he had a gun, and Murphy was with them because Bellamy told him to come. Well, he just came to try and protect Clarke. Monty and Octavia wanted to come but were shot down when they offered to help. Monty because they needed him trying to find a way to contact the Ark, and Octavia because of her injury. They wanted Finn to come, but he was against the idea completely and played it off as having Naruto there enough since Naruto mentioned he had a good bit of tracking skills. Clarke found it odd that Naruto had tracking skills when he had been in solitary since he was 8 years old, but decided to question him later. What's the rush, princess? You don't survive a spear to the heart. Waving around the gun in his hand. Naruto had to hold back a snort at that, remembering a couple of times he was stabbed hit in the heart with something and pulled through thanks to Kurama. Put the gun away, Bellamy, Wells said while trying to get up in Bellamy's face but was stopped by Murphy. Why don't you do something about it? Murphy said with a big smirk, daring Wells to try and do something. Jasper screamed when they took him. If he was hit in the heart, he would have died long before he screamed. That doesn't mean we have time to waste though. Bellamy approached Clarke and grabbed a hold of her wrist and pointed at the wristband the Ark put on everyone. As soon as you take this off, we can go, Bellamy said with a smirk, resulting in Clarke deeply scowling at him. She jerked her wrist out of his grasp and continued to glare at him. The only way the Ark is going to think I'm dead is if I'm dead. Got it. Naruto smirked at her feistiness, reminded him of some of the kunoichis back at home. Naruto stepped in between Clarke and Bellamy, forcing Bellamy to distance himself from Clarke. How about this, you tell us why you're so dead set on having everyone remove their wristbands. No, better yet, tell us why you're dead set on making sure the Ark doesn't come down here. Clarke and Wells nodded in agreement, while Bellamy looked at Naruto with a glare, not liking that Naruto was already onto his secrets. I don't know what you're talking about, Bellamy said, avoiding the question. Naruto scoffed. Yay, sure. Anyways, this is a horrible search party, we're splitting up. Clarke, you're with me. Naruto said as he walked off, followed by Clarke. Bellamy continued to glare at Naruto's figure while he walked with Clarke, searching for clues to find Jasper. Eventually, Clarke and Naruto found a stream in their search. They stopped, and while Clarke sat there admiring the scene, Naruto started to undress. Naruto, what are you doing? She exclaims, suppressing a blush at seeing Naruto's rather chiseled body that would put Greek gods to shame. What does it look like? I'm undressing, so I can take a bath, he said as he stripped down to nothing but his underwear before going into the stream of water. Once he was immersed all the way down to his stomach, he turned and looked at Clarke. You coming in? I'd say we could all use a nice bath. Clarke sent him a glare with a slight blush. Oh, don't tell me you're too shy. Come on, there's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm sure your bodily assets are great. Clarke's blush grew some and her glare grew stronger. That's exactly why I'm not joining you. What, you think I'm going to give you a free show? Naruto laughed in response. Stop being such a prune, Clarke. It's not like we're having sex. Clarke scowled at him and huffed in defeat. Finally, she let in. Fine, Clarke said as she undressed down to her undergarments before quickly submerging herself in the water. See, nothing to be ashamed of. Besides, I don't understand what you were so against showing me. Your bra and panties show just as much as those bathing suits people used to wear when they went to the beach before the ground was nuked. Clarke sent him another glare while her slight blush still hadn't left her face. She stopped, however, when she saw something over by a couple of rocks and froze. Naruto, seeing her freeze, looked to where she was staring and saw rocks covered in blood. Naruto quickly stood up, causing Clarke to blush further, and went over to the rocks. He crouched down and looked at the blood. By the blood patters, the blood was coming from somebody laying down, and the blood was fresh. And by the smell, he could guarantee it was Jasper's blood. We're close, he said, turning around, his face coming just inches away from Clarke's breast. Well, that's a nice view, he said with a small smirk. Clarke's blush instantly went atomic while she smacked him upside the head. Okay, I get it. Now go get dressed, unless you want to give Bellamy, Wells, and Murphy a free show. Clarke continued to glare at him as she turned around and walked back to her clothes, her body unconsciously putting a sway to her hips that she didn't notice, but Naruto certainly did as he watched her. Naruto also got redressed and Clarke and Naruto went to go and get the other three with them, and then continued on in their search, but as a group this time. They continued walking while Naruto followed the trail. Hey, How do we know this is the right way? Bellamy said. We don't. Whiskers thinks he's some kind of tracker. Murphy in his usual obnoxious attitude and smirk. He's following signs, applying Earth skills. He's good. Wells said, impressed by Naruto's show of skills. He thought he was lying when he said he had tracking skills. Not only that, but I can smell it, Naruto said nonchalantly. Murphy snorted. Smell what? What are you, a dog? Bellamy chuckled a bit, while Naruto shrugged off the jibe. I can smell heavy traces of iron, meaning there is blood nearby. It is coming from straight ahead. He then stopped and looked at a broken branch. Right after he checked said branch, they could hear the pained groaning of Jasper. What the hell is that? Murphy asked. That would be Jasper, Naruto replied as he stood up and started walking through the bushes and to the place where the sounds of Jasper moaning in pain were coming from. Now would be a good time to take out that gun, Clarke said. When they pushed through all the bushes, they found a clearing with Jasper strung up on a cross. Oh my god, Jasper! Clarke said, running towards him. Wait, Clarke, Naruto said as he ran after her and grabbed her just as she started falling into a spike trap. Case your surroundings first, Clarke. We can't afford to be so reckless. Naruto scolded. Clarke nodded, and Naruto pulled her up out of the hole once Bellamy, Murphy, and Wells came to help him pull her out. There's something on Jasper's chest where his wound was. The grounders patched his wound up, but why? Clarke asked everyone. They all looked at Jasper and there was indeed a green spot on his spot where the spear stabbed him. Maybe they strung him up as live bait. Bellamy nodded in agreement with Wells. Maybe whatever they're trying to catch likes its dinner breathing, Bellamy said, cause Murphy and Wells to gulp in fear. Naruto shook his head at their antics. While they thought they were doing it to get food, Naruto knew what it more likely meant. It was a warning, from whoever strung him up there. Most likely to say that they want the 100 to leave their lands. We need to get him down. Come on, help me, Wells said as he started walking to Jasper, being careful of where he stepped. They all stopped however when they heard a growling from behind them. What the hell is that? Murphy asked, somewhat fearful. Grounders. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yes, the grounders were growling at them. They then saw a glimpse of a black panther stalking towards them. Bellamy, gun, Clarke says. Bellamy reached for his gun but found that it wasn't there. Wells pulled out the gun, aimed it at the panther but was stopped when a hand was put on the gun. Looking to the owner of the gun, he saw it was Naruto. No matter what you do not shoot at the panther. Everyone turned to look at him like he was crazy, while Naruto started walking in the direction of where the panther was. The panther came into view and stood in front of Naruto, getting low and ready to pounce on him. Naruto stopped walking and stood in front of everyone. Channeling some of Kurama's the residual chakra to his eyes turned into his familiar blood red with a black slit going down the middle. He then let out some of his killer intent and directed it at the panther. The panther started to whimper and looked at Naruto in fear with its tail tucked behind its legs. Everyone around Naruto looked at the panther in shock. Everyone was having the same thoughts. Just what was Naruto doing that they couldn't see? Naruto then spoke in an almost demonic-sounding voice. Kneel, Naruto said to the panther, and as if understanding him, the panther lowered its head in a way to show respect. Naruto stopped channeling Kurama's residual chakra into his eyes and lowered his killing intent, just to be safe. His face softened, and he let a smile grace his features. Good, Naruto said as he approached the panther slowly. The panther looked at Naruto cautiously, watching to see if he made one wrong move, and if Naruto did, he would pounce on him. Naruto kept walking towards the panther, ignoring everybody telling him to stop and come back, while he slowly rose his hand to the panther. When he got close enough to touch the panther, he went to pet it only to get a growl in response. Hey, it's all right, I'm not going to hurt you, he said as he stuck his hand out and allowed the panther to sniff his hand. After a very thought sniffing, the panther allowed for Naruto to pet it. Aren't you a beauty? What do you guys think? He's beautiful, right? Naruto said but didn't look back towards them, knowing that that would only result in the panther attacking him. Naruto, what are you thinking? That thing could kill you at any second. Clarke exclaimed, making sure not to make her voice too loud and upset the panther. Naruto smiled and started using his other hand to pet the panther. Don't worry, he's not going to do anything me, aren't that right? Naruto said, talking to the panther at the end. Soon after about a minute of petting, the panther started to rub itself up against Naruto. By this point, Wells had already lowered his gun, seeing that the panther wasn't being hostile towards Naruto anymore. What should we name you? Naruto said to the panther as it rubbed its face against Naruto's own. How about B? Does B sound good? The panther didn't make any outside reaction, not that Naruto was expecting it to. What do you think you're doing? We're not naming that panther. It's all good that you made friends with it and all, but we're on a shortage of food. And currently, that panther is the only thing we can eat. Bellamy said as he took a step towards Naruto, causing the panther to stop rubbing itself on Naruto and give Bellamy a warning glare. We are not eating B. Besides, we're surrounded by forest. And where there's forest, there are animals. I can guarantee you there is rabbits, squirrels, deer, and tons of other animals in those forests. And there are also water sources in the area, such as that river from before. That creature that attacked Octavia had to be eating something to survive, so that means there is fish in that river. Naruto said as he turned his head to Bellamy, trusting that the panther won't attack him anymore. He then looked at Clarke. We should probably cut Jasper down now. Don't you think? Clarke's eyes widened. She had actually forgotten all about Jasper, being focused on the fact that Naruto had just somehow tamed a panther. And how can we be sure that panther won't eat Jasper? Bellamy accused, thinking that B was a huge threat. You don't have to worry about that. The panther didn't come here to eat Jasper, he came here because he was attracted by the noise. If he was really so hungry, he wouldn't have let me pet him, he would have just eaten me. He was only here to see if we were a threat. Bellamy relented for now. So, everyone, bar Naruto, turned around and started getting Jasper down from the place he was strung up on. Naruto, using this chance while no one was looking, pulled out a brush and some chakra ink. He dipped the brush in the ink a few times and then painted a seal on the back of the bee's neck. Pushing some chakra into the seal, it glowed purple before seemingly fading out of existence. Naruto smiled. The seal he just used was one that would allow him to talk to Bee. It was similar to how the Inuzuka could talk to their ninja, except Naruto could only talk to them telepathically. Bee wouldn't be able to talk to Naruto at all, but Naruto would be able to talk to Bee and Bee would understand him for the most part. Bee, I know you don't trust the people over there, but just try not to attack them for now. Give them a chance. Bee's head quickly shot toward Naruto's and stared at him. Yes, I can talk to you. However, I won't be able to understand you, but I can talk to you telepathically. Bee continued to stare at him, before finally accepting it and started to rub himself on Naruto again. Okay, we got Jasper, now let's head back to camp, Clarke said. Naruto nodded in response. You guys do that. I think I'm going to take Bee and do some hunting. Since Bellamy says we're on a shortage of food and wants to eat Bee, I'll provide some food for everyone in exchange for not eating Bee. Clarke looked at Naruto troubled. But what about the grounders? They could kill you and we would never know until you don't show back up to camp. Naruto offered her a reassuring smile. Don't worry about me, I can handle myself. Besides, I've got Bee with me. He'll hear and smell the grounders way before they get to me. Clarke reluctantly nodded. Okay, but if you're not back by tomorrow morning, we're coming looking for you. Naruto nodded in response. He would make sure he was back by night. He then turned to Bee. Come on, let's go do some hunting. Naruto said as he started to walk into the forest, with Bee following behind him. Once he was out of sight, he went into a light jog, but at the same time not making a single sound. He would have gone faster but knew that if he did Bee wouldn't be able to keep up and be quiet at the same time. After half an hour of searching, all he had found so far was a few rabbits, all in which Bee killed, but it wasn't enough to feed everyone back at camp and Bee. However, After another 10 minutes of searching, Naruto saw a deer maybe 80 feet from him. He looked toward B, who saw the deer as well and nodded at him. B went to work and slowly stalked up a tree and then proceeded to approach the deer by slowly stalking towards it from above in the trees. While B did that, Naruto took his time to examine the deer. Luckily, this one didn't have two heads, only one. It was a buck, 7 points, and if he had to guess, probably 180 pounds. He watched as B approached the buck, only 5 feet from the buck, right above him, while the buck was none the wiser. B waited till the buck put its head down to eat some grass, before pouncing right onto the buck. The buck's head shot up and got ready to run, but it was too late as B had latched his jaw onto the buck's neck. The buck struggled and tried to kick free out of B's grasp, but it was all for naught as B wasn't going to let go. After 20 seconds of the deer not being able to breathe and also losing blood, the buck died. Naruto approached B and gave him a pat on the head. That was nice. Here, as a treat. Naruto said as he put one of the rabbits that B killed on the ground, and B instantly started to eat the rabbit. Meanwhile, Naruto got on his knees and then hefted the buck up onto his shoulders holding the buck's legs in front of him, while its back laid on the back of Naruto's neck, and the buck's head hovering a foot off the ground. Well, I'd say we're done for the night, let's go back to camp. Naruto told B after he finished eating the rabbit. Naruto was sure that Bellamy would be happy with the catches Naruto got, even though he was only gone for an hour. By the time he got back to camp, only about an hour and a half will have passed. And this buck will surely feed everyone at camp. If not, then they still have 3 rabbits left over. Naruto arrives at the camp 20 minutes later to find everyone surrounding a fire with a line of people, all waiting to take off their wristbands. What the hell's going on here? Naruto asked aloud, gaining everyone's attention. Everyone looked at Naruto in shock, and some were looking beside him at B in fear. What the hell is a panther doing following you? Shouted someone in the crowd, as people started to roar about said panther, some saying that they should kill it, and some saying they should eat it. Quiet, Naruto yelled, making everyone shut up. This is B, and he is my new companion. And no, we are not eating him. And if anyone tries to, he will eat you instead. Now, since you all seem to be blind, what we will be eating is this buck on my shoulders, as well as the rabbits in my bag. Everyone roared in excitement and glee at the mention of eating food. Naruto threw down the deer and walked up to Murphy. Seeing the knife in Murphy's hand, he took it, much to Murphy's protest, and walked back to the buck. Look, Murphy, I know you like your knife and all, but currently I need to gut the deer. And unless you want to do it yourself, then stop complaining. Naruto said, shutting Murphy up. While Naruto started to cut open the deer, someone in the crowd spoke up. I don't care what you say, we are not sharing with that panther. We're low on food as it is, and as I see it, we should just eat the damn panther too. Naruto looked up and sent a glare to the person. Oh really? Well, just so you know, no, we are not sharing our food with B. But that doesn't mean he's not going to eat. B is going to eat the deer's stomach as well as all the other organs we can't eat, and B can. And I'll say this once, we are not eating B. Besides, with the grounders out there, B will become one of our best allies. He'd be the perfect person for watch duty, and he can fight. If anyone has a problem with it, then step up. Naruto said, and saw that no one decided to say anything else on the matter, so continued gutting the deer. After about 5 minutes, Naruto was done gutting it, as well as taking the fur off the deer to make a nice blanket and left all the scraps that they couldn't eat for B. Okay, it's done, now all that's left is to cook it. You can get started on cooking the deer and I'll start skinning and gutting the rabbits. Naruto said as he took the 3 rabbits out of his bag. And who gets all the hides? Someone from the group shouted out. I do, Naruto replied calmly. Why the hell do you get the hides? Why no one else? What makes you so special? The same person shouted. Naruto swore that these people hated him for no reason or something, that or they were all just really fucking greedy. Why do I get them? Well, I'd say it has something to do with me killing all these animals. Naruto said, and heard that the person stopped arguing, making Naruto sigh in relief. Dealing with these people was a pain in the ass. Here soon, either he was going to have to take complete control of this camp, or they were going to have to appoint a leader and start making rules, cause at the moment, everyone just decided to take what they want and didn't give a damn about anyone else. Half an hour later, all the animals were skinned, and all the food was cooking, with Bee eating the scraps of all the animals that Naruto left for him. After finishing the skinning, Naruto went inside the dropship to check on Jasper and see how everyone else was doing. When he got in the dropship, he heard Jasper moaning in pain upstairs. "Bee, you can lay there while I'm up there. If anyone tries to attack you or do anything you don't like to you, you have full permission to attack them. And if they don't back off, and continue to attack you, kill them," Naruto told Bee while pointing to a spot in the dropship with a few jackets on the ground. Bee complied and went and laid down on the jackets while Naruto climbed the ladder up to the second floor of the dropship. When he arrived, he saw Clarke tending to Jasper's wounds with Octavia and Monty there with her. "How's he doing? Is he going to make it?" Naruto asked. Everyone looked at him and smiled. "Glad to see you made it back. Did you catch anything?" Clarke asked. Naruto nodded in response. "Yes, they're cooking the food right now. Should be done in like 10 minutes. How's Jasper doing?" Clarke frowned and then looked back at Jasper with a grim face. "Not good. The grounders cauterized the wound, but it's infected. Without the proper medicine, he probably won't pull through." Naruto nodded his head slowly with a frown. "Where's Bee?" Clarke asked, much to Monty and Octavia's confusion. "Who's Bee?" Monty asked. Naruto sent Monty a smirk. "Bee is my panther. We found him when we went to save Jasper. At first, he came to attack us, but I wanted him as my companion, so I tamed him." Monty and Octavia looked at Naruto in shock and disbelief, thinking he was just joking. "And he's downstairs by the way," Naruto said to Clarke, and Monty and Octavia didn't waste a second in going downstairs to see if he was joking. Naruto chuckled when he heard their gasps as well as their shouts of the Naruto not joking. Naruto turned his head to Clarke, who was giving him a questioning glare. "Is there something you want to ask me?" Naruto asked while tilting his head, his whiskers giving him a very fox-like look when he did so. "Yes. You said you were in solitary since you were 8 years old, yet somehow you knew tracking skills, how to swim, best taming, and hunting. How does someone who was locked up all his life learn those skills?" Naruto smirked. He knew Clarke would catch on to his lie. "Well, the truth is, I wasn't locked up at all. I'm not even a delinquent. It's just I could only tell people I trust the real reason I was on the dropship," Naruto said, which got him a firm glare. "And what reason would that be?" Naruto, deciding to lie once again, did just that, lie. "Truth is, the Ark has been planning to send the 100 down to space for years. They knew that in order to survive, they would need someone that was very versatile in Earth skills. So, from the age I was 4, after both my parents were floated, they trained me in every Earth skill possible, all the while keeping me out of the eyes of the public. The only people that know I exist is the Council, and they are sworn to secrecy to not tell anyone about me. Part of that was a truth, and most of it was just a lie. The part about him being trained since the age of 4 was true, just not in the way he said. And the part about the Council being sworn to secrecy to not tell anyone about him was also true. Everything else, however, was a complete lie." Clarke reluctantly nodded, accepting the explanation. "So, what you're saying is that you are our best asset basically." Naruto held in a snort. He was by far their greatest asset, so much so, comparing him and Bellamy was like comparing the size of a mountain and a grain of sand. "Yep, pretty much. Well, let's go get some food, it should be done by now," Naruto said as he turned around and walked down the ladder, followed by Clarke. When they got down the ladder, they saw Octavia petting Bee, which surprised Naruto since he half expected Bee to growl at anyone who came near him. "Seems Octavia is making new friends," Naruto said with a smile as he watched Bee lean his face into her hand. Octavia turned toward Naruto and Clarke with a large smile. He's so beautiful, how did you tame him? Octavia asked. Naruto smirked. Well, animals like panthers follow what they consider an alpha. An alpha is the strongest and doesn't back down. That's the key to taming a beast, you don't back down and you never show weakness. 'Cause if you do, they will kill you without a second's hesitation. Naruto then whistled, and B got up and walked over to him. That's a good boy, now come on, let's get some food. He said while walking out the dropship, followed by Octavia, Clarke, and B. When they arrived outside, they saw that Bellamy was serving the food, but only to the people who would take off their wristbands. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Bellamy. Naruto walked forward and towards the meat and grabbed 3 sticks. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You think that just because you killed the animals, you play by different rules? No, if you want food, take your wristband off just like everyone else. Bellamy said, getting up in Naruto's face, trying to intimidate him. Naruto, however, didn't take too kindly to this and grabbed Bellamy's arm before flipping him. Bellamy landed on the ground with his face in the dirt. Naruto kept hold of his arm and put his foot on Bellamy's shoulder. I thought there were no rules, Bellamy. I believe your exact words were, whatever the hell we want, whenever the hell we want. Naruto said, making sure everyone heard it before letting Bellamy go and returning to Clarke, Octavia, and B, giving Clarke and Octavia each a stick of meat. Nice move, Whiskers, Clarke said with a grin. Naruto scoffed at the nickname. So, you don't like it when people call you princess, but it's alright to call me Whiskers. Clarke laughed and lightly punched him on the shoulder. So, where's Finn? Haven't seen him since we left to save Jasper. Naruto said, taking a bite of the deer meat on his stick. Octavia was the one who answered. He's been in his tent since you guys left. People say they heard him say something about a girl named Raven a few times, but no one's ever heard of her. They all turned around when they heard Finn's voice behind them. Raven is my girlfriend. Upon the arc, Finn said with a downcast tone. Naruto frowned and walked up to him and swung an arm over his shoulder. Don't worry Finn, soon the arc will come down and I'm sure you'll see her again. Just got to have patience. Finn nodded, although everyone could see he was still downtrodden. His mood quickly changed however when he spotted B standing behind Naruto. Why the hell is there a panther here? Finn said while pointing at B. Naruto laughed, along with Clarke and Octavia. That's Naruto's pet panther, and his name is B. He evidently tamed him while they were saving Jasper. Finn looked at Naruto in disbelief. How the hell did you manage to do that? Finn said. Clarke was the one who answered. He stood in front of it and stared at the panther. When he did that, the panther started whimpering, and Naruto told it to kneel. When he did, the panther kneeled, and from then on, Naruto pet it and somehow tamed it. Clarke said, still not understanding how he made B whimper by staring at him. Finn and Octavia stared at Naruto in disbelief. You must have one hell of a scary stare then, Finn said, not believing what he was hearing. Yay, yes I do. Well, anyways, I'm going to go find a place for me and B to sleep, see you guys in the morning. Everyone there nodded, and Naruto left and went to a secluded area where he knew there would be no prying eyes. Once he was there, he used Mokuden to create a small hut and also made sure that it wasn't too good of a hut to make people suspicious, but also made sure it didn't look ugly. He then created a shadow clone and spent the next 5 minutes drawing several seals on the hut. The seals strengthened the already very sturdy wood, made it resistant to fire, and also had a small barrier seal on it with a 5-meter radius that would alert him about anyone who came into the barrier. Once that was done, he went inside and once again used his Mokuden and made a hut, once again not too good, but also good enough to be comfortable. Drawing 2 more seals, this time inside the hut. One was a sound barrier seal that made it impossible to hear anything from the outside, and the other made the hut constantly at 68 degrees Fahrenheit. The perfect temperature in Naruto's opinion. With that done he used the rabbit hides to make B a bed, and the deer hide for a mattress at the moment, rather than just sleep on the wood. And finally, drew one last seal for the night, this time on the blanket, which made the hide, making it much more durable as well as comfortable. Naruto sighed in content. It may have been just a piece of deer hide he was lying on, but the seals made it feel like a bed from a 4-star hotel in the elemental nations. It was only the second day on the ground, yet things were already getting hectic. Naruto knew that at this rate, he would be forced to show everyone a bit of what he was capable of. It was only a matter of time. The next morning when he arrived back at camp, Naruto was welcomed to the loud and pained groans of Jasper. Well, that answers the questions of how Jasper is doing. Naruto thought to himself. When he went up the ladder to the second floor of the dropship, he was met with Clarke, Monty, and Finn surrounding Jasper. Judging by the sounds, he's not doing very good, is he? Naruto asked, looking at Clarke. However, Naruto already knew the answer. Naruto had seen hundreds, thousands of wounds in his line of duty, and already knew what the problem was. Jasper's wound was infected, and without the proper medicine, he was going to die. The grounders cauterized the wound, that saved his life, but the wound got infected. He needs medicine, Clarke said. Naruto then looked at Clarke and nodded. You know what we need to do, I'll hold him down. Clarke looked grim but nodded anyway. Naruto held Jasper down, Monty and Finn following soon behind him, although they didn't know why they were holding him down, that is until Clarke pulled out a knife. Alright, hold him still, I need to cut off the infected flesh. Monty had a face of pure horror but didn't argue. So, Clarke began to cut at the infected flesh on Jasper's chest, making his screams increase several folds. It wasn't even 20 seconds after Clarke started that Octavia came in, yelling at Clarke, saying she was killing Jasper. Luckily, Jasper passed out from the pain, and the screams became significantly less loud. You can't save him, Bellamy said, coming up the stairs. Back off. Wells tried to intimidate Bellamy and failed. We didn't drag Jasper through miles of woods, just to see him die, Clarke said, not stopping the treatment of cutting off the infected flesh. Sorry, but he's a goner. If you can't see that, then you're deluded. His screams are making people crazy. Bellamy argued. Sorry if Jasper is an inconvenience to you, but this isn't the arc. Down here, every life matters. Clarke spat back. Take a look at him, he's a lost cause. At this, Naruto held up his hand and everyone turned to him. Clarke, I know you want to save Jasper, but this isn't working. There may be hope that he could pull through, but that's only if we find medicine to treat his wound. Instead of cutting off infected flesh and buying time, we need to spend what little time we have left and find medicine. Naruto said, staring at Clarke. Clarke stopped cutting and looked at him. He's right, and if Jasper isn't better by tomorrow, I'll kill him myself, Bellamy said, before leaving. Power-hungry self-serving jackass doesn't care about anyone but himself. No offense. Monty says, the last part directed at Octavia. Yeah, Bellamy happens to be all that, but he and Naruto are right. We need something to counteract the infection. Finn said, getting nods from everyone. Alright, but where are we going to find something like that? Clarke leaves to try and identify the medicine the grounders used on Jasper before, followed by Finn and Wells. They came back a few minutes later with gear to leave the camp. We identified the medicine, we're going to get it now, Clarke said to Naruto, seeing if he wanted to go with them. Alright, you guys go get it. I would go with you, but I don't trust Bellamy and the others at the camp to not try something while we're away. Clarke nodded, but everyone could see she was disappointed that he wasn't coming with them, even if she herself didn't realize it. Okay, good idea, we should be back soon. Naruto nodded. Once they left, Naruto also left to get B and then come back, as it seemed he would be on the dropship for the while. After 10 minutes, he returned with B, and climbed to the dropship's second floor, followed by B, however with some reluctance and a little bit of struggle, but he still got it in the end. Meanwhile, with Clarke, Finn, and Wells, they had been walking through the forest for about 10 minutes, with Clarke ignoring Wells, and only talking to Finn. So, what's the deal with you and Naruto? Finn asked Clarke, which only got him a questioning gaze. What do you mean? There isn't anything between us. Clarke said with genuine confusion. Finn smirked in response. Oh, come on, everyone had seen how you already have started to rely on him. Wells listened to this with contained jealousy, as it wasn't exactly a secret that he held feelings for Clarke. For one, I don't rely on him, but I do trust him more than some people. Besides, if there was anyone I would rely on, it'd be him. He has proven himself to be versatile in almost all skills. For one, he was able to track Jasper down. He has shown he knows how to fight, from the many times he has put Murphy and Bellamy in their place and has tamed B. I don't know who else to trust more than him. Finn smirked again, while Wells fumed in barley-contained envy. And that's it. There's nothing else at all. Clarke had a few flashbacks of the bathing incident when they were looking for Jasper but shook those thoughts away. Yep, that's it. Don't you guys find it weird though? Wells said, garnering only the attention from Finn, while Clarke continued to ignore his presence. Find what weird? Finn asked. Well, the guy says he's been in solitary since he was 8 years old, yet he knows more about ground skills than anyone else here, maybe more than anyone else on the Ark. How can someone who has been in solitary almost all their life accomplish that? You have to find it weird, right, Clarke? Wells said. Clarke just continued looking forward. No, Clarke said plainly. Finn rose an eyebrow. Wells has a point. How does Naruto do all that if he hasn't left solitary since he was 8? Finn asked Clarke, knowing he would get more of an answer out of her than Wells would. Because he lied. He hasn't been in solitary since he was 8, and never was in solitary. If you want to know the rest of the story, ask Naruto. But he said he only tells people he trusts, so don't expect him to give you an answer. Clarke replied to Finn. Meanwhile, Wells silently fumed about Clarke ignoring him. You know, you should really rethink this whole hating me thing. I mean, it's not just the grounders out there, we're surrounded by criminals. We need each other. We got to be friends again. Wells said, following behind Clarke, hoping she would see some reason. You got my dad killed, not possible. And just so you know, I don't need you, and never will. Clarke said, annoyed by Wells. This is Earth, Clarke. Anything is possible. Oh, the irony of that statement, and they would soon find out just how true that was once things started to go south and Naruto was forced to show some of his power. Clarke walks away, trying her dandiest to get away from Wells. I'd drop it, Finn says to Wells, who sends him a glare. Yeah, well, I've known Clarke my whole life. Better than you ever will, so I'll decide when I drop it. Wells said before Finn stopped and cleared some dirt from under his feet, revealing the door to a car. It's an automobile, Finn says like a child in a candy store while opening the door. Come on guys, it's been 100 years, it can wait. Jasper can't. Finn closed the door, disappointed, and followed Clarke with Wells trailing behind him. Meanwhile, at the camp, Naruto was in a sitting meditation, trying to enter his mindscape, but had no such luck so far. B was by his side with his head in Naruto's lap with Jasper moaning in pain a few feet from them with Octavia asleep with her head planted on B's body, using it as a pillow. B and Octavia were awoken from their slumber and Naruto from his meditation when someone suddenly opened the hatch and rushed in, closing all the vents in the dropship. What's going on? Octavia asked the person. Acid fog. Everybody is currently in the dropship and we needed to close all the vents. The person said, getting a nod from Naruto in response before going back down to the first floor of the dropship, wanting to be as far away from the screaming Jasper as possible. Well, this isn't good. Hopefully, this fog clears soon, or else Jasper will have to wait away before getting that medicine. Naruto said, while B went back to sleep, his head once again planted in Naruto's lap. Naruto smiled down at B. I still can't believe you somehow tamed a panther. I'm not complaining though, I love B. Octavia said, starting to try and cuddle with B. Naruto chuckled at the sight. It's not every day you see someone try and use a very dangerous animal such as a panther as a body pillow. Well, it helps that B is a big softie, Naruto said patting B, only getting B's snores in response. Acid fog. That's not a natural disaster. Is it because of all the radiation on Earth? Did the radiation cause fog to gain acid-like attributes? Or is it something else? Naruto thought to himself, as the only acid fog he had ever heard of was a jutsu used by Hanzo of the Salamander. Meanwhile, with Clarke, Wells, and Finn, they were bunched up inside of a car, with Clarke and Finn exchanging a bottle of alcohol. It's been hours, Jasper. Clarke was going to continue but was cut off by Finn. We'll be fine. Octavia and Naruto are watching him. While we're on the subject, why does everyone think that me wanting Jasper to not die is a bad thing? Like I'm such a downer. I can be fun. Like that time Naruto and I took a bath in our underwear. Clarke said, causing Finn to choke on the swig of alcohol he was drinking, and Wells to choke on his own spit. What? Finn exclaims, somewhat amused that her drunken state was making her admit things she never would normally. Oh, yeah, you guys wouldn't know that. Well, when we were looking for Jasper, we found a water stream. Next thing I know, Naruto was already in his underwear and taking a bath. After that happened, he kept teasing me about joining him, so I did. Shame it was interrupted by me finding some of Jasper's blood. He had a really hot body. Finn stared at Clarke for a little bit, before laughing out loud loudly, while Wells forcefully took the bottle of whiskey from Finn and started taking swig after swig. I don't get what's so cool about Naruto. I can be fun too. Clarke remembers the time. Wells was cut off when Clarke interrupted him mid-sentence. Remember that time you got my father executed? Yeah, I remember. Since you brought it up, and I didn't, since I don't want to talk about it. Clarke spat angrily. I'm sorry, Clarke, Wells said, voice full of guilt. I'm sorry, Clarke. Not good enough. You know, I bet you couldn't wait to run to Daddy, so you would finally be the perfect son he always wanted you to be. Clarke spat angrily once again. What do you want me to say? Wells snaps, tired of always getting the cold shoulder. I want an explanation, Clarke demanded. I can't give you one. I thought I could trust him. Wells said, stuttering for the first part. Well, I thought I could trust my best friend. Guess we were both wrong. Clarke said, taking joy in Wells' hurt look. I'm still your friend, Wells demanded, refusing to let himself believe they were no longer friends. No, you're not. If you were, you would walk out into that fog, and never come back. Clarke says, pissed off about everything at this point, and her drunken state not exactly helping. Okay, how about we take things easy, Finn says, as Wells takes another swig of whiskey. I knew I should have brought Naruto instead of you. Then maybe we could have had some fun. Clarke says, followed by a silence that wasn't broken for a long time. At the camp, Naruto, Octavia, and B were now joined by Monty in keeping watch over Jasper. B and Octavia were asleep once again, in the same position as last time. Monty was watching his best friend suffer in a trance, and Naruto was still trying to enter his mindscape. For some reason, however, something was blocking him from entering his mindscape. Which was weird, because Naruto had been going into his mindscape to talk to Kurama since he was 3. Only now, it wouldn't be Kurama in his mindscape, it would be the Jubi. This was all interrupted when Murphy started storming up the ladder, intent on killing Jasper. Since Octavia and B were asleep, Naruto in his meditation and Monty too far gone to even realize someone came into the room, he successfully made it up the ladder but didn't get farther than that, since B was standing in front of him growling. Naruto, move your pet, or I'll kill it, Murphy said, and Naruto just chuckled. Is that so? You really think you could kill B? With what? The tiny little piece of scrap metal? I don't think so, Naruto said, although he did know that Murphy might be able to get a slice or stab him, but not enough to kill B. We're just going to see about that, aren't we? Murphy said and was about to get into a fight by B but was stopped when Naruto stood up and walked over to them. Why did you come up here, Murphy? I hope it wasn't to kill Jasper, cause that's not going to happen. Murphy, in an attempt to intimidate Naruto, stepped forward and got in Naruto's face. Oh yeah, and who's going to stop me? Monty. Octavia. Your stupid pet. You. If you haven't noticed, I'm the one with a weapon, not you. Now get out of my way. Murphy said, and Naruto had to hold in a laugh at his ignorance. Or what? Naruto said, trying to get more of a reaction out of Murphy. Murphy, having enough, lunged forward, intent on stabbing Naruto, and then making a beeline straight for Jasper, but never got the chance because before he even knew it, Naruto had him in a chokehold. So much for your so-called weapon, Naruto said with a smirk and held Murphy in the chokehold until he passed out from the lack of oxygen. Once Murphy was unconscious, he walked over to the hatch, and dropped Murphy down it, much to the shock of the people on the bottom level. Ignoring the yells, he shut the hatch and shoved a metal bar in it, making sure no one could open the hatch from the bottom level. Such an idiot, Naruto said before returning to his previous meditative sit, while Octavia, B, and Monty went back to what they were doing. Clarke, Finn, and Wells were walking through the forest, returning to camp. Trapped in a 100-year-old car. Last night was, what was the word? Fun. Finn says, walking next to Clarke, Wells tagging along behind them. Last night was fun. It was irresponsible. We should have left the moment the fog cleared, and we should have never drunk that whiskey. Clarke says, blushing slightly, remembering the things she admitted to Finn and Wells, that she would rather no one know. You didn't seem to think that when you were talking about you and Naruto's bath excursion and how hot his body was, Finn said, holding in his laugh. Clarke stopped in her step and snapped her head around to look at Finn with a threatening glare. Another word about that, and I will castrate you. Finn let out a nervous laugh. Okay, whatever you say, princess. Clarke turned around and continued to walk, while Finn decided to not drop the subject, and risk getting castrated. So, what was so hot about his body? Was he like, super buff? Or really lean? Finn said, trying his hardest not to laugh. Clarke snapped around, content on castrating him, but stopped when Finn rose his arms in defense. All right, I won't say another word. Clarke nodded, and turned around, continuing in her trek. So, you were pretty rough on Wells last night. He seems like a straight-up guy, and he loves you, you know that, right? But when your dad comes up, he won't give a straight answer. Makes you think he's hiding something. So I got to ask, how sure are you that he was the one who turned in your father? Clarke stops and looks Finn in the eyes. 100% sure. He was the only person I told. Finn nodded, accepting the answer. But, was he the only one who knew? Finn asked, causing Clarke to widen her eyes, realizing something she never thought of, but didn't have the chance to say anything, as she was cut off by a loud scream. Clarke, Finn, and Wells took off in the direction the scream came from, and when they arrived they saw Bellamy hunched over a blistered Adam begging for death, with a knife in Bellamy's hand. Clarke tells Finn and Wells to go on ahead back to camp, and went up to Adam and Bellamy and sat down next to Adam. I heard screams, Clarke said, not seeing the person who screamed unless it was Bellamy who released that girly scream. Charlotte found him. I sent her and the others back to camp, Bellamy says, and Clarke nods in response. Clarke then inspects Adam and sees he's already too far gone from saving and shakes her head at Bellamy, who adopts a grim face. When Adam begged them to kill him again, Clarke responded. All right, I'll help you, Clarke says, starting to hum a comforting song while stroking his hair, before taking the knife out of Bellamy's hand and stabbing Adam in the neck, causing Adam to bleed out and die within a few seconds. Unbeknownst to them, Charlotte watched the whole thing go down. When they arrived at camp later that day, Finn approaches Clarke. I need boiled water for the medicine, Clarke tells Finn, who nods and goes to start boiling some water. Bellamy then arrived at the camp, carrying a stretcher with Wells helping. When they arrive, they set down the stretcher, and Bellamy tells one of the people to approach them to get Clarke whatever she wants, having a newfound respect for her. I better get this grave dug, Wells said, getting a nod of response from Bellamy, who still had the grim look on his face. Octavia comes out of the dropship. Hearing all the commotion, she goes to where everyone is gathered. She gasps when she sees the stretcher. She quickly looks around, seeing Adam is missing. Getting a sinking feeling in her stomach, She approaches the stretcher with Bellamy trying to stop her but failed. When she lifted the cloth, it revealed Adam's dead face, causing everyone to gasp. There was nothing I could do, Bellamy says and tries to comfort Octavia, but she just pushed him away. Don't, Octavia says before running back to the dropship, trying to ignore the fact that Adam is dead. With Clarke, she had just arrived on the second floor, to see Monty staring at Jasper in a trance, with Naruto actually sleeping now, with B now almost fully laying on him. A smile graced her face at the scene, but quickly left when she saw him waking up. When Naruto fully waked up, he lifted his head and looked at Clarke. So, you're back. It's about time, Naruto said with a smile. Clarke nods, and goes over to Jasper, waiting for Finn to arrive with the boiled water. Octavia comes a few minutes later, looking saddened and angered. I'm sorry about Adam, Clarke said to Octavia. Naruto, seeing people die all his life, knew what was going on, and knew that Adam had died. But Naruto could also see Clarke's shaking right hand when she talked about Adam, so he knew that Clarke must have had to kill Adam herself. I guess we have to get used to people dying around here, don't we? But not you, you hear me? You're not allowed to die, Octavia says solemnly, thinking her heart would be able to take it if another person she cared about died today. Finn arrived a minute later with the boiling water, and Clarke made the tea. After giving Jasper the tea, Clarke left the dropship. Naruto stayed a few minutes to make sure the tea was working, and when he saw it was, he left and went looking for Clarke. He found her sitting on a hill, looking at her shaking hand. Naruto approached her and sat down next to her. You had to kill Adam, didn't you? Naruto said, and saw Clarke nod her head, with tears brimming in her eyes. Naruto grabbed her shaking hand and gave it a comforting squeeze. It's all right. Judging by the way he looks, you didn't have a choice. It was either let him suffer, or end his life. You did the right thing, Naruto said, and saw Clarke nod again. Naruto stood up, taking her up with him, and she looked at him with a confused look. Come on, you need a place to sleep. And one better than the places you have been. You deserve it, Naruto said, and whistled, calling B to him, who came not a minute later, and then Naruto left, leading her to his hut. When they arrived, Clarke looked at the hut in surprise and awe. Did you build this? Clarke asks, and Naruto nodded. Yay, I built it on the first day here. Now come on, let's go inside, Naruto said, and led Clarke inside the hut. When Clarke got inside the hut, she couldn't help but be in awe of how it looked and felt. Somehow, the hut had reached and stayed at a really nice temperature and had a very home-like feeling. You sleep on the bed. You deserve it after all you've been through today. Clarke looked over to the bed he was talking about and nodded. Who was she to deny his offer? She walked over to the bed and sat on it and had to hold in a gasp of shock when she felt how comfortable it was. She laid down fully on the bed and sighed in content. How can this be so comfortable? It's just a piece of hide, Clarke asked, genuinely confused, and desperate to know how it was possible. Naruto smirked. That's a secret, Naruto said, and went and laid down on B's bed, which wasn't nearly as comfortable, but it was good enough for Naruto. You don't have to sleep on the floor, you know. After all, this is your bed, Clarke said, looking at Naruto. It's fine. Besides, I wouldn't make you sleep on the floor. And I don't know how B would react to you taking his bed, Naruto said with a smile, which made Clarke look at him like he was stupid. No, that's not what I mean. I meant I can share the bed with you. As long as you don't try anything, Clarke said, with a cautious glare at the last part. Naruto laughed. Oh, that's what you meant. Well, if you offered it, I'm not going to refuse. And I promise not to try anything, Naruto said, and Clarke felt somewhat disappointed at the last part but ignored it. She scooted over, and pat the hide, which was barely big enough to hold two people, so they wouldn't have much breathing room. Naruto took off his shirt, causing Clarke to blush, and look at him with a glare. What? I always sleep without a shirt. Besides, from your blush, it looks as if you don't mind it, Naruto said, causing Clarke to blush deeper, before laying down on the bed, his back facing her. Clarke stared at his back in a trance, looking at all the muscle on his back, secretly contemplating on if Naruto would mind her exploring his muscles with her hands. She snapped out of her trance soon, however, and turned so her back was facing Naruto's. Little did they know, another person in the camp was just killed. This time, by someone else in the camp. When Clarke woke up the next morning, she found herself in a different position than she was in when she fell asleep. In her sleeping state, she somehow started clinging to Naruto, and now found herself with her head resting on his chest. "Good morning," Naruto said, seeing that Clarke finally woke up. Clarke gained an atomic blush and quickly shot up, looking at Naruto. "How long have you been awake?" Clarke asked, screamed. Naruto chuckled at her reaction. "Maybe an hour," Naruto said, getting a punch on the chest in response, which didn't do much more than cause some of his muscle to ripple. "And you just laid there and let me sleep in that position?" Clarke yelled again. Naruto gained a smirk. "Hey, don't blame me. I'm not the one who started to cling to the other person in their sleep. Besides, you looked pretty content sleeping like that when you were asleep," Naruto said, causing Clarke to roar in frustration before trying to punch him in the chest multiple times, which soon turned into the two of them wrestling. They continued to wrestle before Naruto got on top Clarke and pinned her arms above her head. "You know, Jasper should be awake by now. Even though I enjoy what we're currently doing very much, we need to go check on him," Naruto said, causing Clarke's eyes to widen, before trying to push Naruto off her. "Whoa, settle down there. I'm sure Jasper's fine, no need to be in such a rush," Naruto said, letting go of her hands and standing up, before going and putting his shirt back on. "Alright, now let's go," Naruto said, opening the door and whistling, causing B to wake up and follow them back to camp. They arrive at the camp 20 minutes later and went straight to the dropship. When they climbed up the ladder to the second floor of the dropship, Octavia, Monty, and Finn were there, drinking whiskey with Jasper laying on the bed laughing with them. When Jasper saw Clarke come up the ladder, he smiled at her. "My savior," Jasper says, and everyone turns to Clarke and Naruto. "Where have you guys been?" Finn asked. "Sleeping," Naruto said, causing a Finn to smirk. "Together?" Finn asked with a large smirk, causing Clarke to blush, and Naruto to smirk, neither saying a word, but not having to. This was interrupted when Jasper spoke. "Is it just the alcohol, or is there a real panther over there?" Jasper said, pointing to B, who had already laid down next to Octavia. "It's not the alcohol, that's B. It's Naruto's pet," Finn said, causing Jasper to say cool. Too drunk to register that there was an animal that may very well eat him, not even 5 feet from him. "Thank you for not dying. I don't know if I could have taken it if another person died," Clarke said, unbeknownst of the chaos about to unfold. Naruto himself was lost in his thoughts. When he went to bed last night, there was a total of 3 people that had chakra reserves of an academy student, those people being Clarke, Octavia, and Wells. But he could only feel 2 chakras at academy level in the camp. And Naruto could sense the chakra of people with those reserves from hundreds of miles away. Meaning, one of them died or left camp. And since Clarke and Octavia were there with him right now, that could only mean one thing. Everything was interrupted when someone stormed up the ladder looking panicked. "What's the matter? Is everything okay?" Clarke asked the person on the ladder, recognizing the panicked look in their eyes. Said person shook his head. "It's Wells. Naruto already knew what came next, he's dead," the person said, shocking everyone there except for Naruto. An hour later, Clarke was kneeled down in front of a newly dug grave. She sat there, staring at it when she heard someone walking behind her. Acting quickly, she took out her knife and spun around, intent on killing the person behind her. She was stopped however when said person grabbed her wrist, stopping her from stabbing them, and let out a laugh. "Well, aren't we being feisty?" Clarke looked up to see Naruto standing there, and quickly lowered her arm. "Sorry, I didn't know if you were a grounder or not," she said, feeling guilty that she almost stabbed him. Don't worry about it. You couldn't have stabbed me even if I was asleep, Naruto said, causing her to glare at him, thinking he was calling her weak. Naruto, recognizing this, lifted his hands in defense. I didn't mean offense by it. It's just one of the many things the arc forced me to train in. They trained me to never drop my guard, even when I'm sleeping. Naruto said, and Clarke calmed down. She then looked down at the grave, and then back at Naruto. He allowed me to hate him. He allowed me told the Chancellor about my father when it was really my mom. All to protect me, Clarke says, and Naruto puts a hand on her shoulder. I know, Finn told me, Naruto said. I just wish there was something I could do, to tell her I know, to make her feel how I feel, Clarke told him, before having an epiphany, and walks past Naruto. Where are you going? Naruto asks, following her. To make her feel it, Clarke said, and Naruto did not like the way things were currently going. Clarke goes into the dropship, and has Murphy take off her wristband, and successfully keeping it alive, giving him a chance to contact the dropship once he makes a communicator. Clarke left and saw the disapproving look on Naruto's face. What? Monty needed a wristband, Clarke said, and Naruto just shook his head, disappointed. Yes, except you had him take your off, just to spite your mother, Naruto said, and Clarke sends Naruto a glare. Look, they're running out of air. My mother thinking I'm dead is only temporary, Clarke said, and Naruto's disappointed gaze didn't leave his face. Not if I can't patch it through the mainframe. I can do it, we should be talking to them by nightfall. Clarke nodded and left the dropship. Naruto continued staring at her, before leaving to see how the rest of the camp was doing. He watched as everyone worked on building walls around the camp, to try and keep the grounder out. But it was only wood, so it acted more a barrier than anything else. If the grounders attacked, the walls wouldn't hold up very good. He continued to watch and saw one of the people carrying a log drop to his knees in exhaustion. Hey, you think the grounders are just waiting around, waiting for us to finish the walls? Murphy yells at him. The man took deep breaths, obviously pushing himself to even continue on working. I just need some water, then I'm good to go, the guy says, and Bellamy comes over. Murphy, get the man some water, Bellamy says, before taking the log and walking off. Murphy comes back with a water canteen and was about to pour it over the guy's head but was stopped by Naruto's hand. Murphy, leave the guy alone, Naruto said in a threatening tone. Murphy looked at Naruto with nothing but pure hate. Or what? You'll knock me out again, Murphy says, and by this point, everyone was watching them. If that's what it takes to make you leave this guy alone, then yay, Naruto said before taking the water canteen from Murphy and giving it to the guy Murphy was about to pour it on. You think you're so tough? Get off your high horse, before I do it for you, Murphy said, getting up in Naruto's face. Naruto smirked. This again. The last 2 times you tried to intimidate me, you ended up unconscious. You sure you want to try this again? There were several laughs in the crowd, which pissed Murphy off even more. Yay, things will be different this time though, Murphy said, before trying to deck Naruto in the face. Naruto didn't move, just let Murphy hit him in the face with all his strength. When the fist connected, there was a loud slapping sound, and everyone stared in shock. Mostly because Naruto's face hadn't even twitched. Murphy retracted his hand and held it to his chest. You're right, things were different this time. Instead of being unconscious, you have a broken hand, Naruto said before walking away. Everyone in the crowd all got the same message. Don't fuck with Naruto, because he was hands down the strongest person in the camp. Naruto kept walking until he saw Octavia and Jasper rushing to Clarke and Bellamy and got curious. He approached them and saw the distressed look on all their faces. What's going on? Naruto asked, and everyone turned to him. Jasper and Octavia found Wells' fingers while they were outside the wall. Next to the fingers was this knife, Bellamy said, showing Naruto the knife. Naruto grabbed the knife and looked it over. This is one of ours. So it wasn't the grounders that killed Wells. Bellamy nodded solemnly. Yeah, but whose knife it is, we have no idea. Naruto shook his head in disagreement. No, this is Murphy's knife. I remember it from the time I used it to gut the deer and rabbits. The initials right here prove that too. Naruto said, showing the initials JM on the knife. Clarke took the knife and was about to leave when Naruto grabbed her by the arm. Where are you going? Naruto asked, and Clarke responded by glaring at him. I'm going to confront Murphy. Naruto shook his head. Not now, not with all those people around. It will turn out badly. Naruto said, which resulted in Clarke shaking his hand off. The people have a right to now, she said before storming off. Naruto and Bellamy shared a look before taking off after her. Clarke approached Murphy and pushed him harshly. You son of a bitch. Clarke yells, and instantly everyone was looking at her. Whoa, what's the problem? Murphy asked, genuinely confused. Clarke held up Murphy's knife. You recognize this? She said, and Murphy instantly recognized his knife. That's my knife. Where did you find it? Murphy asked. Where you dropped it after you killed Wells, Clarke says, getting several gasps from the crowd. Murphy looked at Clarke shocked. The grounders killed Wells, Murphy argued. I know what you did, and you're going to pay for it. Clarke says, and Murphy looked to Bellamy for help. Bellamy, you really believe this crap? Everyone looks to Bellamy, who was watching from the sidelines. You threatened to kill Wells, we all heard you. You hated Wells. Clarke added. Plenty of people hated Wells, you were no exception. His father is the chancellor that locked us up. Murphy argued, desperate to prove his innocence. Yeah, but you're the only one who got into a knife fight with him, Clarke argues. Yeah, but I didn't kill him then either, Murphy argued back. You tried killing Jasper too. Octavia says, getting a surprised, what? From Jasper. Come on, this is ridiculous. I don't have to answer to you. I don't have to answer to anybody. Murphy yells. Come again, Bellamy says, trying to exert his dominance. Bellamy, look, I'm telling you, I didn't do this. Murphy says, desperate for Bellamy to believe him. He's not lying. I don't think he killed Wells. Naruto said, but he was ignored by everyone, except Murphy, who looked at him with hope. They found his fingers lying on the ground next to your knife, Bellamy says, stating it as a fact. Is this the society that we want? You said there were no rules, does that mean that we can kill each other without punishment? Clarke says, getting roars of approval. I already told you. I didn't kill anyone. Murphy yells. I say we float him. The guy Murphy attempted to dump water on yells. That's not what I meant. Clarke says, seeing how this was starting to go south quickly. Why not? He deserves to float, it's justice. The guy says. Revenge is not justice. Clarke yells, hoping that they would see reason before things got out of hand. It's justice. Float him. Float him. The guy says, starting a chain of chants throughout the crowd. Murphy went to attack the guy but had his legs kicked out from under him. Half the group rushed in and started attacking Murphy. They continued attacking him until they got to a tree, and threw a rope over a tree branch, and tied it around his neck. They then lifted him off the ground and made him stand on a chair. Murphy looked at Bellamy, pleading for him to stop this, only for Bellamy to look away, right as someone kicked the chair out from under Murphy, hanging him. This all stopped, however, when everyone heard a scream from the crowd. Just stop. Okay. Murphy didn't kill Wells. I did. Charlotte yelled, and Naruto quickly grabbed Murphy's knife from Clarke's hands and threw it at the rope hanging Murphy, successfully cutting the rope. Naruto and Clarke took Charlotte to a tent, followed by Bellamy and Finn. When they all arrived, Bellamy turned to Charlotte. Why Charlotte? Bellamy asks, genuinely confused. I was just trying to slay my demons. Just like you told me to. Charlotte said, getting a shocked look from everyone, including Bellamy. What the hell is she talking about? Clarke yells at Bellamy. She misunderstood me. She was having nightmares. So, I told her that if she slayed her demons, then they wouldn't haunt her dreams. Bellamy said, and Naruto instantly understood the situation. Please, don't let them hurt me, Charlotte begged, on the brink of having a mental breakdown with everything going on. The screams of Murphy outside the tent, calling for her death, weren't helping either. Naruto approached her and gave her a smile. Don't worry, I won't let anyone touch you. Everyone looked at Naruto shocked, and Clarke looked at him with a betrayed look. But Naruto, she killed Wells. Naruto turned and looked at everyone with a glare. That may be so, but it's a different situation than that. You're a Dr. Clarke, you should understand this more than anyone. She was just a scared little girl, dealing with a form of PTSD, and mentally unstable. Every day she would have nightmares about Wells and his dad. And then somebody tells her if she slays her demons, they will go away. What do you think someone with PTSD and mentally unstable would do once told that? Huh, Naruto says, and everyone looked down at the ground, understanding where Naruto was coming from. So, then what? We just ignore the fact that she killed someone? Clarke yells, and Naruto looked at her. No, I didn't say that at all. Yes, she killed someone. But she wasn't right in the head when she did so. There needs to be punishments, yes. But we are not letting Murphy have his way with her. Who knows what he'll do? Naruto says, and Clarke backs down and gives a reluctant nod. Alright, now Bellamy, come on, we need to calm this crowd down, Naruto said before leaving the tent, followed by Bellamy. After a long while of talking, Naruto and Bellamy were able to calm the crowd for the most part, with the exception of Murphy and his friends, before turning around and going back to the tent. Not seeing that Murphy and his friends had taken off as soon as they turned around. When Naruto and Bellamy returned to the tent, Charlotte, Clarke, and Finn were gone. Naruto instantly started searching for Clarke's chakra and found it a minute later. And started running after it with Bellamy following him, which meant he didn't have the chance to run as fast as he wanted and needed to. 3 minutes into the run, Bellamy and Naruto split up, allowing Naruto to run faster. However, by the time he caught up to Clarke, Charlotte had evidently run away from them. Naruto, Finn, and Clarke ran after her but didn't find her until Murphy had also found her. They saw that Murphy, as well as 3 of his friends, had surrounded Bellamy, who was trying to protect Charlotte. I'm not your sister. Stop trying to protect me. Charlotte yelled, before breaking from his grasp and running towards the cliff. Bellamy, Clarke, and Naruto ran after Charlotte, trying to reach her before she jumped off the cliff. Charlotte ignored Clarke's pleas to not jump off the cliff, and jumped, just seconds before Naruto got to the edge. Time slowed for Naruto and watched in slow motion as Charlotte jumped off the cliff. Damn it! He roared internally before time went back to normal for him. Everyone was shocked when they saw Naruto jump off the cliff after Charlotte, especially Clarke, who let out a scream of Naruto, with tears starting to fall from her eyes. Naruto himself used a wind jutsu to speed up his descent, and caught up to Charlotte in no time, before grabbing her and planting his feet on the walls of the ravine, using chakra to ensure he stayed stuck to the walls of the ravine. Up above, Clarke was letting out a stream of tears, thinking that Naruto had just died, looking into the abyss of the ravine with a broken look. She was brought out of her shock of Naruto dying when she heard one of the people yell. Look! In the ravine. What is that? The person yelled, pointing towards something in the ravine. Clarke looked in the direction and saw that the person was pointing to something moving in the ravine. Upon closer inspection, they saw that it was actually Naruto, carrying Charlotte as he scaled up the walls of the ravine, jumping back and forth, from wall to wall of the ravine, jumping much higher than a normal person should be able to. Clarke looked on with hope, holding out the possibility that Naruto may just make it up the walls, and stay alive and breathing. Everyone watched in a trance, as Naruto gradually made his way up the walls, before eventually jump at least 30 feet in the air from the opposite side of the ravine. Everyone was on and landing right behind them with an unconscious Charlotte in his hand, carrying her bridal style. Suddenly, someone smashed into him from behind, and arms quickly snaked their way around his waist, before pulling him into a bear hug. You idiot! What were you thinking? Jumping into a ravine? Are you stupid? Clarke yelled while she held onto him like a lifeline. There is a very good chance that is true. And to be honest, I wasn't thinking, I just did it. Naruto said, looking down at the unconscious Charlotte. But what do we do now? Charlotte's safe, and Murphy made her attempt suicide, all for petty revenge. Clarke released him, allowing for him to turn around, only to meet everyone shocked and questioning glares. How were you able to not only catch up to Charlotte but also scale up a fucking ravine? Not to mention you were jumping at least 30 fucking feet high. That's not normal, Finn yelled. Naruto tilted his head, giving him a very fox-like look. It's not, Naruto said, causing everyone to sweat drop. No, it's not. So, how were you able to do it? Naruto smirked, looking at them all. I don't know, guess I just got really strong legs. Bellamy steps up and looks Naruto straight in the eyes. Look, it's obvious you don't want to talk about how you did it. And I don't care how you did it. What I want to know is if you're a threat to us or not. Bellamy said, looking Naruto dead in the eyes. Naruto looked right back into his eyes. You're right, because I only tell people I trust about me. And if I was a threat to you, you'd already be dead. Naruto said, before quickly channeling some of the Jubi's chakra into his eyes, turning them into the same eyes as the 10-tailed beast. The eyes disappeared just as quickly as they appeared, with only Bellamy seeing the eyes change, and frankly, it scared the shit out of him. But he didn't show anything outward. Something needs to change. We can't have this happening again. We need rules, Bellamy says, not tearing his gaze from Naruto. Is that so? And let me guess, you're electing yourself? Naruto asks but was surprised when he got a shake of the head. No, I'm suggesting you help me lead our people. I don't trust you fully, but I know you have a good intention. You wouldn't risk your life saving Charlotte if you didn't. Naruto looked at Bellamy in consideration. Besides, it's a fact to everyone in the camp that you are the strongest person out of all us. You even proved it when you kicked my ass without blinking an eye. They respect that and listen to you because of that. I need you to help me. Get our people in line, create rules. Naruto stared Bellamy down, before slowly nodding. Okay, but I have a counter offer, Naruto says, and Bellamy looks at him, telling him to continue. Quite frankly, I think you're an idiot, and I don't trust you. He said, getting a glare from Bellamy. However, you know how to rile up a crowd, and they listen to you. Bellamy looked at him, confused. What are you getting at here? Bellamy asked, trying to figure out his angle. Simple, we split the leadership. You would be in charge of training our people, hunting, rations, and punishment. Bellamy looked at him, still confused. And what would you be in charge of? Bellamy asks. I would be in charge of external affairs. Meaning I would decide the actions we take against grounders and any other threat out there. So basically, you would be the figurehead, you would be the person our camp looks up to as the leader. Whereas I handle the diplomatic problems, protecting them from the shadows. Bellamy looked at him, contemplating. There were problems with it, but as the figurehead, and the person the group looks up to as the leader, if he wanted to get rid of Naruto, he would be able to. So, he would agree to this. Fine, but if you give me a reason to take you out, I won't hesitate to do so. Naruto smirked. And the same to you. He said before starting to leave but stopped. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. One more thing, you may be training our people. But if you are going to be the figurehead, I want you to be stronger than you are now. So, I will be training you. And Murphy, I'm going to be dealing with you when we get back to camp. You almost caused the death of a little girl today. There will be consequences, Naruto said, before leaving with Charlotte in his hands, followed by Clarke. When Clarke was sure no one could hear them, she looked Naruto in the eyes. You said you would tell the people you trust how you did what you just did. Am I on that list? Clarke said, hope evident on her face. Naruto looked at her and smiled. You're the only one on that list. And when we get back to my hut, I'm going to tell you my story. And not the made-up one I told you before. Naruto said, amused at her face of shock. You mean you have lied about your life story twice to me now? Clarke yelled, and Naruto laughed. Hey, to be fair, there were some truths in the story I told you the second time. I just didn't think you were ready to hear my true story. And I'm sure you're still not ready to hear some of it. Naruto said. Clarke looked at him in bewilderment. What was so bad about his life that she wasn't ready to hear? Now, we are currently walking at a really slow pace, so if you wouldn't mind, could we speed it up? Naruto said, starting to walk faster back to his hut. And when he got back to it, he would tell Clarke about his life. His life before the arc, about the elemental nations. And some of the struggles he's had in his life. Clarke sat on Naruto's bed, staring at him in shock. She had just heard Naruto's so-called life story, that he somehow thought she would believe he was from a different dimension called the elemental nations. You really expect me to believe that? Clarke said, giving him a look that told him everything. No, I don't expect you to believe it at all. Naruto said, and looked at her deadpan look. He then got up and picked up the sleeping Charlotte up off her bed. He walked to the other side of the hut, before stomping his foot on the ground, and Clarke gasped when a bed, the same as the one she was on currently, appeared out of thin air. Then, combing his yin and yang chakra, he used creation of all things to create a deer hide the exact same as the one on his bed. Clarke watched all this happen in a trance. Naruto then took out his paintbrush and chakra ink and then drew the same seal on this hide as he did to the other one, before laying Charlotte down on it. I thought she could use her own bed. I decided she's going to stay with me for now. But just so you know, I don't expect you to believe me. As it does sound crazy. But I can guarantee you that I'm not lying. Not this time, Naruto said, turning around and smirking at her shocked and unbelieving stare as she pointed at the bed Charlotte was laying on. How? Why you stomped, and you created, with your hand, and drew a glowing mark on blanket. Clarke looked at him like he was some kind of primordial god. Yay, the bed thing was my Mokuten. In English, it's called wood release. It gives me control over the wood element. The creating the hide with my hands was called creation of all things. By combing my vitality and spiritual energies, I can create anything I want. And finally, the glowing mark was called fuinjutsu. The art of seals. It made the hide as durable as steel, and as comfortable as a high-quality bed. Clarke looked at him bewildered. You're telling the truth, aren't you? You really are from a different dimension. Clarke asks, and Naruto nodded in response. So then, what else can you do? Naruto smirked. Things you could only dream about, Naruto said before taking off his shirt, causing Clarke to get flustered. What are you doing? Clarke yells. What does it look like? I'm getting ready for bed. It's pretty late. You're welcome to stay if you want. Naruto said before approaching the bed Clarke was sitting on and laid down on it. Clarke sat there and glared at him. Is something the matter? Naruto asked. Yay. If you're so strong, then why haven't you done more for us? Clarke said, glaring at Naruto. Naruto narrowed his eyes at her. What do you mean? Done more for us, Naruto said, his tone dangerous. You can create beds by stomping your feet. Make hide as strong as steel. Create anything you want with your hands. Clarke said, glaring at him. Naruto glared back. What do you want me to do, Clarke? Kill all the grounders. Create 100-foot walls. Create everyone weapons. Give everyone in the camp what they want, delivered on a silver platter. Naruto and Clarke's glare held. No, I'm not just going to use my powers to make everyone's life easier. Then everyone will rely on me too much. And then eventually, I'll die. Whether it's from disease, old age, or fighting, I'll eventually die. And then everybody that relied on me will all die because they don't know how to survive without everything being handed to them on a silver platter. Naruto said, causing Clarke to look down. You could have at least taken out the grounders, Clarke said, causing Naruto's glare to increase. And why would I do that? Just massacre a whole population of people. And why? Because they attacked Jasper. Clarke looked at him like the answer was obvious. Yes, she said. No, Clarke. They were here before us. We are living on their land. We are trespassing on their territory. They didn't attack Jasper. They used Jasper as a warning. They were saying, leave our land, or this will be all of your fates. Naruto said, trying to get her to see reason. So, then they're going to attack us eventually anyway. So why not take them out now? Clarke says. Because you said it yourself. On the ground, every life matters. That includes the grounders. What we need, is to try and coexist with them. We can't just kill everyone we see as an inconvenience. And if they decide to try and take us out? Clarke says, which resulted in Naruto's glare to drop. Well, if they decide to try and take us out, then I will return the favor. But for the moment, they haven't done anything to us. Clarke looked at him with a contemplative glare. Fine, she says and then lays down on the bed. What are you doing? Naruto asks, and she turns to him and glares at him. Sleeping. Unless you have a problem with that. Clarke says, and Naruto smirks in response. So now you're willingly sleeping with me. Can I expect this to be a regular thing? Naruto asks and sees only Clarke glare in response. Don't get your hopes up. Now lie on your back. Clarke said, and Naruto rose an eyebrow, but complied nonetheless and laid down on his back. He was shocked when Clarke rested her head on his chest and entwined her leg with his. What's with this newfound clinginess? Naruto asked, amused. All he got in response was feeling his chest occasionally get splashed by something wet. I thought you died earlier today. So, I'm sorry if I'm being too clingy. Clarke says, and Naruto pulls her up so her face is level with his, before using his finger on her chin to have her look at him. Naruto looked at her tear-streamed eyes with a soft smile. Hey, I'm not going to die. I promise you that, and I never break my promises. Naruto says, before closing the gap between their faces and pushing his lips onto hers. Clarke was surprised at first but didn't take long to get over that surprise and kiss back. The kiss only lasted for around 10 seconds before Naruto broke it off, putting his forehead against hers. Starting sometime this week, you and Bellamy will start training with me. I need you two to be strong. Naruto said, staring into her eyes. Clarke nodded against his forehead. Okay, she said before lowering his face and reigniting their kiss. This time, it lasted much longer and was much more passionate. The two kissed one another with all the love and passion they could muster until their lungs began to scream for air. The two broke their kiss, breathing heavily, a glaze of sweat covering their bodies. You have no idea how much I'd love to continue this. But we currently have a sleeping Charlotte over there, and I'd rather not wake her up. Naruto said, nipping at her neck occasionally. Clarke sent Charlotte a mock glare, somewhat irritated that she and Naruto didn't take it further than they had. She nodded before going back for one last kiss before lowering herself back down and resting her head on his chest once again. Not being able to sleep, she decided to get to know more about Naruto. Do you miss it? Clarke asked, rubbing circles on his chest with her fingers. Miss what? Naruto asked, who was running his hands through her hair. The elemental nations. The things you left behind. The people you cared for. Clarke asked, the mood much different from when they were arguing before. Naruto sighed. Yay, every day I do. Naruto said, admitting the fact that he had been ignoring ever since he was pulled through the dimensional tier. What was it like? The elemental nations? Clarke asked, wondering if it was better than their life here. It was good, for most people, Naruto said, causing Clarke to look up at him in confusion. Was it good for you? Clarke asked. Naruto sighed. Well, for the first few years of my life, no. Earlier I told you about Fuinjutsu. The art of seals. In the elemental nations, Fuinjutsu was a rare and powerful type of jutsu that only few could understand. One of the reasons it was so powerful was because of Fuinjutsu's potential. It could be used to seal the strongest beings in existence into people and allow them to use those beings' power. Clarke looked up to him in awe. The only problem is, that when that happened, people often looked down on those people. They even had a name for them. Jinchuriki, meaning human sacrifice. People who had things known as biju sealed inside of them. In total, there was 9 biju. Their strength measured in the number of tails they had. The more tails, the stronger. Clarke looked at him with a sinking feeling in her stomach. She didn't like where this was going. The day I was born, the strongest of the Biju, the nine-tailed fox, attacked my village. To most, the fox randomly appeared and started wreaking havoc on the village. The truth, however, is that the Kyuubi was sealed into someone before that. A woman named Kushina Uzumaki. Clarke gasped, recognizing the last name. Yes, we have the same last name. She was my mother. You see, the problem with woman Jinchuriki is that their seal weakens while in labor. So, after my mother gave birth to me, a man named Obito Uchiha attacked my mother and father, using me as a hostage. He gave my father two options: allow me to die, or hand over my mother. In the end, my father chose to keep me alive. Clarke looked at Naruto with an apologetic stare. After that, Obito forcefully ripped the Kyuubi out of the seal on my mother. And one of the weaknesses of a Jinchuriki is that without their Biju, they are guaranteed death. So, because of that, my mother died. Obito then put the Kyuubi under an illusion that forced it to attack my village. My father fought the Kyuubi and was forced to use a forbidden jutsu that would summon the god of death, and seal anything he wanted, at the cost of his own life. Clarke looked grim, knowing the same day he was born, both of his parents died. So, after my father summoned the Shinigami, he sealed half of the Kyuubi into himself, and the other half into me. My father died, and the village looked at me like I was the Kyuubi reincarnate and treated me like trash. Every day of my life until the age of 3, was utter hell. But one day, I was sent into my mindscape. And met the Kyuubi. Clarke gasped. The first thing the Kyuubi said to me, was that he was sorry for the fate I was condemned to and that it was his fault I was treated like that. From that day forward, I looked at the Kyuubi like a father. And when I turned 4, he started to help me in training to become a shinobi. By the time I was 6, I graduated from the academy. When I was 8, I became a Jonin, the 4th highest rank a shinobi can reach. And when I was 9, I joined the Anbu, the 3rd highest rank. When I was 10, I was an Anbu commander and had already killed hundreds of enemy shinobi. At the age of 12, hundreds turned into thousands. And finally, when I was 16, I became known as the strongest shinobi to walk the lands since the proctor of all chakra, the sage of 6 paths. Clarke looked at him in a newfound light. This person in front of her had suffered so much in his life. Was forced to sacrifice so much, even his own childhood. Have you really killed thousands? Clarke asked. Naruto nodded sadly. Yes. Tens of thousands. And on my 16th birthday, I was thrust into what was known as the 4th Shinobi World War. During that, I killed hundreds of thousands of people. Except they weren't actually people. They were artificial life. They were clones of one being known as Zetsu. He had the ability to multiply himself infinitely. The war was of thousands of Zetsus, led by Obito and Madara Uchiha, versus millions of shinobi from all 5 great villages. And I was at the top, leading the war. Eventually, it was just me versus Madara Uchiha after I killed Obito. At that point, I absorbed all 9 Biju into my body, becoming the 10-tailed Jinchuriki, which created a dimensional tear and sent me to this dimension, all the while ending the 4th Shinobi War. Clarke looked at Naruto, her eyes somewhat watery. Naruto then put his hand in his pocket, and searched around, before taking out a piece of paper. Unfolding it, it revealed itself to really be a picture. He gave it to Clarke, who looked at it intently. It was of a beautiful red-haired woman, dressed in a green and white house dress, and a man behind her, his hands resting on her pregnant stomach. The man greatly resembled Naruto, except without the whisker marks. Those are my parents, Kushina Uzumaki, and Minato Namikaze. My father was what we called the Hokage. The leader of our village and feared by everyone in the elemental nations. He was known to others as the Yellow Flash. He single-handedly ended the 3rd Shinobi War. Clarke looked at the picture smiling. And my mother was the only person in the village who could go toe-to-toe with my father. She was known by our enemies as Konoha's Red Death. They called her that because when you faced her, you would only see a red blur, and then you were dead. The red blur was actually her hair. She was the second woman to ever gain an SS ranking in all the elemental nations. And my father was the first person to get an SSS ranking. I was the second. Clarke looked at the picture, still smiling, and had a great respect for both his parents. Especially his mother for becoming the second woman to ever get an SS ranking. Your mother is really beautiful, Clarke said. Yay! Some called her the most beautiful woman in the elemental nations. Clarke continued to look at the picture. The things you guys can do. This chakra stuff. Is it possible for me to do it too? Clarke asked, somewhat hopeful. To some extent yes, Naruto said, getting a confused stare from her. You see, it's just like human biology. You keep growing in height until you reach a certain age, and then you stop. With chakra, if you don't unlock your chakra reserves before you're the age of 12, then they can never grow in size. With the amount of chakra you have, you can only use the basics of ninjutsu and that's it. The only other person who has the possibility besides you is Octavia. Everyone else has nearly non-existent chakra reserves. Clarke looked at him with barely contained glee. Then what could I learn with my chakra reserves? She said, wondering if she would be able to control the elements like him or create anything she wanted with her hands. Maybe even run up a wall and jump really high like he does. Her hopes were shot down, however. Whoa, settle down there. For one, we would have to unlock your chakra reserves first. And second, it would take you a year at the least to learn just one jutsu. The most you could do was make yourself look like someone else, replace yourself with a nearby object, and create a clone illusion. Anything else would take too much chakra. Naruto, seeing her looking like someone just kicked her puppy, laughed. Hey, don't get so down. You don't need a lot of chakra to be a shinobi. In fact, I knew someone who couldn't use ninjutsu nor genjutsu, yet still became one of the strongest shinobis I ever met. Clarke looked at him with hope again. Really? Could I become that strong? Clarke asked, but was shot down by Naruto again. Well, possibly. But that person did so much training it seemed impossible. He once ran across all of the lands of fire 5 times, on his middle and pointer fingers. Clarke looked at him in horror. There was no way in hell she would ever train like that. It seemed idiotic and impossible. I even saw him somehow do push-ups on his chin, while there was 10-ton boulder on him. Clarke didn't know if he was exaggerating or not, but she hoped he was. 'Cause someone that did that needed serious mental help. And worst of all, he always wore this green spandex onesie. It was the most hideous thing I had ever seen in my life. And his eyebrows, I think he actually superglued caterpillars on his eyebrows. They were so bushy. Naruto said, shivering at the memory of Rock Lee. You're exaggerating, right? Clarke asked. No, I'm not. Rock Lee may have been strong, but he was the most ridiculous looking and acting person I had ever met in my life. Clarke shook her head, trying to rid herself of the images her mind was sending her of a man in a green spandex onesie, which would surely haunt her in her dreams. I'm going to go to sleep and hope to never hear another word about this person. Ever. Clarke said, getting a chuckle from Naruto. Yay, that's probably for the best. I probably shouldn't talk about the genjutsu that he and his sensei could cause then. Naruto said, shivering uncontrollably when he started to remember that horrid genjutsu. That genjutsu put even the infinite Tsukuyomi to shame. The next day, Naruto and Clarke woke up early, hoping to wake up before Charlotte so they could be there when she woke up in a panic most likely. Currently, Clarke and Naruto were sitting on the bed, Naruto holding Clarke from behind, both perfectly content with their positions. How is it that the temperature in this hut never changes? Clarke asked, and Naruto smirked, nipping at her shoulder blade, receiving the occasional moan from Clarke. Fuinjutsu. It's one of the seals on the hut. The hut forever stays at 68 degrees Fahrenheit. If you want me to change the temperature, I can. Clarke shook her head. No, it's fine. It feels nice. Clarke said and then looked over at Charlotte. She still held some resentment for Charlotte. After all, she killed Wells. Merely hours after Clarke had forgiven him. But now, she was a bit more understanding. Before, she wasn't thinking everything over. It wasn't until Charlotte left the bomb shelter Finn had taken them to, that Naruto's words about her had sunk in. Charlotte's mind wasn't in the best mental state, and Bellamy telling her to slay her demons didn't help. Not that it was Bellamy's fault. But it was a fact that if Bellamy hadn't told her that, she wouldn't have killed Wells. But how was he supposed to know what would happen? Bellamy didn't even know what the demons were that haunted her dreams. And now that Charlotte had realized that she had killed an innocent person, Clarke knew it would most likely haunt her for the rest of her life. She'd be surprised if Charlotte would ever be able to hold another knife again. Or if she didn't start calling herself a monster and try and distance herself from people. Charlotte didn't kill Wells. What killed Wells was a scared little girl who didn't know what she was doing. She was just doing what her unstable mind told her to do. That didn't mean that she forgave Charlotte completely, nor should anyone else. But they shouldn't be so hard on her. The punishment that she will suffer has already been dealt. Charlotte would have to go on every day of her life, knowing she took the life of someone innocent, who meant her no harm. That is why Clarke decided she would give Charlotte a second chance. What are you thinking about? Naruto asked, taking note that Clarke had started to doze off. Lost within her own thoughts. Charlotte, was Clarke's one-worded response. What about her? Naruto asked, genuinely curious about what Clarke thought about Charlotte. After all, Naruto had decided to take care of Charlotte for the moment, and make sure no one hurt her. When I found out she was Wells' killer, I snapped. I blamed her, without thinking anything through. Never considered the thought of her not realizing what she was truly doing. That she was unstable mentally. I only wish I could take back the words I said to her. Clarke said, guilt-ridden. Naruto gave her back a comforting rub. Don't dwell on the past. What has happened has happened. You can't change it. All you can do is ask for forgiveness and hope she will give it to you. Just as she hopes we can forgive her for what she's done. Naruto said, and Clarke nodded. Can I ask you something? Clarke asked, nervousness heavy in her voice. Naruto gave an him in response, and Clarke hesitated to ask her next question. Would it be too much or too fast to ask if I could stay here? Clarke said, turning around to face Naruto. You mean to move into my hut? Naruto asked, and got a nervous nod in response. It's okay if you don't want me to. I'd understand. Clarke said, her voice low and filled with hope. Naruto could only give a soft smile at her showing such vulnerability to him. What reason would I have to refuse your request? Naruto asked, amusement in his voice. I don't know, Clarke said, blushing in response. Naruto laughed, a genuine and heart-filled laugh. I don't see anything wrong with you moving into my hut. All I would have to do is expand it. Naruto said, getting a tilt of the head from Clarke. Why would you have to expand it? What's wrong with the current size? Naruto looked over to Charlotte, Clarke following his gaze. For more privacy, Naruto said, and Clarke blushed, realizing what he was getting at. She sent a glare up to him, and he met her gaze. Don't act as if you disagree, Naruto said, and her blush deepened in response. You know it's going to happen. And I don't think Charlotte would like to bear witness to it when it happens. Clarke's blush continued to deepen, and she decided to look away, not meeting his gaze. Shut up, Clarke said, getting a laugh from Naruto. The moment was interrupted however when Charlotte shot up on her bed, breathing heavily. Clarke and Naruto were instantly up and moving to try and calm her down. Where am I? Charlotte said, on the brink of hyperventilating. She started to calm down when she felt someone grab her hand and give it a comforting squeeze. It's okay, Charlotte. You're safe. You're safe now. Charlotte looked over to the person holding her hand and was surprised to see it was Clarke. Clarke, Charlotte said, becoming uneasy. Seeing this, Clarke smiled at her softly. I know, the last time you saw me I didn't say the nicest things. I'm sorry about that. I wasn't thinking straight. Can you forgive me? Clarke asked, and Naruto stood by her, watching this happen. Charlotte looked at Clarke, looking for any signs of deceit, and when she couldn't find anything, she relaxed and allowed Clarke to comfort her. "I'm sorry," Charlotte said, her voice breaking when she said it as tears started to swell in her eyes. "It's okay, Charlotte. I forgive you. You're forgiven," Clarke said, and Charlotte started to cry harder, turning and hugging Clarke, seeking comfort. Am I in trouble now? Are they going to kill me?" Charlotte asked, her fear of death heavy in her voice. Naruto approached her and crouched down, coming eye level with her. He pats her head a few times, and then moves his hand to her shoulder. "No one is going to hurt you, Charlotte. I promised you that, and I don't break my promises." Charlotte looked at Naruto, guilt in her eyes. But I killed someone," Charlotte said, starting to cry harder. Naruto offered her a comforting smile. "We know, and we forgive you for it. We understand. The question is, can you forgive yourself?" Naruto said, and then whistled, calling B over to them. Charlotte tensed when she saw B and held onto Clarke tighter, scared that B would attack her. "Hey, it's all right. B won't hurt you. He may look scary, but I promise he's just a big softie," Naruto said, and B continued to approach them, with Charlotte holding on tighter to Clarke, until she had Clarke held in a vice grip when B was right in front of her. B leaned his head down and looked at the tears streaming down her face. "See, he won't hurt you. I promise. And remember what I said about my promises?" Naruto asked, and Clarke nodded slowly. "That you never break them." Naruto took hold of one Charlotte's hands gently and led it to the side of B's face. B responded and leaned his face into it, letting out a mews of content all the while. "Charlotte, me and Clarke can't be with you at all times of the day. So, B is going to follow you around. Okay, he'll make sure that no one will hurt you." Charlotte looked Naruto in the eyes, then looked back at B, before slowly nodding. "Okay." Clarke smiled, seeing how good Naruto was with handling a child. Although Charlotte was 15, she still had the mindset of a child. She couldn't help but wonder if he would make a good father. Clarke slowly let go and leaned back, looking at Charlotte. "Naruto and I have to go back to camp for a little while. Do you want to come with us or stay here?" "No matter which you choose, B will stay with you," Clarke says, and Charlotte adopts a face of horror at the thought of going back to the camp. "It's okay if you don't want to go back at the moment. You can come back whenever you're ready. We won't force you to," Naruto says, and Clarke nods in agreement. Charlotte looks at them relieved. "I'd like to stay here. Please," Charlotte said, and Clarke brought her back into the hug. "Of course you can," Clarke said, before releasing her and turning to Naruto. "You ready?" Naruto nodded in response and stood up. Clarke followed, and they started walking out of the hut. Before they exited the hut, Naruto turned to the nervous-looking Charlotte. "We'll be back soon. If you get thirsty, there is a jug of water over there along with some rations," Naruto said, pointing to a jug of water and a pile of berries and some dried meat. Charlotte nodded. "Okay. Goodbye," Charlotte said, giving a wave, and Naruto and Clarke returned the wave before walking out of the hut. "Are you sure it's a good idea to leave her by herself? What if she runs off again?" Clarke said, worriedly. Naruto gave her a dismissing wave. "Don't worry. I have a fuinjutsu barrier set up around my hut. It warns me when anyone or anything enters or exits the hut. No matter how far away I am." Clarke nodded in acceptance. She didn't understand how this fuinjutsu stuff worked, but she trusted Naruto. And if Naruto says it will be fine, then she'll believe him. When Naruto and Clarke arrived at the camp, they saw everyone in the camp grouped up, surrounding the dropship, with Bellamy standing at the entrance of the dropship. Bellamy saw Clarke and Naruto arrive at the camp and beckoned them to join him up on the dropship. "Now that Naruto has arrived, I can tell you why I gathered you all here," Bellamy said, and Naruto caught on to what Bellamy was planning. "Yesterday, after the incident with Charlotte, I realized something. This camp, our people, need rules. We can't just go around doing whatever the hell we want. Our actions need to have consequences. We need someone to lead us." Bellamy roared, and the crowd roared back in approval. Yesterday, Naruto and I talked and came to a decision. Everyone looked to Naruto confused, wondering why he talked to Naruto of all people about it. We decided that we would split the leadership. I would train our people in combat, handle the rations, and everything else inside of the camp. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the everything else inside the camp part. Bellamy was wording his words in a way so they would be purposefully misinterpreted. Naruto sure as hell didn't agree to Bellamy handling everything inside of the camp. I will lead you. You will look at me as your leader. I will make sure we survive, that we are strong, that we can show everyone who opposes us, we are the strongest. That we rule the ground. Bellamy roared again, and the crowd went crazy in approval. And Naruto, he will handle the external affairs. What happens outside of this camp's walls, is his decision. Bellamy said, and the crowd went quiet. They stayed that way until someone in the crowd voiced everyone's thoughts. Why Naruto? Why nobody else? He yelled, and everyone nodded in agreement. Bellamy held up his hand, quieting the crowd. Why? Because Naruto is the person best suited for the job. He is by far the strongest person in this camp. That we can all agree on. Bellamy said, and everyone nodded. Everyone had seen how he effortlessly took down Murphy 3 times, and Bellamy once. And they were considered the 2 strongest people in the camp. Also, he has better earth skills than anyone else. He has shown he is a tracker, he tamed a vicious beast with just a stare, and has shown the best hunting skill out of all of us. Those are all skills we will need for dealing with the grounders. So, who better to for the role than the person who has all those skills? Naruto smirked. Bellamy didn't understand how much that would come back to bite him in the ass later. Also, Naruto knew that whoever the enemies saw as the leader, had more sway with their own people's affairs as well. And as the head of external affairs, the grounders would look at him as this camp's leader. Naruto knew this from the start, which is why he allowed Bellamy to lead the inside of the camp for now. But if Bellamy did something that would put everyone at risk, he would take Bellamy out of his seat without a second's hesitation. Does anyone disagree with my decision? Bellamy asked, making it seem like it was Bellamy who came up with the current leadership. When in reality, it was not. Nobody spoke, all in silent agreement that Naruto was the person for the job. Good. Now everybody can get on with their days. All the people who wish to become a part in the fight with the grounders, meet me at the training ground in 1 hour. Bellamy said and left the entrance of the dropship, going to his tent. Naruto watched his back as he left before turning around and entering the dropship. Clarke followed behind him, irritated. You're okay with this? He manipulated his words. Made it seem like he was the one in charge of everything. That is not what you and Bellamy agreed on. Clarke said, her irrational evident in her voice. Don't worry. I'll keep Bellamy in line. He may think he's pulling all the strings, but he's not. Naruto said as they approached Monty, Jasper, Finn, and Octavia. They all were surrounding Monty, who was fiddling with Clarke's wristband. Clarke shook her head, a scowl on her face. She didn't understand how Naruto was so calm. Now the whole camp thought that Naruto was Bellamy's lapdog. She focused her attention on Monty. Will we be able to talk to them? Clarke asked, hope evident in her voice. Monty shook his head. No, more like Morse code. Do you want to do the honors? The port is right there. Monty asked, directing his question at Jasper. Jasper looked hesitant, but Monty handed him the wire anyways. Jasper smiles and attaches the wire to the port. However, Clarke's wristband sparked, and everyone's wristband in the camp died. What happened? Clarke asked, worried. Monty looked at Clarke's wristband in disbelief. It didn't work. I think we just fried every wristband in this camp. Monty says, his voice filled with disappointment and dread. Hearing that, Finn stormed out of the dropship. Everyone watched him go. After he left, Clarke looked toward Naruto. I'll go after him, Clarke said, and Naruto nodded. Clarke then left, going after Finn, and seeing what was wrong. Jasper sits down against the wall, assuming it was all his fault. Naruto approached him and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, it's not your fault. It's no one's. There's no reason to blame yourself. Naruto said, but Jasper didn't listen, just continued to drown in self-pity. Naruto sighed, and left the dropship. He figured now was the best time to return to the hut and remodel it. With Clarke, she followed Finn all the way to the bunker Finn took her and Charlotte to in order to hide Charlotte from Murphy. She followed him inside him and found him throwing everything around him across the room. Finn, stop it, Clarke yelled, garnering Finn's attention. Finn had a broken look on his face, causing Clarke to frown. We're all dead to them. Finn yells, depressed and angry. Clarke shook her head. She refused to believe that. No, there's still hope, she argued. Even you don't believe that. It's over. They're going to die up there, and we're all alone. Finn said, his expression turning from angry to broken. Clarke walked up to him and grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. We are not alone. You are not alone, Clarke said, looking Finn in the eyes. Finn, taking his chances, leaned in and smashed his lips against hers. He tried to deepen the kiss but was pushed away from a surprised Clarke. What do you think you're doing? Clarke yelled, and Finn looked at her with a deep lust, walking toward her and grabbing her arm. Come on, you know you want it, Finn said, before forcefully kissing Clarke again. Clarke pushed him away again not a second later and slapped him across the face. Stop it. I don't want this. Not with you, Clarke said and didn't calm down at Finn's hurt expression. She turned to run off but was stopped when Finn grabbed her arm. Clarke, wait, please, Finn asked, his tone devastated. Clarke turned to him, her eyes angry. What? Clarke spat, trying to get her arm out of his grip. Don't leave, Clarke, please. I love you, Finn pleaded, and Clarke was shocked by his statement, but her resolve didn't falter. Clarke turned away from him, ripping her arm out of his hold. I'm sorry, but I can't say the same, Clarke said, and started leaving, but froze in her walk when Finn spoke his next sentence. It's Naruto, isn't it? Finn said, his voice low and hurt. Clarke didn't answer, just stayed silent. Of course it is. After all, you follow him around like a sick puppy. Finn said, anger starting to appear in his voice. I don't see what you see in him. He just goes around camp, kicking the ass of anyone who disagrees with him. Finn said, anger heavy in his voice. Clarke snapped around with an angry scowl on her face. Don't talk about Naruto like that. He's 10 times the person you'll ever be. You have no idea what kind of life he's been forced to lead. Clarke yelled, before turning around and storming out of the bunker. Once she left, Finn returned to releasing his anger, throwing everything in his reach across the room and at the walls. Having a growing hatred for Naruto, who in his own opinion, stole his girl from him. Regardless of the fact, Clarke was never his. With Naruto, he had just arrived at the hut. Entering it, he found Charlotte asleep, cuddling with Bee on top of her bed. Naruto smiled at the sight. Her sleeping would make things easier as well. This way, he could remodel the hut without her having to know about his powers. So, he exited the hut, and using his Mokuden once again, expanded the hut. Instead of the old one-room, no privacy hut, it now had 2 rooms. Both the same size. The one Charlotte was in now, would be her room. And the one Naruto just now created, would be his and Clarke's. That is if she went through with moving in. He removed all the seals on the house and redrew them to fit the house's new size. He went into Charlotte's room, and removed the bed he and Clarke had used the past 2 days and then using the door he created, went into his and Clarke's room. He drew the same temperature seal and silencing seal. Once that was done, he created a new bed and put the hide on it. Bee would sleep inside of Charlotte's room. Naruto sighed, this would do for now. He would slowly increase the size, as to not arouse any suspicion from anybody in case they stumbled upon the hut. Because if Naruto made a 2-story mansion with 4 bedrooms, people would question how the hell he built it in under a week. That's not something that even the whole camp could do together. Yet alone one person. Content with how his new room was, he went back into Charlotte's and reconfigured her silencing seal. It was still that no one could hear anything from the outside unless someone was screaming, but Naruto made sure that Clarke and Naruto could hear everything happening in her room from theirs. Just in case Charlotte's nightmares came back, they could comfort her. The door to the hut stayed where it was, and Naruto nodded in content. Everything was done for now. There wasn't anything else he needed to build or tamper with. Just as he got finished, the door opened and in walked a very angered Clarke. Clarke looked around for a few seconds, looked at the new door, the door that leads to their room, and walked through it, and closed the door harshly. She made sure that it wasn't enough to wake Charlotte, as she had taken notice of her sleeping form, but hard enough to tell Naruto she was angry. Naruto looked at his new bedroom door with a raised eyebrow. He was confused about why she was so mad. What happened while she was talking to Finn? What did Finn say or do to make her so pissed? Naruto shook his head and approached and opened the door, seeing Clarke right in front of the door, staring at him. Like it was expected of him to follow her and let her vent her anger onto him. Naruto sighed, entered the room, and shut the door. Okay, what's got you so mad? Naruto said, and was internally groaning about how much a pain in the ass woman can be sometimes. He secretly entertained the thought of it being that time of the month, but didn't dare ask. He very much liked having his genitals, and he was sure Clarke would castrate him if he asked. I'm not mad. Clarke spat, sending him a glare. Naruto smirked and looked at her doubtfully. That glare and scowl you're sending me says otherwise. Did I piss you off? Or did someone else? Naruto asked, and Clarke let out a frustrated growl. It's Finn. Naruto nodded. He guessed that. What about Finn? Did he do something or say something to anger you? Naruto asked, and led her to the newly made bed, and sat her down on it. He took a seat next to her and started rubbing her back. His acts of comfort didn't help much though, as Clarke stayed angry. Both. Naruto had to hold in a sigh at her basically non-existent answers. They were so vague. I can't help you vent your anger if you don't talk to me. So, talk to me. Clarke looked at him with a glare, before sagging her shoulders and sighing in defeat. When I followed him to see what was wrong, I followed him to a bomb shelter that he found. When I entered it, he was throwing everything around in rage. I tried to calm him down, but he wouldn't, insisting that the Ark thought we were dead, and we were all alone. Naruto nodded. He didn't see what she was angry about yet, but he would soon. I grabbed him by his shirt and told him we weren't alone. That he wasn't alone. And then he kissed me. Naruto's eyes widened. Finn did what? I pushed him away and asked him what he thought he was doing. And Finn replied by saying that I knew I wanted it, and then tried forcing himself on me, and kissed me again. Naruto had a scowl on his face and his eyes were narrowed. Naruto was okay with the first time Finn kissed her. After all, Finn didn't know that she and Naruto were together. But forcing himself on her. Finn and he would have a very serious talk. One that might end with broken bones. Naruto kept quiet however and let her continue her story. I pushed him away again and slapped him. Internally, Naruto was cheering. He was glad Clarke stood up for herself. I tried leaving, but he grabbed my arm and started saying that he was sorry and pleaded for me to stay. That he was in love with me. Naruto's eyes widened again. He didn't expect that. He thought Finn was in love with some raven girl, not Clarke. I got out of his grip and told him I didn't feel the same and started leaving again. And then he started saying that it was your fault. That he didn't see what I saw in you. That you were just some guy that went around kicking the ass of anyone who disagrees with you. Naruto didn't care about that part. He could care less what Finn thought about him, but it was obvious to Naruto that Clarke cared about what Finn said. And that it pissed her off. If Clarke tightening her fist and raising her voice as she said it wasn't a clear indication of that, he didn't know what was. So, I told Finn that you were 10 times the person he would ever be and left. And that's what happened. Clarke looked to him for the first time since she started talking about what happened and was surprised to see him giving her a soft smile. Naruto cupped Clarke's cheek, and she instinctively leaned into his hand. Hey, it's all right. I'm not mad. You denied his advances and fought back when he tried forcing himself on you. That's all that matters. I could care less what Finn thinks of me, and really most everybody else in the camp for that matter. So, let him think what he wants. What matters to me, is what you think. Clarke smiled, her anger forgotten for the moment. Clarke leaned in, capturing his lips, sending sparks of pleasure throughout her body. Naruto responded to the kiss, kissing back with as much passion as he could. The two continued to kiss, or rather make out, for minutes, both foregoing their shirts during the long and searing kiss. Instead of sitting on the bed, like they had been when they started the kiss, they were now laying on the bed. Naruto was forced to lay on his back, while Clarke hovered over him, using her hands to travel every inch of his upper body. Starting from his deltoids, going down to his pecs. Everywhere Clarke trailed her hands left a hot sensation on his skin, while Clarke's hands themselves felt like they were on fire. Trailing from his pecs, going down to his abs, running her fingertips down all 6 abs, content that Naruto had a very fit body. Naruto himself was trailing his hand down her back, from her shoulder blades to her tailbone, stopping right above her base, before running his hands back up. Everywhere his hand touching, felt like electric shocks to Clarke, resulting in several erotic noises leaving her mouth, only to be muffled by Naruto's lips. They broke off the kiss, a trail of their mixed saliva in between their mouths, their lungs begging for air. Their breathing was heavy, and the air was so hot with arousal, that you could see their breath coming out of their mouths, their foreheads pushed together. "You're sure about this?" Naruto asked, wanting to give her an out. Clarke nodded, and leaned her head forward, seeking for Naruto's lips once again, but Naruto pulled back, much to Clarke's annoyance and disappointment. "Clarke, you should know, that doing this with me is different than other people. I was basically raised by a fox, so my views on sex are different. If you do this, you would become my mate. And a fox's mate is for life," Naruto said, telling her that having sex with him would be the same as agreeing to marry him. Clarke paused, understanding the meaning behind his words. She would be lying if she said she had never thought what it would be like to spend the rest of her life with Naruto, but those were just fantasies, dreams, and didn't expect those fantasies to become reality, and especially not so soon. "Usually, I would say no without a second's hesitation. After all, I'm only 17, and still a virgin. But there's something different about you, I don't know how to explain it. It's like, I'm drawn to you, that I feel complete when I'm with you, that there is a connection between us, that isn't between anybody else." Naruto laid there with wide eyes. Naruto sat there as silence, just staring at Clarke. Clarke herself started to shift nervously, he had been staring at her for a long time, and it was starting to make her feel uneasy. Suddenly though, a soft smile crossed Naruto's face, and he started to chuckle, much to Clarke's confusion and ire. "I just pour my heart out to you, and all you do is laugh in response." Clarke spits, causing Naruto to chuckle a little harder. "No Clarke, it isn't that. It's something else." Clarke's anger came to a halt, and she stared at Naruto in expectancy and confusion. "It's something that Kurama told me about. I just thought he was lying, or exaggerating. He told me that if one day I released the seal that held him back, which I did when I was 11, that some changes would happen. One of those would be my mate marks." Clarke was just lost now. She knew that Kurama was the fox demon that Naruto saw as a father, but what the hell is a mate mark? Naruto moved his right hand and brought it up to her right shoulder blade. "Right here, look," Naruto said, and then created a mirror with creation of all things, so she could see her shoulder blade easier. Clarke looked behind her, and into the mirror, and gasped in surprise. On her shoulder blade, there was a tattoo-like mark, that wasn't there the last time she checked. How did that get there? And when? Clarke exclaimed in shock. The mark was of an orange fox, curled into a ball. The tail of the fox was brought to the front of the fox's mouth. It looked like a circle, but you could see the fox plain as day. "That's the mate mark Kurama told me about when I was 6. Right after he had the talk with me. He said that I had multiple of what he called mates, all around the elemental nations and dimensions. He said that a mate was a person that had a very high compatibility with me, and if I was to ever meet one, that mark right there would appear on their shoulder, and we would be drawn to one another once the mark appears. I didn't even consider the possibility of the mark being real when he told me about it. That is until I heard what you said to me earlier. Clarke looked at Naruto, not knowing how to feel. Elated that she was highly compatible to be with him. But there was one part that caught her attention about what he said. So, you're saying that you have multiple mates. Keyword, mates. That's plural. Naruto nodded, not understanding what she was getting at. So, what would happen if you met another one of these mates besides me? Clarke asked, not knowing how to feel. Well, the mate mark would appear on their shoulder, and that person and I would be drawn to one another. Just like you and I are drawn to each other. Naruto said, still confused. So, you're saying that one day, if you met another mate, that our relationship would change from being with one another to me and this person being in a love triangle with you, Clarke said, trying her best to make her tone sound angry. Naruto smirked, seeing what was with her now. I see, you're trying to act like you have a problem with sharing me. But the thing is, I always planned on having a harem. After all, I am the only shinobi in this dimension and plan on rebuilding the shinobi race. It would take a while to do that with only one person. Naruto's smirk grew, seeing Clarke narrow her eyes. Besides, if I was still in the elemental nations, I would have to do the same thing. It was declared when I was 6, and my heritage was revealed, that I would be put under CRA, the Clan Restoration Act, and would have to take a minimum of 5 wives. Personally, I feel 5 wives is too much, so I'm just going to go with as many mates as I find. Naruto chuckled when Clarke narrowed her eyes even further. Don't act like you are completely against the idea. If it was a problem, you wouldn't have the mate mark. In fact, I bet you're turned on by the idea of a harem. Naruto said, flipping her over, so she was now the one lying on the bed, and Naruto hovering over her. Lemon start. Skip if you want. Naruto leaned down, nipping at her neck. Clarke's narrowed eyes shut, and her body started to shiver in pleasure and need. Her body was screaming at her to take this further with Naruto. Her body continued to shiver as she let out many moans, and moaned Naruto's name several times. Naruto began to trail kisses down her body, starting from her neck, down to her collarbone, getting another moan of his name. From the collarbone, he trailed a line of kiss to her upper chest, just above her breast. Clarke gasped, her voice pleading when he called his name again, begging for him to go further. Naruto complied, reaching behind her back, feeling around, and successfully finding the clasp for her bra. With a click, the bra was unclasped, and thrown to the other side of the room. The crisp air hitting Clarke's now bare breast. Her already hard nipples now exposed, and her pink areola begging to be pleasured. Naruto brought a hand up to her left breast, and gave it a nice squeeze, resulting in a loud moan from Clarke. Clarke may have been a virgin, but she was pretty sure that foreplay usually didn't feel this good. But for some reason, with Naruto, it was causing her so much pleasure, that she felt as if she was riding on a cloud. Naruto leaned his head down, reaching eyes to eyes with Clarke's hardened nipple. Clarke, not feeling like waiting, used her hand to bring his face closer to her right breast, and Naruto didn't need much more encouraging to comply and latch onto her nipple like an infant. Clarke let out a long moan, her eyes shut, and her toes curling in pleasure, grasping at Naruto's hair, trying to push him further into her breasts. Naruto smirked in how needy and lustful she was being. Bring down his left hand, he trailed it down her sides, across her base, and then stopped on her thigh. Clarke could feel her clit and vaginal muscles twitch in excitement and eagerness. Feeling Naruto's hand so close, yet so far away from her lower lips was torture. Naruto slowly brought his hand across her thigh, moving from outer to inner thigh. His hands just inches away from her womanhood. Clarke sighed in exasperation and frustration. She had had enough of the teasing, she wanted him. In both body and mind. And she wanted him now. Naruto chuckled into her breast, resulting in another moan from Clarke, before moving his hand and lightly tracing his hand over her slit. The small, basically minimal action caused a loud gasp from Clarke. Naruto smirked. Clarke was being so responsive to his touch. He didn't know if it was something to do with their compatibility, or she was just that aroused. Pushing a bit harder against her clothed womanhood, he started to draw circles around her vagina, being very through with his teasing of her. Clarke herself had never felt so frustrated in her life. She was having to restrain herself from throwing him below her and pouncing on him. Naruto, deciding she had had enough teasing, brought his hand up to the hem of her panties, and Clarke complied without a word being said and lifted her hips, allowing Naruto to take off her soaked panties and throw them across the room just like he did to her bra. Naruto, still suckling on Clarke's breast, switched from her right to her left breast. Meanwhile, Clarke's hand made her way down to Naruto's pants, fiddling with his belt. Naruto, seeing she was in too much of euphoric state to take his belt off, helped her, using the hand that was previously tweaking and groping her right breast to take his belt off, followed by his pants, leaving him in only his underwear. Guiding his left hand to Clarke's now bare womanhood, he gently ran his fingers up and down the silk between her two puffy lower lips. Clarke moaned loudly to every small little touch, as just the small action of barely rubbing her vagina was bringing her closer to her climax. Naruto, noticing she was starting to buck her hips into his hand, raised his hand up to her protruding citrus, and pinched it, resulting in a very loud moan as Clarke's vagina sprayed her climax all over the deer hide they were lying on. Naruto lifted his head from her breast and looked at Clarke's face, which was currently representing her contentment and pleasure. Naruto smirked, a bit prideful that he could put someone into that kind of state. But both participants knew this was far from over. So, Naruto, being the only one of the two being able to think at the moment, quickly drew an anti-pregnancy seal on Clarke, just above her crotch. The seal glowed pink for a few seconds, before fading, and disappearing without a trace, as if it was never there, even though it would now be there for however long Naruto or Clarke saw fit. As Clarke came down from her pleasure-induced high, she was just in time to see Naruto take off his last piece of clothing and release his not-so-little member. Clarke awed at the size for a little bit and assumed it was bigger than most males, but she didn't have anything to base it off of. At first glance, it looked to be 8 or 9 inches, 10 at the most. Snapping out of her staring, she looked up into Naruto's face. She knew what came next, and she was excited, but she would be lying if she said she wasn't scared. She knew that it would hurt, and bad. She just hoped that Naruto would be as gentle as possible. Naruto hovered above her, his member just inches away from her virgin flower. He looked at Clarke in the face, noticing the bit of fear. He understood. He knew from Kurama, the perverted fox, that the breaking of a hymen would hurt. "You ready?" Naruto said, and saw her nod, eager and nervous. "This is going to hurt, but I'll give you as much time as you need to adjust," Naruto said, before leaning forward and slowly inserting his member into her until he could feel her hymen blocking him from going any further. "Here we go," Naruto said, before, in one quick thrust, he broke her hymen and bottomed out inside of her. Their pelvis meeting in a loud slap. Clarke let out a gasp of pain, as some blood ran out of her now deflowered pussy. Tears ran down her cheeks. The pain of her hymen breaking was just as everyone said, it would feel like you were being split in half. And she was sure that Naruto's bigger than average member didn't help at all in the pain department. Naruto did all he could to comfort her, kissing the tears on her face away, nipping at her neck, or just a gentle touch around her body. A few minutes after he started his actions, they started to bear fruit in the form of Clarke experimentally rolling her hips and letting out a small moan. The pain hadn't fully gone away, as her pussy still ached, but the pleasure drowned out that pain and allowed for her to enjoy her first time having sex. "You ready?" Naruto asked, his tone gentle. Clarke nodded and leaned up to capture his lips. Naruto accepted and leaned down in response, meeting her halfway, and engaging in a kiss. Unlike the ones before, where they were hot and enthusiastic, this one was much gentler and more tender. Meanwhile, Naruto slowly started pulling out of Clarke, all the way until only his head remained inside of her, before pushing himself back into her in one moderately paced thrust. This continued, until Clarke broke off the kiss, and pleaded for him to go faster. In which, Naruto hadn't needed to be told twice, and upped his ante. Pulling out of her at a much quicker pace, pulling back until his head remains in her, before thrusting back in a one quick and hard thrust. Clarke moaned loudly every time he would thrust back into her, her toes curling, her hands tightening against the deer hide, her hips bucking, and her body getting sweatier by the second. Clarke released her grasp on the deer hide and replaced it with a firm grasp in Naruto's hair, pulling him down into a very enthusiastic and hard salvia swapping contest. As the minutes passed, Clarke could feel her second orgasm approaching. Clarke wasn't alone in this boat, as Naruto too could feel his first orgasm approaching. The two, looking at each other in a mutual understanding, both upped their efforts to bring one another to their climax. Naruto speeds up his thrust, and Clarke rocking her hips back and forth, meeting Naruto in his thrust, each one releasing a loud slapping noise, as the room was filled with the smell of arousal and sex. Not a minute later, they both signaled their release with a loud roar as their hips were met in one last thrust, as their sexual liquids were both released, meeting each other inside of Clarke, and entwining with one another. Lemon end. Naruto fell to her side, not in exhaustion, as he had done much more taxing task before, but in content. His hands crossed over top his chest, looking up at the ceiling, with Clarke doing the same. They both released deep, heavy sighs. Both reveling in the moment that they lost their virginities, and possibly the best experience they both ever had in their life. Clarke also reveling in the fact that she was now Naruto's mate. His form of marriage. It was crazy, as they had only met a few days ago. Having sex with someone who you only knew for a few days wasn't the crazy part. But having sex with the said person, and knowing that if she did, they would be married in some form. Though she wouldn't consider themselves husband and wife until they had a wedding, or at the least, got eloped. Naruto was lost in his own thoughts. Thoughts of how Clarke was now his mate, his life partner. Thoughts about if they had gone too fast. But mostly, would Kurama be proud of him? Would he be proud of him for finding a destined mate? Would he be proud of him for having sex with someone he only knew for a few days? Scratch that thought. Kurama was a huge pervert. He would be jumping around in joy if he knew about what Naruto just did. They were broken out of their thoughts around the same time and turned to one another with a big smile. That was nice, Naruto said, though his smile said that he was sugarcoating it. Nice. It was amazing. Don't lie, Clarke said, punching him lightly in the chest. Naruto let out some chuckled. Yeah, I guess it was. Now come on, we need to wash up before we go to sleep for the night. Naruto said, standing up, then helping her up by her hand. Using the deer hide as a cover for Clarke to cover up with. While Naruto grabbed their clothes and put on some pants and underwear. They then left the hut. They walked for about 30 seconds in a clearing. There were no trees around, with foot-tall grass everywhere. Naruto leaned down, going through a few hand signs before suddenly, the grass shrank down to 2 inches, and a large pit formed before their eyes. Clarke watched in awe as the landscape around them changed. There was truly just no end to Naruto's powers. To her, it seemed like he could do anything. After forming the pit, Naruto stood up and walked up to it, and went through another line of hand signs, this one significantly more, and started pulling the water particles in the air and the clouds in the sky, before directing all the water into the pit he had formed. Clarke stared in awe as Naruto made them their own bathtub essentially, but kept staring as he pulled out a paintbrush from thin air. Although in reality, he was just using creation of all things. Walking to the water, he somehow started to draw on it, drawing seals. The first one he drew was to make the water cleanse itself, as well as anything inside of it. Meaning it would wash Clarke and him without them doing anything, all the while never getting dirt itself. The next one was a temperature seal. The seal made the water a constant 80 degrees Fahrenheit, making it like a small hot spring. The last one he drew was a healing seal. This one much more complicated than the others. Using chakra from the jubi, and then drawing a seal that would purify the chakra, followed by a seal that would use the chakra to grant the water healing capabilities. It wasn't enough to be considered miracle water, though it would do things like kill all infections and parasites, heal small cuts and bruises, and speed up the recovery of other cuts. The seals all glowed blue, before fading from existence, as steam started rising from the water, indicating that it was some hot water. Naruto turned around, smirking at Clarke's awe-stricken face. He grabbed her hand and led her into the water. Clarke sighing in content as she sat in the water coming up to her neck. Is there anything you can't do? Naruto let out a loud laugh. Yay, sure. There are tons of things I can't do. Like, there are tons of Kekkei Genkai I can't use. Clarke just looked at him in confusion. What's a Kekkei Genkai? Naruto smirked in response. A bloodline limit. An ability passed down to someone from their ancestors. Such as if we ever had a kid, they could inherit one of or multiple of my Kekkei Genkai. Naruto said, and Clarke didn't know what to think about that. And just how many of these Kekkei Genkai do you have? Clarke asked, this time in curiosity. Well, now that I am the Jubi Jinchuriki, I'd say around 20. Which would make me the second person to ever have that many Kekkei Genkai. The first being the Sage of Six Paths. The first Jubi Jinchuriki. Naruto said. Could these Kekkei Genkai be dangerous to the children we may have? Will they hurt or shorten their lifespans? Naruto let out a loud laugh. He understood her concerns, but there was very few Kekkei Genkai that had that effect. Well, it is possible. But it isn't a Kekkei Genkai that is dangerous to the user. It is how the user uses their Kekkei Genkai that can be dangerous. Like the Mangekyo Sharingan, a mutation of the Sharingan, if used too much, will cause blindness. Or the Kagaya clan's Kekkei Genkai, if used too much, can cause a disease that shortens one's lifespan. It all depends on how the user used their Kekkei Genkai. Naruto said, and Clarke felt relieved at that. There was still a chance, but it would only happen if the person was stupid. Is there anything else they would inherit? Clarke asked. Since now that she was Naruto's mate, she knew she would have kids with him eventually. When that was, she had no idea, and didn't plan on finding out for a few more years. Well, for one, they would inherit my body, Naruto said and saw Clarke look at him in confusion. What I mean by that, is that they would have a good chance of being born with naturally stronger bodies, large chakra reserves, and accelerated healing rate, Naruto said, and Clarke nodded in acceptance. And she would be lying if she said she didn't see that as a good thing. That sounds nice. So, mind telling me what we are sitting in? I saw you write that fuinjutsu thing on the water. So, what did you do to the water? Clarke asked, assuming that it was another thing that would blow her mind. Well, I made the water stay at the temperature it is now forever. The water has cleansing properties. This water will clean your body without you doing anything, while never getting dirty itself. And, if you hadn't noticed, it has healing properties. I'm sure that your lower area was aching from having your virginity taken, now it should feel normal. Clarke's eyes widened. She really didn't notice. What Naruto said was true. Her whole body was sore and her pussy was aching after their events. But now, she felt better than she ever had since she landed on the ground. Next you're going to tell me that you can revive people from the dead or something crazy like that, Clarke said but was shocked by Naruto's next statement. I can revive people from the dead. It's called Rinne Rebirth. I could revive as many people I want from the dead, but the jutsu would take my life in exchange. Clarke looked at him in complete awe. Just the simple fact that he could actually bring someone back from the dead, even if it took his life in exchange, had sold her on the fact that her now mate was a primordial deity. He had to be able to resurrect people. There's also another jutsu, called the Edo Tensei. It doesn't bring people back from the dead, but it binds the soul of a deceased person to a living vessel. Meaning I would have to sacrifice someone living, to temporarily bring them back to the world of the living. Naruto stopped, However, when he felt something, or rather, an academy-level chakra source entered the Earth's atmosphere, and his head snapped to the direction of it. Clarke followed his gaze and saw what looked like a meteor come into the Earth's atmosphere. What is that? Naruto continued to stare at it, before closing his eyes and focusing hard. By the feel of it, there was only one person, the thing coming down to Earth. And if that person didn't have academy-level reserves, he would have never felt them coming. It's a person, Naruto said, before standing up. Come on, we need to get some clothes and get to camp. We are going after it. Naruto said, leaving the water he created, which had cleaned both their bodies long ago. After dressing in the clothes Naruto had brought to the bath with them, they hurried to the camp. They arrived at it 10 minutes later and found everyone looking in the general direction of where the pod flew by them in the sky. Naruto and Clarke looked around for Bellamy but couldn't find him anywhere. So, they went to his tent, which was currently only occupied by 2 naked girls. Ever hear of knocking? One of the girls, who was currently dressing, spat at them with a scowl. Where's Bellamy? Naruto asked, his voice telling them he didn't have time for bullshit. He took off a while ago. The girl said, and Naruto internally cursed. This was another of Bellamy's attempts at making sure the arc didn't come down to the ground. Naruto took a glance around the room, noticing his gear missing. His gear is gone. He went after the pod. Naruto said, before turning around and exiting the tent, followed by Clarke. They walked through, and out of the camp, and into the woods. Alright, get on my back, Naruto said to Clarke, crouching down so Clarke could get on his back. Clarke complied, knowing not to argue with him. Do you know where the pod landed? Clarke asked. Naruto nodded. He could still feel the chakra of the person inside of the pod. Yeah, I know exactly where the pod is. We will get there before Bellamy easily. Although, it will still be an hour-long ride. Naruto said, before running up a nearby tree and tree-hopping at a traveling pace. Which to Naruto, was closer to 40 miles per hour. Clarke took joy in the ride, feeling the wind blow on her face, as her hair flung about everywhere, taking in all the scenery blurring past her. It was a unique and welcomed experience. One she guessed not many people ever got the pleasure of experiencing. This being because not many people, if not only one person, that person being Naruto, have the ability to run 40 miles per hour. Are you holding on tight? Naruto asked, indicating that he was about to speed up. Which in all honesty, the speed at which he was running, was just as second nature as walking to him. Clarke held on tighter and nodded, giving him permission to speed up. To the normal eye, meaning anyone who wasn't Naruto, they would disappear from view as Naruto sped up from 40 to pushing 100 in an instant with just a burst of chakra to his legs. Everything happening around Clarke was nothing but a blur as Naruto flew through the forest at incredible speeds. The whole thing felt like an out-of-the-world experience to Clarke. She honestly felt like she was soaring through the skies. They continued on their run for 20 minutes without Naruto letting up in speed at all. This resulted in them arriving at the pod 40 minutes earlier than expected. The pod was in the middle of a small clearing, right next to a small stream. Naruto landed in a crouch, allowing Clarke to get off of him without any problems. That was amazing. Do you usually run that fast when you go places? Clarke asked, a wanton smile on her face. No, usually, I go faster, Naruto said, which was true. He just didn't want to go as fast as he usually does with Clarke on his back. It probably wouldn't be as enjoyable for her as it was when he was running just over 100 miles per hour. Now come on. We have a pod to check. Naruto said, standing up and walking over to the pod. He looked at both sides, confused. Before, when he was in the elemental nations, space stations and rockets and stuff was only things people fantasized about. Especially in places like Snow Country, where the elemental nations was the most technologically advanced. Although even then, the most advanced contraption there was a steam engine train. But they would often fantasize about what it would be like to be in outer space. What it would be like to live up there. Naruto briefly experienced that when he was on the Ark station for a small number of times, but all this just leads to what Naruto was confused about. How the hell did you open a space pod? Hey, Clarke, how do you open this thing? Naruto asked, looking around for a door handle or something of the sort. He turned and looked at Clarke, who was giving him an, "Are you stupid?" look. What? Did I forget in the elemental nations, the most advanced technology I had was a refrigerator? Clarke's jaw opened a little bit, before closing, and opening again, then closing, before she just shook her head. Sounds like the elemental nations was just the boonies, Clarke said, to which Naruto tilted his head in confusion. The middle of nowhere, Clarke said, to which Naruto nodded his head. After all, it was very much true. He lived in a village in the middle of nowhere surrounded by trees with very little technology. Could you just open this thing? Or do I have to rip it in half? Naruto asked, which got a panicked look from Clarke. No, there's no need to do that. You just pull up on this thing. Clarke said, grabbing a small note and pulling the door open. Clarke gasped when she saw a woman with blood trailing down her forehead inside wearing an astronaut suit. Oh my god, Clarke said, holding a hand to her face. Naruto peeked in and rose an eyebrow at seeing the woman. Well, he could still feel her chakra, so he knew she was alive at the least. Clarke reached into the pod and unbuckled the woman, which wasn't the smartest thing to do, as the woman fell face forward and smacked her head on the glass. Oh, oops, Clarke said, and Naruto couldn't help the amused smile that graced his face. It disappeared however when a pained groan came from the woman as she started to stir. Seems your little accident waked her up, Naruto said to Clarke, which got a quick, "Shut up," in response as they waited for the woman to fully wake up. The woman slowly rose her head, looking around her pod until she saw Naruto and Clarke to the side of her. Hi, I made it, the woman asked, getting an amused smile from Clarke and Naruto. You wouldn't happen to have any aspirin, would you? I have a massive headache. The woman asked them, garnering a guilty look from Clarke. Sadly, no, Clarke said, before slowly helping the person out of the dropship. Once she was out of the ship, she took off her astronaut suit, which Naruto recognized as the thing that he saw while he was floating in space come after him. Once the woman's astronaut suit was off, she looked around, amazed at what she was seeing, just as everyone else was when they got off the dropship. She looked around at all the nightlife, not believing what she was seeing. It's beautiful, isn't it? Clarke asked, to which the woman nodded absently. I'm Clarke by the way. And this is Naruto, Clarke said, introducing the two of them to the woman. The woman looked to Clarke quickly. Clarke, Abigail's daughter? The woman asked, which made Clarke tense and slowly nod. This is all thanks to her. My mom, Clarke asked, surprised that her mother was behind the pod coming down to the ground. Yay, this was all her plan. We were planning to come down here together, but we couldn't wait because the council is voting whether to kill 300 people to save oxygen. Clarke and Naruto's eyes widened, shocked by that statement. When? Clarke asked, panicked. Today. We need to tell them you're alive, Raven said, rushing back to her pod to the radio. Sighing in relief seeing it was still there. She starts fiddling with the radio but finds that it had some damage done to it during re-entry. It's damaged, but I can fix it. It should only take me 10 minutes at the most, but I don't have the tools I need here, Raven said, to which got a nod from Clarke and Naruto. I'm sure we have the tools back at camp. We should be able to get back by dawn, Naruto said, getting nods from Raven and Clarke. Raven ripped out the radio, making sure that she wouldn't do more damage to it in the process, and they all started to make their trek back to camp. I'm sorry to ask, but did a person named Finn come down here with you guys? Raven asked, causing Clarke to tense, which didn't go unnoticed by Raven. What is it? Did something happen to him? Raven asked worriedly. Clarke shook her head, trying to play it off. No, Finn is fine, Clarke said, refusing to meet her gaze. Raven stared at Clarke in worry. It was obvious either something happened to Finn, or Finn did something he shouldn't have. Please, tell me, Clarke. I want to know what it is. Raven pleaded, desperately hoping that Finn was all right. You should tell her, Clarke. There's no guarantee Finn will tell her, and she has a right to know what her boyfriend did. Naruto said, gaining a bewildered look from Clarke and a worried and pleading one from Raven. What did Finn do? And how do you know I'm his girlfriend? Raven asked, confused. He talked about you the first few days we landed on the ground. Said you were his girlfriend up on the ark. Naruto said, to which got a smile from Raven. Knowing Finn cared enough to talk about her to other people. Then what did he do? Did he hurt someone? Raven asked, to which Naruto cast his gaze over to Clarke, who had faced forward, before looking back at Raven. Who got what he was saying, and turned to Clarke. What did Finn do to you? So help me if he hit you, Raven said, her voice growing cold as she spoke as the threat lingered in the air. Clarke shook her head in a negative, not knowing if she should tell Raven. But after a while of consideration, she decided that Raven had a right to know what her boyfriend did. No, he didn't hurt me or anyone physically. Finn's a good person, it's just that Clarke said, trying to find a way to tell Raven without hurting her too badly. What did he do? Raven asked, really worried now. If he didn't hurt anyone physically, then what did he do? I'm sorry, Raven. When all our wristbands went offline, Finn got angry and started throwing things around a bomb shelter that he had found. I tried to calm him down, and he did after a while. But then, he tried forcing himself on me. I'm so sorry. Raven froze in place. You're joking. Right, Raven said, her voice broken and cracking. Tears starting to come to her eyes. Clarke looked at Raven with an apologetic look, not knowing what to do. I'm sorry, Clarke said, which caused Raven to release an angry and depressed sigh as she closed her eyes. Refusing to let the tears brimming in her eyes to fall. When did it happen? Raven asked, dreading the answer. Clarke looked down, refusing to look at the devastated look on Raven's face. A few hours ago, Clarke said, to which Raven didn't know if that was better or worse than him doing it earlier than that. And also, to start cursing herself. Thinking that if she would have fixed the pod faster, she could have been there to stop him from doing it. Raven started walking away, but Naruto and Clarke stayed behind as Clarke looked at Naruto with a glare. Why did you have me tell her? Look at her, she's devastated. Clarke said, to which Naruto didn't make any expression changes. What if it was you? What if I tried forcing myself on someone? Would you want to know sooner, or later? Naruto asked, to which Clarke froze. Clarke looked down, realization dawning. I guess sooner. Sorry, Clarke said, to which Naruto just smiled and put a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, there's nothing to be sorry for. And as far as Raven is concerned, she'll get over it. It will take some time, and it will hurt for her, but she'll get over it. Or maybe she'll forgive him. Only time will tell. Now, come on. We have 300 people to save from being floated. Naruto said, to which Clarke smiled and nodded in response. They caught up to Raven and continued in their trek to the camp with one very devastated and angry Raven with them. All the while, Bellamy was still running to the pod, unbeknownst that he was already too late. 4 hours later, Naruto, Clarke, and Raven arrived at the camp, just as the sun started to appear over the horizon. Clarke let out a yawn as she entered the camp, exhausted from walking for the past 4 hours as well as not sleeping at all in the past 20 hours. Everyone in the camp watched as the three of them walked into the camp and into the dropship, confused about who was with them, as no one had ever seen her before. Rumors starting about how she was in the pod that landed on the ground. Which for one, would be a correct assumption. When they entered the dropship, they saw Monty yawning, indicating he just woke up, as he worked away on Clarke's dead wristband. Seeing if he could salvage it at all. Monty, Clarke said, to which Monty slowly turned and looked at Clarke, yawning again. Clarke, Naruto. Good morning, Monty said, before taking notice of the third person with them, or rather what she had in her hands, and his eyes widened as he stood up quickly and rushed over to her. Is that a radio? Monty asked, excited and eager. The woman, who had a scowl on her face, nodded before walking past him and going to where Monty was working on Clarke's wristband. Looking at all the tools. The will do. This shouldn't take more than half an hour at the most. Raven said as she got to work on the radio, desperate to do anything to get her mind off Finn. Naruto and Clarke nodded, and Naruto turned to Clarke. I'm going to go hunting. I think it would be best to have food for Charlotte when she wakes up. If she hasn't already, Naruto said, to which Clarke nodded. I'll go back to the hut and check on her, Clarke said, to which Monty looked at them confused. Hut? What hut? Monty asked, to which Clarke froze, cursing herself for not being more careful. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder, smiling at her. It's all right. I trust Monty. You can show him the hut. As long as he doesn't tell anyone about it. Naruto said, looking at Monty, sending him a nod before leaving to go on a quick hunting trip. In which he used kunais created by his creation of all things to catch a few rabbits, a dozen squirrels, and a boar. Sealing them all into a sealing scroll, before heading back to the hut. The hunt overall took not even 20 minutes. After all, with the lack of human population on the earth, the number of animals in the forest were abundant. He didn't need to do much besides tree hopping from tree to tree, making sure to make no noise, all the while looking around for any animals to catch all the ones he did today. When he got back to the hut, Charlotte was awake, sitting on top of her bed with a large smile, as Clarke sat behind her, braiding her hair. I'm back, Naruto said, to which garnered the attention of the two. Looking at him with smiles. Hi, Naruto. Clarke is French braiding my hair. How does it look? Charlotte asked. To which Naruto smiled and chuckled in amusement. It looks great, Charlotte. I'm going to prepare the animals and cook them, then we can eat breakfast. Naruto said, to which Charlotte nodded eagerly. Did you ever find anything? You were only gone for like 20 minutes. Clarke said, to which Naruto gave a nod. Of course, I did. Do you underestimate my hunting ability? I feel offended, Naruto said, feigning a hurt voice. Clarke chuckled and shook her head at his antics. Whatever. I brought Monty here by the way. He asked a lot of questions. First about how we built the hut, then about how it felt so nice inside it constantly. But he liked it nonetheless and said he wouldn't tell anyone. Clarke said, and Naruto nodded. Charlotte looked at Naruto confused. Actually, how did you build this place? Also, I remember there only being one door in the hut yesterday. Why is there two now? Charlotte asked, voicing the question that had been bugging her since she woke up. That's a long story. One that I will tell you very soon, I promise. And as for the second door, I built a second room for the cot last night. The room we are in now is your room. That door over there is the door to Clarke and I's bedroom. Naruto said, to which Charlotte nodded, before gasping, like she hit some epiphany. Wait, are you two dating? Charlotte yelled, making Clarke and Naruto chuckle. Charlotte might be a teenager, but she definitely didn't have the mindset of one. Yes, Charlotte, even though he's a big knucklehead and an idiot at times. To be honest, I don't even know why I put up with him. Clarke said, to which Naruto rolled his eyes as Charlotte chuckled. Naruto looked to B, who was lying on the floor sleeping. Whistling, B woke up and stretched before walking over to Naruto. Come on, B, you're on scraps duty, Naruto said, before walking out of the hut, followed by B. Once outside, Naruto unsealed all the animals, before using a kunai to gut them all. Leaving all the organs and other things they couldn't or didn't want to eat for B to eat. Which was a lot considering how many animals Naruto had killed. Just as he finished gutting all the animals, he created a shadow clone and ordered it to go and find fruits and other herbs to eat along with the meat. The shadow clone saluted before dashing off to find the food, while Naruto used a Doden jutsu to make a fire pit, and Mokuden to create a rotisserie stick. Finally, he grabbed some nearby sticks, putting them in the fire pit, before using a simple Kaden jutsu to light the fire. Putting all the meat he could on the rotisserie stick, he started to cook it. Slowly turning it so it would cook evenly on all sides of the meat. A few minutes later, He had cooked all the meat that he needed to and sealed the rest back into the sealing scroll, where it would be preserved and wouldn't spoil for about a week. The clone arrived with a sealing scroll full of fruits and berries not even 30 seconds later. Having everything he needed for breakfast, he used some big leaves that the clone found and cleaned his plates, and prepared all the food, before bringing it inside the hut. "Food's ready," Naruto called as he entered the hut. The smell of the freshly cooked food entered the hut, and the girls couldn't help but drool a little at the smell. But who could blame them? Upon the Ark, all they ate was rations, which didn't taste the best. And eating meat was something that you would be lucky to have the opportunity of ever even smelling. They all sat down and had breakfast consisting of boar meat, blueberries and raspberries, and some nuts. The three ate their breakfast on the floor in peace with Bee sleeping next Charlotte. The panther seemed to have taken a really big liking to Charlotte. "After breakfast, we need to head back to camp. Raven should have the radio fixed by then," Naruto said, and Clarke nodded. "Bellamy should be arriving at the camp in about 3 hours most likely. I wonder what he felt like when he got there and the person in the pod was gone," Naruto said with a smirk. Clarke returned the smirk. It was about time something didn't go Bellamy's way. Although he did do good things at times, he often did things that weren't in the best interest of the camp. "Would you like to go back to camp with us, Charlotte?" Clarke asked, and Charlotte stopped eating, looking to be considering it. "It will be all right, Charlotte. You can stay with us the entire time if you want. And trust me, no one will try and do anything with Naruto around," Clarke said, and Naruto smirked at the comment. It was true that all the people in the camp knew he would kick the ass of anyone who came near Charlotte with ill intentions. Charlotte chewed on the bottom of her lip, deep in consideration. She looked up and slowly nodded. "I think I'll come back today. As long as I am with you guys and be the whole time," Charlotte says, and the Clarke and Naruto nodded. "Okay, we'll be leaving right after we finish breakfast. If you can't finish your food, just feed it to Bee," Naruto said as he ate the last few pieces of food on his leaf. Naruto sat and waited patiently for Clarke and Charlotte to finish eating. Once they did, they all left the hut and went to the camp. When they arrived, Charlotte tensed, still nervous about returning to camp. And the people might say or try and do to her. After all, she did kill someone. Even if it was someone not many people liked. As they walked through the camp, everybody stared at Charlotte making her way toward the dropship alongside them. Most the stares were of confusion, but some were glares of anger and hatred. Mostly, it was Murphy and his group of friends that were glaring at Charlotte with anger and hatred. As they walked, Bee let out a low growl to anyone that he deemed getting too close to Charlotte, resulting in the person getting as far away as possible from the panther. Even if the people were just walking by, minding their own business, Bee would still growl. Naruto was amused by Bee's overprotectiveness of Charlotte. At this rate, Charlotte wouldn't even be able to get the chance to meet a boyfriend until Bee decided to stop being so overprotective of her. Naruto led the group through the camp, not paying attention to all the stares people were sending their way. It wasn't that he didn't notice them. It was that he couldn't care less and ignored them. When they arrived at the dropship, they saw Monty and Raven high-fiving with large smiles on their faces. "Does that high-five mean that you fixed it?" Naruto asked, and the group of two turned, and Monty gasped when he saw Charlotte. Raven looked at Monty confused, as she had no idea what Charlotte had done, or even why he gasped. "Charlotte?" Monty asked, and Charlotte hid behind Naruto. Sure, she had met Monty when he stopped by the hut, but she never really talked to him, nor did he try and start a conversation with her. He just talked with Clarke, and then left. "Hey, it's all right. I won't do anything to you. I was just surprised to see you, that's all," Monty said, smiling at her. Charlotte slowly came out behind Naruto but didn't make any attempts to put distance between her and Bee, who was currently only a couple of inches from her. "So, you not angry?" Charlotte asked, and Monty's face softened. "Why would I be angry?" Monty asked, and Charlotte looked at Monty with tear-glazed eyes. Because I killed someone," Charlotte said lowly, barely loud enough for Monty and Raven to hear it. When Raven did hear it, she couldn't suppress her gasp, but Monty ignored it and kept the smile on his face. I thought Naruto and Clarke would have told you already. You're forgiven, Charlotte. Nobody blames you for it. As far as we're all concerned, you've already suffered punishment enough. Besides, you're not the only person that has killed someone. There were a few people on the dropship who were put in solitary for murder. Monty said, surprising Charlotte as tears dripped down her cheeks and onto the floor. Do you mean it? Am I forgiven? Charlotte asked, desperately hoping he wasn't lying. That people didn't hate her for what she did. Nor that people wanted to hurt her for it. For the most part, yes. The only people you have to worry about not liking you is Murphy and his little group of friends. As far as I know, everyone else in the camp has forgiven you. Monty said, giving her a big smile, which comforted Charlotte as she stepped further out from behind Naruto's leg. She smiled, honestly relieved that she had heard that. She was happy that only a few people hadn't forgiven her. The only people that hadn't were Murphy, his group of friends, and herself. Raven was sending Naruto and Clarke a look, telling them that she wanted to know what was going on, but Clarke and Naruto mouthed later, and they walked towards the duo and the radio. So, is the radio fixed up? Will we be able to communicate with the Ark? Clarke asked, full of hope. Yes. We just have to turn this dial right here and find the right frequency. From all my time working on the Ark, I remember it from the heart. It should be right about here. Raven exclaimed, and they all again smiled, even Naruto when they heard people talking over walkies on the radio. Raven picks up the walkie attack to the radio and brings it up to her mouth. Ground to Ark Station. Do you copy? I repeat, ground to Ark Station. Do you copy? Raven said, releasing the button, before waiting for a response. It was silent for a total of 30 seconds, which they took as a bad sign. Suddenly though, they heard the voice of Abby. Raven, is that you? The people in the dropship grow large smiled on their faces as they celebrate. Raven brings the walkie to her face once again. Yes, it's me, Abby. It's Raven. The ground is survivable. I repeat, the ground is survivable. Raven said as a silence overcame the other side of the radio. What Hay took for them not hearing anything, was actually Abby ordering for the stop of killing all the innocent people about to sacrifice their own lives. Once that was finished, she returned to the radio. That's fantastic, Abby said, as all the people in the council room with her looked on with shocked and hopeful faces. Raven, is Clarke there? Is Clarke there with you? Is the 100 alive? Abby said, and everyone on the dropship looks to Clarke. Clarke looked to Naruto, and he put a comforting hand on her shoulder. I know you're mad at your mom right now, Clarke, but she's still your mother. And I know you still love her, just as she loves you. Now go talk to your mother. Naruto said, giving her a light push on her back, which she complied with and approached the radio. Raven handing her the walkie. She hesitantly brought the walkie up to her mouth as some tears formed in her eyes. Mom. On the other side, Abby's eyes grew full-on tearful the instant she heard Clarke's voice. It's me, Mom. It's Clarke. A tear ran down Abby's eyes as she held onto the walkie like a lifeline. My baby girl, Abby said as everyone on the council smiled at the reunion of mother and daughter. Is everyone else all right? Abby said, and everyone on the council soon gained serious faces. For the most part, yes. In total, 4 have died. None of which are from the ground itself. 2 died in the landing of the dropship. Once died from an acid fog. And the last one, Clarke paused, not knowing what to say. The last one, Wells, was killed, Clarke said, Charlotte tensing when she heard it. On the Ark, Jaha sat there with a broken look on his face, hearing his son was killed by somebody. Everyone on the council sent Jaha looks of pity and sympathy, knowing that losing your child was like losing a part of yourself. A minute later, Jaha's face steeled, deciding he had more important matter than grieving over his dead son. What about Naruto? Is Naruto there with you? Jaha asked, and there was a pause before they all heard the voice of a different person. Yes. I'm here. What do you need? Naruto asked, genuinely curious about what they wanted from him. The people of the council let out a sigh of relief. Good. I just merely wanted to know if the Ark's most important asset, and the 100's greatest hope of surviving, was still alive. Jaha said, and Naruto rolled his eyes. I don't count on dying anytime soon, Chancellor. And believe me when I say, it would take a lot more than what has been happening to kill me. Naruto said, a smirk on his face that Clarke copied. On the other side, Jaha let out a few chuckles. Yes, that's good, that's good. What about Bellamy Blake? Is he there? Jaha said. His face grew very serious. On the other side, Raven had a face of shock and realization while everyone else was confused. Yes. Why are interested in Bellamy? Naruto asked, figuring now would be when he found out why Bellamy didn't want the Ark coming down to the ground so bad. But what he heard next was not what he expected. Because Mr. Blake shot me before boarding the dropship and going down to the ground with the rest of the 100. Jaha said, and Clarke, Monty, and Charlotte let out a gasp from behind him, while Naruto merely raised an eyebrow. Do you know what his motive was? Naruto asked, although he already had a good guess, but didn't know if the Ark had figured it out. We believe we do, yes. We believe he did it, so he could get on the dropship and protect his sister. What we want to know is how he got the gun. As you may or may not know, only people from the guard has access to the guns. And Bellamy was a janitor. Jaha said, and Naruto nodded. So, they weren't after Bellamy himself, but rather the information he held. That's all well and good, sir. But I doubt you'll get the information from him. At least, not without giving him something in return. Naruto said, surprising the people in the dropship as well as the Ark. And what do you mean by that? Jaha asked, although he had an inkling to what it was. Well, I'm just saying that if I was Bellamy, I wouldn't give away the information for free. If he's smart, which Bellamy is, he'll demand he be pardoned in exchange for the information of how he got the gun to shoot you. Naruto said, surprising everyone that heard him. I wish it was that easy, but he shot me. The Chancellor. That's not something I can just pardon. Jaha said, with the council agreeing. It was to my understanding that there is no special treatment on the Ark. So, it shouldn't matter if you're Chancellor. And besides, he was just trying to protect his little sister. The only thing he has left in his life. You can't exactly blame him for that. And not to mention, you're still alive. I'd just be happy he was a lousy shot. Naruto said, getting a snort of amusement from Raven and Clarke. You have a point. Okay, Chancellor Jaha, pardon Bellamy Blake from his crimes. Now you Naruto will go get Bellamy Blake and he will tell us who the traitor amongst us on the Ark is. Jaha said, and Naruto nodded. You have my word. All we have to do is wait for him to return to camp. He should be here in another hour. Naruto said. Jaha nodded on the other side of the radio, not that he could see it. Very well. Now may I ask, who was my son killed by? Jaha asked, and Naruto didn't even so much as flinch. I will tell you, but you will not so much as touch her. And if you do, Chancellor, you will regret it. Naruto said, his voice low and threatening, sending a chill down all the council's spine. Why would you protect my son's killer? They murdered someone, Jaha demanded. Because the person that did so didn't realize what she was doing. She was suffering from mental trauma. Every night, this little girl would have nightmares about you floating her parents, seeing their dead bodies floating through space, before seeing the face of Wells in the nightmare, and finally waking up screaming. Every single night she went to sleep. There was a pause before Naruto continued. Then, one day, someone heard her screaming, and told her to get rid of her nightmare, she had to slay her demons. Her unstable mind misinterpreted those words, taking it as she had to kill your son to get rid of her nightmares. And that little girl, just wanting to finally be free of the prison that was her nightmares, did whatever she had to get rid of them. Now, that little girl doesn't go a second of the day regretting what she did. She's already suffered her punishment. Naruto said, indirectly answering Raven's earlier question about what was going on with Charlotte. There was a long silence on the other side before finally, Jaha spoke again. I see. Would it be possible for me to talk to said little girl? I'd like to apologize for the pain I have caused her. Jaha said, and Naruto looked back at Charlotte, who was looking at him nervously. Naruto nodded to hear, and she slowly came up to him. Hey, everything will be alright. Remember, I promised you I would never let anyone hurt you. And you remember what's so special about my promises. Right, Naruto said, and Clarke nodded her head. Yes, you never break them, Charlotte said, as she grabbed the walkie from Naruto, Naruto wrapping his hand around the hand on the radio, in order to comfort her further. She nervously brought the walkie to her mouth. With shaky hands, she pressed the button to talk to the Ark. Hello, Charlotte said, her voice shaky and breaking. Clarke came up behind her, kneeled down, and started playing with the hair she French braided just this morning. Charlotte instinctively relaxing. Hello, may I ask who this is? Jaha asked, his voice soft and trying to not sound in the least bit hateful. He'd be lying if he said he didn't hold resentment for this person. The person that killed his son. But Jaha blamed himself more than anyone else. See Charlotte, Charlotte said, still stuttering, tough. Her hand stopped shaking when Clarke started playing with her hair. Ah, I remember you. You're the little girl with the long blonde hair. Jaha said, although it didn't help Charlotte relax in the slightest. I realize that I have caused you a great deal of pain in your life, Charlotte. And for that, I am sincerely sorry, and I know there is nothing I can do to repay you for what I've done. All I can do is give you my forgiveness. And, hereby pardon you of all your crimes. Jaha said, surprising the people on the Ark. Tears streamed Charlotte's face hearing the words that she was officially pardoned and forgiven for what she did. She crashed into Naruto, giving him a bear hug. Naruto smiled and returned the hug. They stayed in that hug until Naruto saw Bellamy walk into the dropship. He looked to the radio with a scowl and started walking towards it with his hand on his axe. Naruto released Charlotte from the hug and interrupted Bellamy halfway there. Get out of my way, Naruto, or I will make you, Bellamy said, starting to draw his axe. Settle down, Bellamy. We already know what you did. You shot the Chancellor, Naruto said, and Bellamy attempted to grab Naruto with his other hand but ended up in a half Nelson. I said settle down. Just let me finish. I know that you shot the Chancellor, and you have been pardoned. Naruto said, and Bellamy instantly stopped struggling and froze. What? Bellamy asked, not believing what his ears just told him. I said, you've been pardoned. I talked to Jaha and got you pardoned. All you have to do is tell him who gave you the gun to shoot him, and you're free. Naruto said, releasing Bellamy from the half Nelson, Bellamy rolling his shoulder a few times to try and get rid of the aching it had from being put in a half Nelson. Are you telling the truth? Am I really pardoned if I tell Jaha who gave me the gun? Bellamy asked, and got a nod in response. I swear it, Naruto said, and Bellamy nodded and walked over to the radio. He grabbed the walkie and brought it to his mouth. He pushed the button in, his palms sweating. Hello, Bellamy said, the Ark confused when they heard a new voice on the radio. Hello, this is Chancellor Jaha. Who are you? Jaha said, confused about what was happening. He thought he was talking to Charlotte. Bellamy Blake, Bellamy said, shocking the council members to their core. Talking on the other side of the walkie is the person who shot the Chancellor just a week ago. Ah, I have been looking forward to talking to you for a long time. I'm sure Naruto has already told you, but you, Bellamy Blake, have been pardoned of all your crimes, at the cost of you telling me right now who gave you the gun to shoot me with. Jaha said. And without a second's hesitation, Bellamy revealed who the person was, and everything else that the person had told him. Kane had the guard go and arrest the man, planning on floating him soon, and was successful in the capture. I thank you for everything you have told us. And I, Chancellor Jaha, officially pardon you, Bellamy Blake, from all your crimes. Jaha said, bringing a smile to his face before it dropped when he realized something. Hey Naruto, have you seen Octavia at all today? Bellamy asked, and Naruto did a quick search for Octavia's chakra, finding it around 3 miles away from camp. Naruto's eyes widened, cursing himself for not realizing it sooner. No, come on, let's go find her. I'm going to get a few things and then meet you at the gate. Naruto said, and Bellamy nodded before walking out of the dropship. Clarke looked at him, remembering him telling her she could pinpoint her and Octavia's chakra from hundreds of miles away. Is Octavia okay? Clarke asked, knowing that Naruto knew exactly where she was. Naruto shook his head, and Clarke's stomach dropped. He leaned in, making his voice low so only Clarke would hear him. She's been kidnapped. She's fine for the moment, but she is 3 miles away from camp. Naruto said, and Clarke stifled her gasp. Don't worry, I'll bring her back before you know it. Naruto leaned back, planting a quick kiss on her lips, surprising Raven and Monty, before grabbing the walkie. Unfortunately, it appears one of our people have been kidnapped by the other people on the ground. I'm going to be leaving and leading a search party to find her. Clarke will explain to you everything that has happened on the ground. Naruto said, the arc shocked and bewildered when he said there were other people besides them on the ground. Once Naruto said that he left the dropship, going to the gate and finding a group of people ready for the search party. Finn one of those people. He guessed Bellamy wanted more than one tracker in the group. Bellamy approached Naruto and put his hand on his shoulder. I know you're the head of external affairs, and I have no right to say this, but I want you with me. You're the best tracker in the camp, and I need to find my sister as soon as possible. Bellamy said, and Naruto internally groaned. Sorry Bellamy, but I will find your sister faster if I'm alone. Trust me on this. I will have your sister back before you know it. Take this. Naruto said, pulling out one of his flying thunder god kunais to him. Bellamy looked at the kunai in awe. If you get in trouble, stab it into the ground. I know that what I just said confuses you, but just trust me. If you run into trouble, stab it in the ground. Naruto said, and Bellamy nodded, giving Naruto a thank you before watching him jump off into the trees and start traveling at speeds his eyes couldn't keep up with. A few seconds into Naruto's run to Octavia's location, he felt her chakra starting to be used. It was a minimal usage, and Naruto assumed she was unconsciously using it in for something. The most likely scenario, to help heal her body or try to break free from her captor. Naruto clicked his tongue in annoyance when in just 10 seconds, she had used up enough chakra to make him not able to track her down anymore. All he had now was the general direction in which the chakra was coming from. He spent the next 10 minutes searching for any signs of her until finally, he found some footsteps. He followed the footsteps until he heard someone blow a horn, and he looked around in confusion. Unbeknownst to him, half a mile behind him, Bellamy and the rest of the ground had a confrontation with the grounders but were saved when the horn was blown, and the grounders ran off. Naruto turned back to the footsteps and continued following them to the source. Along the way, he had to take cover and watched as several of the grounders ran past him, looking for some sort of cover. He guessed that the horn that was blown had something to do with that. This delayed him in his venture by 2 minutes, as he did not feel like alerting them to his presence, nor did he want to fight them, as they had done nothing wrong in his eyes. Although he didn't know that only a few minutes ago, these same people killed 5 of his people. As the grounders got up and returned to where they were previously, Naruto got out of his hiding and went back to following the trail he was following. The further he followed the trail, the harder the trail became to follow. Although he purposefully left an obvious trail for Finn to follow in case he was following him. It's not that he needed their help, but rather he needed a cover on how he found Octavia. He didn't mind showing off some of his powers, but being able to track people like Octavia and Clarke from hundreds of miles was not one of them. It took him another 5 minutes before finally finding a cave. And from the sounds, he was hearing about a minute or so away. A ground of people was behind him, running along the trail he had left. Naruto silently entered the cave, not making a single noise. When he entered fully, he saw Octavia trying to unlock herself from chains and that her captor was currently knocked out on the floor. He made himself known and whistled when he saw the unconscious grounder. You did a number on him. Didn't you? Naruto said. Octavia, jumping and holding up a rock, ready to fight until she noticed it was Naruto. A few seconds later, the rest of the group arrived and looked at the scene. Bellamy came to the front of the group and approached his sister. He helped her out of her chains. Once she hugged Bellamy, relieved she was saved from being held captive. Meanwhile, the grounder woke up but played dead, waiting for his opportunity to strike. We should probably go before he wakes up, Octavia says, but Bellamy had different plans. He's not going to wake up, Bellamy said, approaching the grounder, who was currently having his pulse checked by Naruto. Octavia tried to stop Bellamy from grabbing a spear but failed to do so. We're not killing him, Bellamy, Naruto said, his tone leaving no room for bullshit. To hell if we're not. His people just killed 5 of our people. 5 of your people, Bellamy said, approaching the believed unconscious grounder. And those kills were justified. We entered their territory unannounced. That gives them all rights to respond. We would have done the same if they came into our camp unannounced. Naruto said, but Bellamy disagreed, going to stab the grounder in the chest, but stopped when the grounder moved, stabbed Naruto in the chest, before tackling Bellamy. Naruto looked down at the knife and announced. Did the guy really have to stab him? Like come on, he was trying to help him, he even knew the guys were awake, and yet he stabbed him. Naruto sighed, standing up and walking over to the grounder that was wrestling Bellamy for the spear. He ignored Octavia's shouts to the grounder about how he was her brother and chopped him in the back of the neck. The grounder's eyes rolled as he fell to the ground unconscious. And would be unconscious for a long while. They left the cave, nobody realizing the Naruto had been stabbed, and Naruto forgetting altogether since the stab felt more like a mosquito bite to him. They all looked to Octavia, who was being helped walk by Bellamy and Finn when she gasped and let out a shriek. Octavia pointed to Naruto, or more specifically, the knife embedded in his chest. Naruto looked down, looking at the knife that he had all but forgotten about. Oh yeah, I forgot that was in there, Naruto said as he grabbed it and pulled it out. A line of blood following the knife as it was ripped out of his chest. Everyone was about to yell at him for being stupid until they watched before their very eyes as the stab mark turned to unblemished skin in just a matter of 2 seconds. The poison that was on the knife flushed from Naruto's system. The second wound was healed. Naruto sighed before throwing the knife into a nearby tree, the whole knive's blade embedding itself into the tree, making it a very hard knife to pull out. Well, now that that's taken care of, can we get back to camp now? Naruto said as he continued to walk through the woods. The rest of the group stared at Naruto with shocked eyes, not believing their eyes. The only sign of him ever being stabbed was the blood on his shirt. The rest of the walk back to camp, everyone walked in silence, with all of them every now and then taking glances at the spot where there was supposed to be a stab wound on Naruto's body. When they arrived at the camp, they brought Octavia to Clarke to check on her leg wound and see if it would need to be treated. Luckily, it was doing fine for the moment, and by what she could see and feel, the leg was healing properly. Is there anyone else who got injured? Clarke asked, looking around but saw no one was hurt, although some of them were missing. She assumed those people were too far gone to be healed. Finn stepped forward, a scowl on his face. Yay, Naruto was stabbed, Finn said. Clarke ignored him completely and looked to Naruto in a panic, looking over his body and seeing the blood stain on his shirt. She approached him in a hurry, intent on healing the wound. You're not going to find a wound. Not even 5 seconds after he pulled the knife out of his chest, the wound healed completely as if he was never stabbed in the first place. Finn said, sending a suspicious glare at Naruto. Naruto smirked, sending Finn a mocking look, while Clarke looked at Naruto in disbelief. She couldn't believe that he would allow for so many people to see some of what he was capable of. Although she herself was surprised he could heal from a stab wound so fast, she wouldn't say she wasn't expecting it. After all, this is the same person that can bring people back from the dead, even if it cost him his own life. She grabbed his arm and started to pull Naruto away from the group, which he allowed. I'm going to talk to him for a moment, Clarke said, and when she was alone with him, she sent him a glare. What were you thinking? Showing people, you could heal from a stab wound in just a few seconds. They're going to start to question if you're even human. Clarke said, to which Naruto nodded. He saw where she was coming from but disagreed with her views on it. That's what I'm hoping for. The people who saw it and won't be able to keep their mouths shut will start rumors about how their head of external affairs shrugged off a stab from a knife, and it healed in just a few seconds. Naruto said. In a matter of a day, everyone in camp will have heard of it. Once they do, they will look at me differently. Yes, they will question if I'm human, but will also know that I'm stronger than I let on. And in times like these, people look to the strongest person in their group as their leader. And currently, Bellamy and the other people in this camp aren't smart enough to be a leader and keep us alive. They would wage war on the grounders, which would result in us being killed, or me having to slaughter every last grounder alive, and I'd rather not do that. So, I'm slowly taking complete control from Bellamy, and then I will make peace with the grounders. If the grounders refuse to see reason, then we will go to war. But war is only a last resort. Only when they declare war on us, will we declare war on them. Naruto said, to which Clarke nodded. She saw where he was coming from. And it was correct in a way. Bellamy and the others would try and wage war on the grounders. And without Naruto, that's a war they wouldn't win. But that didn't help the fact that the people of the camp would look at Naruto as something that wasn't human. And if the camp starts seeing you as a monster? Clarke asked, to which Naruto scowled. They won't, Naruto said, getting a glare from Clarke. How do you know they won't? They are going to look at you as different. People criticize the different Naruto. That's a simple fact, Clarke said, to which Naruto shook his head. If they start seeing me as a monster, then I will prove I'm not. It's just that simple, Naruto said, to which Clarke released a sigh of frustration. She knew Naruto wouldn't budge on this subject. Fine, it's your funeral, Clarke said, storming away and back to the hut. Naruto went to the dropship to get Charlotte before going back to the hut. It was about time for dinner, and he should probably try and calm Clarke down. When he arrived at the hut, he sent Charlotte inside while he cooked the meat he had in a storage scroll. Same as before, he created a clone to get berries while he cooked the meat. As he entered the hut with dinner, he saw Clarke sitting on the floor with what seemed to be a permanent scowl on her face. Charlotte was sitting on her bed, snuggling with Bee as she waited for the food. When he entered the hut, he garnered both of their attention. Dinner's done, Naruto said as he sat in the same spot they sat this morning and put all 3 plates of food down. They ate in silence, Charlotte recognizing the tension in the air, and Clarke's scowl not leaving her face. Halfway through dinner, Naruto turned to look at Clarke, to which she looked the other way. How long are you going to stay mad? Naruto asked, annoyed. As long as I want, Clarke said, eating her food and refusing to meet his gaze. Naruto released a frustrated sigh while shaking his head. I get that you disagree with what I allowed for those people to see, but I don't see anything wrong with it. Besides, even if they do start seeing me as a monster like you say they might, I can prove them wrong. Naruto said, to which Clarke snapped her head to him with a glare. How? You showed them you could heal from a stab wound completely, in 2 seconds. They are going to want to know how. They're going to question if you're human. How are you going to prove to them that you aren't different than them? Clarke yelled. Naruto sighed. Well, for one, a monster wouldn't be helping them out. Some of the people, however, will be too narrow-minded until I prove it. The best way to do that is to help them, gain their trust. And I'm doing that by handling the situation with the grounders. Clarke continued to glare at him, not budging from her position on this subject. I still don't like it. What if you can't change their minds? What if they decide they don't want your help? Clarke said, to which Naruto sighed again. Those are only what ifs. You can't live your life living by what could happen. You have to live it by what does happen. What's happened, had happened. I can't change what I've done, and even if I had the chance, I wouldn't. Naruto said, to which Clarke still didn't let up with glaring at him. But, if you want to go with the what ifs, then how about this? What if they decide that I'm a deity? What if they decide that I'm the chosen one, because of my powers? What if this doesn't change anything at all? There is an infinite possibility of what could happen, Clarke. Living by what could happen, instead of what does happen, isn't truly living. Clarke finally stopped glaring at him, huffing and going back to eating her food with a passion. Fine. But if it does happen, then you'll have no one to blame but yourself. And I'll have full rights to tell you I told you so. Clarke said, and Naruto nodded. Fine, but it's not going to happen. Now, I need to get back to camp. I want to start training Bellamy. Naruto said, and Clarke looked to Naruto with hope. When do I start my training? Clarke said with barely restrained hope. Eager to start her training and become stronger. You can come if you'd like. But just be prepared to experience utter hell. Naruto said, and Clarke gulped as a shiver ran down her spine. Charlotte sat to the side, witnessing all of this, and confused about a lot of the stuff that was going on. Naruto and Clarke then left the hut and went back to the camp. They looked around for Bellamy for a few minutes but couldn't find him anywhere, not even his tent, so they went to the dropship. When they arrived, they heard his voice coming from the second floor. They climbed up the ladder and were shocked when they found Bellamy and a few of his men interrogating the grounder that stabbed him earlier. Naruto also noticed that the grounder was bleeding from his head and seemed to be trying to clutch his ribs. Naruto sighed, shaking his head. What the hell do you think you're doing? Naruto said, gaining the attention of everyone on the second floor of the dropship. Bellamy looked to Naruto with a scowl. What does it look like I'm doing? I'm doing what you didn't have the balls to do. Bellamy said, the two people with him wearing smirks. Naruto ignored the jibe. Get out. We're not torturing grounders. Naruto said, taking notice of the grounder's shocked expression. And why not? His people killed our people. Bellamy yelled, and Naruto shook his head again. We trespassed on their land. They have full rights to do what they want at that point. If they came running into camp or nearby it, we would do the same thing to them. Naruto said, approaching the grounder. Yet he kidnapped Octavia. And she was just a mile outside of camp when he did so. He got what was deserved. Bellamy said, and finally, Naruto was beside Bellamy, looking at him with a glare. But that's not your decision, is it? Naruto said, to which Bellamy smirked. Wrong, he's in the camp. So, he's in my jurisdiction. Bellamy said, thinking he had Naruto cornered. No, your jurisdiction is internal affairs. And you said it yourself, this person is not one of us. So that would make his external. My jurisdiction. Naruto said, taking joy in Bellamy's smirk dropping. Now get out. Before I throw you out. Naruto said, and Bellamy scowled before stomping out of the dropship, followed by his two men. Naruto turned around, looking at Clarke. You too, Clarke. I want to be alone with this person. Naruto said, earning a worried stare from Clarke. Don't worry, I'm not going to harm this guy in any way, Naruto said, and Clarke nodded hesitantly before leaving the second floor. Once she left, Naruto turned and looked at the grounder. Now, I know you speak English, Naruto said, getting no reaction from the grounder. I saw it when I said we weren't going to torture you. You were shocked. If you didn't understand English, you wouldn't have been shocked. Naruto said, still not getting a reaction out of the grounder. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. I get it. Now I did tell Clarke that I wouldn't hurt you. But I never said anything about the people you care for. Take Octavia for example, Naruto said and watched as the grounder clenched his fist. If you don't want to talk, I'll just break your mind by torturing the people you care for. I could start with Octavia, then maybe to some of your people, till finally torturing the children of your people. All right in front of you. Naruto said, and smirked when the grounder started to try lunging at him. Settle down. I wouldn't even dream of torturing your people, yet alone Octavia. I just needed to know for sure that you could understand me. Naruto said, getting a shocked look from the grounder. Now that I do know, let's get this started, Naruto said, approaching the grounder. That night, a lot of things would change. Naruto stood on the second floor of the dropship, staring at the bloodied grounder. Bellamy really did a number on you. A couple punches to the face, broken ribs, and even shoved a nail in your hand. Naruto said, taking note of all the injuries Bellamy inflicted on the guy. The grounder himself stood where he was bound by the wires attached to the dropship, glaring at Naruto. Look, I'm sorry for what I said. I wasn't actually ever going to do anything that I said, I just needed to know you could understand me. Naruto said, but the grounder didn't calm down. Naruto walked to the corner of the room and took out a wet washcloth from a bucket. He walked back over to the grounder, washcloth in hand. Now, I'm going to unbind you as a show of my trust. Don't break that trust, Naruto said, and the man looked at Naruto surprised. Naruto then unclipped one of the binds holding the grounder. The grounder responded immediately, rushing to his other clip and unclipping it before turning around and glaring at Naruto. Naruto walked up to him and held out the wet washcloth. I figure you probably don't trust me to clean your wounds, Naruto said, opening his hand so the grounder could take the washcloth. The grounder stared at the washcloth, not knowing what to do. After a minute, he reached out and grabbed the washcloth, never lowering his guard the whole time. Now I have some questions. If you think that the questions I ask could hurt you or your people in any way, feel free to not answer them, Naruto said, and the grounder didn't make any indication that he agreed. First, let's start off with an introduction. I am Naruto Uzumaki from Konohagakure no Sato. And you would be? Naruto asked, and the grounder stopped nursing his wounds, looking at Naruto. The grounder was silent for a while, before finally thinking. Lincoln come Tricrew, Lincoln said, and Naruto nodded. Tricrew. I am guessing that is the name of your people. It's definitely a better name to call you people by than grounders, Naruto said, and Lincoln nodded in agreement. Second, most people live by a code. Do your people live by one? Naruto said, and the grounder nodded. Blood for blood, the grounder said, and Naruto nodded once again. That is very similar to how he lived all of his life in the elemental nations, so he understood. So, then I would have been right in assuming you weren't killing my people for fun, but rather you had a valid reason, Naruto said, and Lincoln nodded once again. You may see us as savages but we're not. You invaded our territory, Lincoln said, going back to cleaning his wounds with the towel. Naruto noticed the towel was getting really bloody, walked over to the bucket and brought it to him. Lincoln giving him an appreciative nod in response. Okay, then I have just one last question. Then you're free to go, Naruto said, shocking Lincoln. Lincoln expected him to just keep him as a prisoner or kill him, and he figured giving away harmless information was better than being tortured and possibly giving away harmful information. Do you guys have someone leading you or is it more like a multitude of people? Naruto asked, and Lincoln looked hesitant to answer. It could be a harmful question, but Lincoln doubted Naruto could do anything with it, so gave it to him. The commander, Lincoln said, and Naruto nodded. Naruto stood up and grabbed one of the camp's jackets. Lincoln was on guard, ready to fight if it came to it, but was confused when Naruto handed him the jacket. It will be hard to get you out of here unnoticed if you look like you currently do. Put this on and then I'll get you out of here, Naruto said, and Lincoln took the jacket, slipping it on. Come on, follow me and stay close, Naruto said, and Lincoln started to follow. Naruto opened the hatch to the second floor, and took a quick glance, noticing there was no one currently in the dropship. He signaled Lincoln to come down and then looked outside the dropship, seeing everyone acting weird. Naruto then saw Bellamy and a group of people sober and trying to calm the crowd down, since they were all high as a kite. Shit, Naruto cursed, it would hard to get Lincoln out of her like this. He turned to face Lincoln, seeing him by the ladder. Plans changed. Take off the jacket, Naruto said, and Lincoln took it off. Naruto grabbed one of the knives on the dropship, making Lincoln tense and get ready to fight. Clam down, Naruto said, before using the knife to slit his pointer finger open, then stopping his healing factor from healing his wound. Sorry, but they're going to have to think I beat the shit out of you, Naruto said, approaching Lincoln and wiping blood all over him. Lincoln was confused by this but allowed Naruto to do it, putting some trust in him because of all he's done for him. When Naruto was finished, Lincoln looked like he had been very badly tortured as blood covered almost every inch of his body. Alright, this should do, Naruto said, then grabbed some rope and tied Lincoln's hands behind his back. Alright, everything is ready now, Naruto said, before grabbing Lincoln and leading him out of the dropship with a fake scowl on his face. The instant they exited the dropship, every that was sober noticed them and Bellamy approached him quickly. What are you doing? And what the hell happened to him? Bellamy asked, too naive to notice that the blood wasn't Lincoln's. What's it look like happened to him? He didn't want to talk, so I made him talk. Now, he's going to be sent back to his people as a message. You fuck with us, you'll share the same fate as this unlucky bastard. Naruto said, shoving Lincoln harshly, making Lincoln faceplant into the dirt, making his actions seem more believable. Lincoln himself was internally commending Naruto with coming up with this plan. Bellamy looked at the grounder with a smirk, before patting Naruto on the back. It's about time you came around, Bellamy said. Naruto nodded, before walking to Lincoln and picking him up by the rope that has his hands tied. Get up you scum, Naruto said, and Lincoln faked a growl with a nasty scowl on his face. I'll take him far enough out until I know for sure the other grounders will find him. Then I'll return to camp, Naruto said, getting a nod from Bellamy. With all that said and done, Naruto led Lincoln out of the camp far enough until he knew no one was watching them. He stopped, Lincoln stopping at the same time. That was some good acting, Lincoln, Naruto said, and Lincoln smirked at Naruto. And that was a good plan, Lincoln said, and Naruto laughed. He then untied Lincoln rolling around his shoulders and wrist to get the soreness of being tied up out of them. Take this, Naruto said, causing Lincoln to turn around. When Lincoln turned around, he was shocked to see Naruto offering the rope. What would I need this for? Lincoln said, and Naruto turned around, putting his hands together. Lincoln became even more confused. Tie me up, then take me to this commander. I want to talk with her and make an offer to try and make some peace between my people and yours. Naruto said, and Lincoln reluctantly agreed, tying Naruto up. I will take you to see the commander. But what happens to you once you meet her is not up to me. Lincoln said, and Naruto nodded. He wasn't worried about what the commander might do, because if worst came, he could just kill them all and return to camp. Well, let's go then. I'm guessing it will be a long walk, Naruto said, and Lincoln started to lead him to his commander. The walk was long and silent, neither uttering a word, with no breaks in the walk. 2 hours later, Naruto and Lincoln arrived at a sign that said no weapons beyond this point. Lincoln looked to Naruto, and Naruto shook his head. I don't have any weapons on me at the moment, Naruto said, but that Lincoln checked him anyways, finding no weapons. Lincoln nodded and they started walking, before turning around quickly and sending a quick jab to Naruto's face. Naruto watched the jab come to him in what to him felt like slow motion. Inwardly, he smirked. He could easily dodge or catch the punch and proceed to kick the ass of Lincoln. But Naruto understood why he was doing it. Lincoln didn't want Naruto seeing the inside of their home, as that could be very dangerous to them. So, Naruto allowed Lincoln to punch him, as well as fake being knocked off his feet and losing consciousness when in reality, it felt like Lincoln merely flicked him on the forehead. So, Naruto respected Lincoln's wishes and allowed for him to heft him up on his shoulders and carry him to wherever he was carrying him. 10 minutes later, after Lincoln talking to some of his fellow people, Naruto was locked up in a concrete room with a chain attached to his leg. The only ways out was a metal gate which was locked as well as guarded by 2 Tricrew guards, and a metal trapdoor on the roof, which was 15 feet high up in the air. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, pretending to have just woken up from his unconscious state. When he awoke, He looked around the room and found Murphy in one corner, very bloody, obvious he was tortured, a group of Tricrew warriors and one civilian-looking woman staring at him. Smiling in amusement, he looked at Murphy. "Been through the ringer?" Naruto asked, to which Murphy scoffed and sent him a glare. Naruto chuckled, then looked at the people who believed they had him held as a prisoner. "Hello," Naruto said, giving them a one-handed wave. They didn't make anything obvious changes physically, but he could tell they were all shocked by his nonchalant attitude. "So, mind telling me what's going on?" Naruto asked, and a man stepped up, glaring at Naruto. "Lincoln says you wanted to talk with the commander, and also put in a good word for you. But before you can do that, you have to prove yourself," the man said and threw a knife on the floor. "Whoever kills the other person first gets to walk free," the man said, before he and his men walking off. The woman staying behind and skittishly walked over to a corner and sat down. Naruto sighed, trying to make sense of everything happening. "Just kill me," Murphy told Naruto, to which Naruto turned to look at him with a raised eyebrow. Naruto grabbed the knife and started fiddling with it, spinning it around in his hand with the finesse of someone who's been familiar with weapons for years. "Kill you. You know, that doesn't sound too bad honestly. After all, you still haven't paid your punishment for what you did for Charlotte yet. And I did tell you I was going to punish you for what you did," Naruto said, and Murphy tensed, thinking Naruto would be the knight in shining armor and choose dying over killing one of his people. Naruto turned to the person sitting in the corner with a confused look on her face. "How about this? I'll leave your fate in the hands of the beauty over here," Naruto said, the woman not making an outside response to being called beautiful. "First though, she, of course, needs to know of your crimes. So, I guess it would be story time. You see, back at our camp, there's this little girl named Charlotte. Although she is 15 years of age, she had a mindset of someone close to 10. Naruto said, the Tricrew person making no outside reaction once again. Every night, Charlotte would have nightmares. The same nightmare in fact. And would wake up screaming. That nightmare happened to be of her parents being sentenced to death, seeing their dead bodies, seeing the face of Jaha, the one who sentenced her parents to death, and finally seeing the face of Wells, Jaha's son, who just so happened to be on the ground with us. All she wanted in her life was for the nightmares to stop one day. And she would do anything to achieve that. Then, one day, a rather stupid man told Charlotte if she slew her demons while awake, they couldn't haunt her in her sleep. This time, the woman made an outward reaction, a looking of recognizing on her face. Realizing exactly where this story was going. So, this little girl having an unstable mind because of these nightmares misinterpreted those words and killed Wells. Thinking that if she did, her nightmares would go away. She didn't even realize she was taking the life of an innocent person until after she did it and has regretted it ever since. After some explaining, everyone at camp had forgiven her. Well, except for shitbag right here, Naruto said, pointing to Murphy. Instead of forgiving her, he decided she needed to be killed for her actions. So, he swayed some of his friends to his side, and they started fighting people to get to Charlotte, and kill her. Naruto said, and the woman sent a quick glare at Murphy. It got so bad, that Charlotte decided to kill herself over anybody else getting hurt anymore. Luckily, I got to her before she could go through with the action. Now, she lives with me and I see her as a little sister. Naruto said, finishing his story. So, what do you think I should do? Forgive the piece of shit who caused Charlotte so much pain. Or kill him? Naruto said, and the woman looked at Murphy with a glare. Blood must have blood, she said simply, and Naruto nodded. Murphy tensed, thinking he was about to be killed. Naruto stopped twirling the knife in his hand and looked at Murphy, who had fear written on his face, and looked like he was about to soil his pants. Trying to put up a tough facade, glared at Naruto. You going to kill me now? Avenge Charlotte? Murphy asked, although his voice was a bit shaky. If so, I hope it haunts you for the rest of your life, knowing you are a murderer. Naruto sighed, shaking his head. That's the thing, Murphy. I've killed thousands of people. Naruto said, shocking both Murphy and the woman. Adding you to that very long list of people. Naruto then quickly threw the knife sailing through the air and then embedding itself all the way to the hilt in the concrete just millimeters away from Murphy's face. Won't weigh on my conscience at all. The woman looked at the knife with wide eyes. To be able to put a knife into a concrete wall alone would be a great feat only few could do, let alone embed it all the way to its hilt. The precision and the strength Naruto used to throw that knife was something that she hadn't ever seen in her life before. Something that made her very wary of him. Naruto looked at the woman with a calculating gaze. You know, I've been wondering something. Why are you in here with us? Naruto asked, and the woman squirmed, though Naruto could tell it was forced. The woman in front of him was strong, at least to this dimension's standards. To call the guards once one of you kill the other, she said, and Naruto nodded. What's your name? I'm Naruto Uzumaki from Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto said, getting confused stared from both the people. Neither one having any clue to what Konohagakure was. My name is Lexa. Lexa come Tricrew. Lexa said, and Naruto nodded. So, why you? They either don't care if we kill you, or they trust you enough to be sure that you could handle us both if it came to a fight. Naruto said, and Lexa's eyes narrowed. I guess it would be the first one, Lexa said, not liking how Naruto was questioning her, instead of Murphy. It showed that he was smarter than what they assumed him to be. Naruto nodded slowly. I would be inclined to believe that. I truly would, if not for the fact that the way you carry yourself as well as the look in your eyes, tell me that you a warrior. And a strong one at that. Naruto said, shocking Lexa as she secretly reached behind her and grabbed hold of a knife concealed in her clothing behind her. And another thing I find is that a lot of leaders tend to want to see everything firsthand instead of hearing about it from her people. That's exactly what I think is happening here. So, I'm only going to ask this once, are you the commander? Naruto asked, and Lexa looked at him shocked. I'm surprised you could decipher all that just by looking at that. Is it just you who is this perceptive, or are your people just as perceptive? Lexa asked, her commander's side coming into the spotlight. Naruto chuckled and waved her off. You don't have to worry about that. I am the only one. But, it is expected of me. I was raised from the age of 4 to perceive these things. Unknown to most of my people, I was quite literally raised to be a weapon and kill hundreds of people. It just so happened that I became quite successful at that job, and hundreds turned into tens of thousands. Naruto said, shocking Lexa to the core. You say you have killed tens of thousands of people. But how would that be possible if you have lived in space most your life? Lexa asked, trying to get answers out of Naruto. Lucky for her, Naruto was feeling generous today. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. However, I'd rather not let shitbag over there hear me. So, Naruto said, before using creation of all things, creating a Senbon needle, then throwing them at Murphy with precise aim, hitting a pressure point that rendered him unconscious. Lexa glared at him. Outsiders are not permitted to have weapons in here. You should have dropped them all before you entered this place. We also checked to see if you had any weapons. How did you sneak those weapons in here? Lexa said, giving him a fierce glare. Naruto looked to her with a smirk. I didn't sneak anything in here, Naruto said, getting a harder glare from Lexa. Anyways, you wanted to know how I've killed tens of thousands of people while living in space for most my life, Naruto said, and Lexa nodded, but her glare didn't let up. Well, the answer would be that I haven't lived in space most of my life. In fact, I've only ever been in space for a total of about 8 hours. Naruto said, and Lexa looked to him with an even deeper scowl. How is that possible? Lexa said, and Naruto chuckled, shaking his head. Sorry. That's for me to know, and you to find out. Naruto said, and then suddenly his stomach growled. You wouldn't happen to have any food. Would you? Naruto asked, and Lexa didn't even acknowledge what he said. Naruto clicked his tongue. That's about what I expected, Naruto said before reaching into his clothes and pulling out the scroll that withheld all his meat and berries. Guess I'll get it myself, Naruto said, opening the scroll, and in a puff of smoke, some raw meat and berries appeared. Lexa stared in complete and utter shock. Her mind failing to work at the moment. But her mind was put into an ever worse clusterfuck when Naruto let out a stream of fire from his mouth, cooking the meat. Naruto took a glance at Lexa, smirking at her shocked expression. Usually, he wouldn't be showing off. But this situation was different. He needed Lexa to be wary of him, so she would take him seriously. Naruto then proceeded to eat his food, Lexa staring at him in shock and bewilderment the whole time. Once Naruto was finished, he looked at Lexa. Feigning ignorance, he tilted his head in fake confusion. What? Is there something on my face? Naruto asked, inwardly smirking in amusement. Lexa got out of her stupor and glared at Naruto. How? Lexa demanded more than asked. Naruto smirked in response. Again, that's for me to know, and you to find out, Naruto said, and Lexa growled at him. Then why show me? Why show me what you are capable of doing? Just to show off? Lexa asked, an edge to her voice. Naruto shook his head. No, it's because I need you to take me seriously. Also, because I hope to make some sort of peace or ceasefire between your people and mine. So, you could also see it as a form of trust. Naruto said, getting a scoff from Lexa. And why would we agree to something like that? We are doing just fine on our own. Lexa said, to which Naruto nodded. It seemed they were doing well. That's why I came here today. Because I wanted to discuss some things. What I want is land. I realize that your people have attacked mine because we have invaded your land. So, I want land to call my own, so we can stop this fighting. Naruto said. And what would you give in return? Lexa asked, intrigued. It was obvious to her that Naruto was hiding a lot of his strength, and was willing to bet that he was stronger than her, even if her pride would never allow her to admit it aloud. That's up to you. You tell me what you want. Food, weapons, technology, name it, Naruto said, and Lexa seemed to think it over for a while. Okay, you want some land. I'm inclined to give it to you. But what I want in return is 20% of everything your people currently own and 20% of everything you create in the future. Also, I want you as one of my warriors. I can tell you are strong. That is my offer. Naruto inwardly smirked at this woman. If not for the fact that he cared for some people in his camp, those being Clarke and Charlotte, he would say to hell with them and leave them. After all, Clarke and Charlotte were the only people he felt attached to emotionally. And he knew that Clarke would never agree to joining these people with them. But at the same time, if he did join, he would be forced to bow down to someone hundreds of times weaker than him. That was something that would never happen. No, Naruto said, resulting in a glare from Lexa. You don't have a choice in the matter. You either accept, or you and your people die. Lexa said, and Naruto chuckled. Lexa, you've seen some of what I can do. But I will tell you right now, the power I've showcased you is only a sliver of what I can do. Where I come from, I fought people who could destroy mountains with their bare hands and came out unscathed. What do you think you could do? Naruto said, although he knew Lexa wouldn't believe him. Not yet anyway. Lexa scoffed, refusing to believe something so ludicrous. Instead, she decided to give him an impossible task. At least, something impossible in her standards. Fine. If you claim yourself to be so strong, then there is something you can do for me. Lexa said, getting a curious look from Naruto. Go on, Naruto said. There are people who live in the mountain, Lexa said, and Naruto nodded. He had felt them, although he couldn't pick out anybody worth mentioning as they all had civilian-level reserves. But, with as many people in the mountain, as there was enough chakra for him to sense. I want them dead, Lexa said, and Naruto rose an eyebrow. And please tell, why should I kill them? Naruto asked. Because the people in the mountain are a big threat to not only my people but yours as well. We don't know much about them, but we do know some. For one, unlike us, they can't survive the radiation in the air, so they are forced to live in a mountain. Lexa said, and Naruto nodded. However, the radiation is still in the air, and slowly kills them regardless of them living in the mountain. But, if they take the blood of someone who can survive the radiation, and give it to themselves, it keeps them alive. Lexa said, and Naruto was a bit surprised at that. Sounded like some cliché plot if you asked him. So, they kidnap my people and take every ounce of blood from their bodies and give it to themselves to stay alive. The ones they deem not worthy of being what they call harvested, are turned into what we call reapers. They are cannibals who kill anyone they come into contact with except other reapers. Eventually, they will come after your people and do the same thing. After all, unlike my people, yours are weak, easy prey. They will come after you eventually. So that gives you every incentive to take them out. Lexa said, and Naruto nodded. Sure, he was against committing genocide when it came to Tricrew, but that was because they could help him. But these people in the mountain, they had no use to him. What would a bunch of people who can't step outside do for him? Nothing. You have 1 week to accomplish this task. If you don't, my people and yours will be at war. Lexa said, standing up and walking to the gates. As she got close, she called for her people, and they came, opening the gate for her. Naruto reaches down to the thing keeping him chained to the wall, before ripping it in half. Shocking the grounders. Okay, but I will only need a few days. The mountain men will be dead by the end of the week. Once that is done, we will discuss my end of the deal. Naruto said, walking over to Murphy and hefting him onto his shoulder. Well, have a good day, Naruto said, giving them a two-finger salute, before to the utter shock of everyone, he disappeared in a flash of yellow lightning, and no matter where they looked, they couldn't find him. At the same time, Naruto arrived at his hut with a bloodied Murphy hefted over his shoulder. Clarke and Charlotte jumped, shocked when Naruto suddenly appeared in the middle of Charlotte's room in a flash of yellow lightning. Yo, Naruto said, waving at the two of them. When Clarke saw the bloodied Murphy on Naruto's shoulder, she quickly stood up and rushed over to Naruto. Oh my gosh, what happened to Murphy? Clarke asked worriedly. The grounders kidnapped and tortured him, Naruto said nonchalantly, shocking Clarke. How can you not be mad about this? Somebody tortured him, Clarke yelled, and Naruto just shrugged. For one, because Murphy deserved it. And for two, because the torture he received was barely enough to be considered torture. Naruto said, and upon closer inspection, it looked like Murphy had only been beat and cut in a few places. I have to take him back to camp. But after that, I need to talk to you about something important. Naruto said, leaving the hut and bringing Murphy to the camp. He avoided everyone, and threw Murphy in his tent, not caring that Murphy hit his head harshly on the ground when he landed in his tent. You're lucky they aren't good at torturing people. The worst they did to you was rip off your fingernails. Naruto said to no one in particular before using Hirushun once again to appear in the hut. Clarke and Charlotte jumped, shocked once again when he appeared in the hut. How do you do that? Charlotte screamed, frustrated that Naruto kept scaring her, but also curious as to how Naruto kept randomly appearing the hut. Even if she knew that Naruto wasn't exactly normal, she was still shocked to see him seemingly teleporting. You'll find out soon, Charlotte. For now, I need to talk to Clarke. Naruto said, turning around and walking into his room, followed by Clarke, who had noticed he was being more serious than he normally was. What's the matter? Is everything all right? Clarke asked, worried that something may have happened. The fact that Naruto was holding a tortured Murphy just 10 minutes ago, didn't ease her worries in the least. I met the leader of the grounders, or rather, Tricrew, Naruto said, shocking Clarke. What? When did you do that? Clarke yelled, instinctively raking her eyes all over his body to check and see if he was injured. Even though she was sure that any wound that could have been inflicted on him would have healed already. Well, Lincoln took me there. Seeing Clarke's confused face, he elaborated. Lincoln is the grounder that was on the second floor of the dropship. I allowed him to tie me up and take me to his leader. She was actually a nice person. Naruto said, surprising Clarke. Anyways, her and I made a deal. I wanted some of their land, so we would no longer be at each other's throats, and obviously, she wanted something in return. I just thought you should know what she wanted in return before I do it. Naruto said, and Clarke gave him a look telling him to continue. Lexa wants me to kill the mountain people. Clarke became confused again but didn't get the chance to say anything as Naruto had already started explaining. The mountain people are people who can't survive the radiation on the ground. Unlike you and everyone else, they never evolved to the point where they could survive in radiation. Instead, they have to take the blood of people who have evolved and transfer that blood to themselves to survive. Clarke was shocked by that. First about the part that the only reason that she and the rest of the 100 could survive on the ground was that they evolved to be able to survive in radiation. And secondly, that there was a group of people living in a mountain who were doing blood transfusions on evolved people to survive. Now, instead of making a deal with Lexa and possibly have people willingly give their blood in exchange for something like I did, they decided they would just kidnap her people and drain all the blood for their bodies and inject it in themselves. Eventually, they will do the same to our people, as honestly, our people are pitifully weak in comparison to Lexa's. But what about the innocents in the mountain? What about the children that might be in the mountain? Clarke asked, genuinely worried. Not just for Naruto, but also the innocent children that might be killed. Well, either way, if I kill them myself, or I don't kill them, they will die, Naruto said, shocking Clarke. Without their soldiers, they won't be able to kidnap any more grounders or any of our people. So, they will slowly die of radiation poisoning. Naruto said, and Clarke's face became grim. So, if you want the land, you have to massacre a whole entire group of people. Naruto didn't make any facial expressions, just nodded. This seemed to anger Clarke. So, you're all right with massacring these mountain people, but when it comes to Tricrew, you're completely against the idea, Clarke yelled. There's a difference. Tricrew can be of use to us, these mountain people can't. The only thing the mountain people see us as is a fix to their problems. Naruto said, his mind already made up, and it wasn't changing. How can a group of people that have only killed our people, and tortured Murphy, be of any use to us? Clarke asked. Because they have lived on the grounder for decades. Therefore, they have things we don't. They have steady sources of food, they know the land, and they own the land. Eventually, we will be able to set up trading with them and get the things we don't have, that they do. Naruto said, and Clarke knew she couldn't argue with that. Whereas the mountain people have lived in a mountain for decades and can't leave the mountain without safety suits and oxygen tanks. And if their suits so much as get cut on a stick from a tree, they die. How is someone who can't leave their home without a safety suit of any use to us? Naruto asked. Clarke's anger started to simmer, even if she still didn't agree with Naruto slaughtering hundreds of people. Although at the same time, she knew that this was what he was both raised to do, and what he has been doing for most of his life. Fine. But in no way does this mean that I am agreeing with you killing hundreds of people. But I also know that this was what you have done almost all your life and that can't change. And since these mountain people pose a threat, I will let it slide this one time. Clarke said, and Naruto nodded. Well, I'm going tomorrow morning. Right now, I need to tell the same thing to the people at camp. I wonder what their reactions will be. Naruto said, the last part more to himself than Clarke. Are you sure? They will want to go with you, and I don't think it's the best idea to have them watch you slaughter hundreds of people. Clarke said, the last part coming out with heavy traces of venom. Don't worry, I will only be giving them minimal details. They won't know what I'm doing, but just that I'm making a ceasefire against us and Tricrew. Naruto said, and Clarke relaxed, but not fully as Naruto was still going to be killing hundreds of people. That fact didn't sit well with her. Okay, I'm not going to pretend to like this one bit, but I understand. Just promise me you won't die. Naruto snorted hearing that. He wasn't trying to be arrogant, nor would he start being arrogant, but he did know that he was the strongest man in this dimension. The only chance they would have if killing him would be a weapon capable of mass destruction. Such as those atomic bombs he heard Clarke talking about before. Those seemed like they could do quite a bit of damage to people. I promise I won't get killed. You don't have to worry about that. Naruto said, easing her worries. Even after all she had seen him do, she couldn't help but be worried about him. It made him happy that she cared about him enough to worry about him like that. Even if it did hurt his pride a little that she thought it a possibility that civilians would be able to kill him. Well then, you better get going, Clarke said, reaching up to leave a kiss on his lips before Naruto turned and left the room, and exiting the hut. Once he left, she sat down on their bed and stared at the floor, contemplating the fact that the next time she saw Naruto, he would be a man that committed genocide. Little to her knowledge, that it wouldn't be the first time he committed genocide. In fact, when he was 14 years old, and head of the Anbu, he was tasked a mission to kill a whole entire village. Naruto paid little attention to the reason why he was sent on the mission, as it was not his job to listen, but to follow orders. And that was what he did. He followed the orders perfectly, and killed a whole entire village, leaving not a single witness nor survivors. He killed over 2,000 people that day. And even to this day, he still did not feel regret for what he did. It wasn't that he took pleasure in it or did it his own entertainment. But rather, he was a soldier. And a soldier followed the orders given to them without any hesitance or regret. And Naruto was the perfect soldier. He never questioned his orders, just followed them, no questions asked. Although the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi acted like he didn't like how Naruto thought of himself, as just a weapon for the village, he knew that the third Hokage was secretly very grateful for the fact, as it gave Konohagakure a weapon so strong that in the bingo book, Naruto had a flea on-site order for everyone. Even all of the cages. Unfortunately for Konohagakure, when Naruto was 15 Kurama broke him out of that stage, and Naruto became someone who followed his own orders more than the Hokage. This eventually led to him being the person to lead the allied shinobi force in the Fourth Shinobi War. But even then, he still did not regret or feel guilty for the things he did when he was just the Hokage's lapdog. And after tomorrow, he will have committed genocide for the second time in his life. This time on a much smaller scale, and also to ensure the safety of the people in his camp. Even if he didn't particularly care for them, Clarke did. Therefore, Naruto would protect what Clarke cared for. Even if it meant protecting the arrogant weaklings that most of the people in that camp were. A few minutes later, Naruto was standing at the entrance of the dropship with everyone in the camp surrounding him, waiting for him to speak what he needed to. Bellamy and a few of his lackeys were at the front of the group, waiting for him to speak with a speculative stare. I'm sure you all know that earlier this day, I sent a tortured grounder back to his camp with the message that if they attacked us any further, they would share the same fate as that grounder, Naruto said, and everyone in the crowd nodded. Bellamy and the ones that weren't high on the beans already have filled them in on what Naruto had did. That was all a lie, Naruto said, causing the crowd to go wide-eyed and Bellamy to glare at Naruto. What do you mean it was a lie? What did you do? Bellamy demanded, causing Naruto to smirk. Well, for one, the grounder was never tortured. The blood on him was my blood. I cut my hand and wiped it all over him. Secondly, he did go back to his people, but I had him bring him with me. While I was there, I spoke with the leader of the grounders, or rather what they are really called, Tricrew. Naruto said, his expression changing to bored during the explanation. Why would you do that? What do we have to gain by conversing with the grounders? Bellamy yelled again. As I said before, they are called Tricrew. And while I was there, I discussed with their leader about several things. The main goal, however, was achieving a ceasefire between our people, which will be accomplished, and all details will be released once I do the task they entrusted me with. Naruto said, and Bellamy glared at him. And what is this task? Bellamy asked, gritting his teeth. He didn't quite like how Naruto was going off on his own and doing whatever the hell he wanted without telling him. But he also knew he couldn't do anything because he himself told his people Naruto was in charge of all external affairs. The task is not of importance, as if I told you, you would insist on participating. However, you would just get in the way. So how about you just sit here in the camp doing your job, while I do my job and go establish the ceasefire between Tricrew and us. I will be back by tomorrow. Naruto said as he walked off the jump ship, and through the crowd, figuratively and literally. Many people, mainly Bellamy, tried to stop him in his trek out of the camp, but try as they all might, all attempts to grab him would result in their hands going straight through his intangible body. Unbeknownst to any of them, Naruto was using the Sharingan that he took from one Sasuke Uchiha after he tried to defect from the village. At the time, this Sasuke Uchiha was trying to defect to gain power and avenge his nearly extinct clan. Naruto was ordered to bring him back to the village and was given permission to do anything he wanted to Sasuke. So, he took the Sharingan out of his eye sockets and put them in his own. With the help of Kurama, the eyes were mutated and turned into his own Sharingan. Unlike most people who had a transplanted Sharingan, after the mutation, Naruto could use the Sharingan to the full extent to an Uchiha. And with Kurama's healing capabilities, the effect of blindness because of overuse of the Mangekyo was negated. Any time he overused the Mangekyo, causing him to get closer to going blind, Kurama's chakra would fix his eyesight, essentially giving him the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He didn't use the Sharingan much, but he couldn't deny that it was a very powerful weapon. After that mission, Sasuke was returned to the village, a sperm sample was forcefully collected from him, implanted into a strong kunoichi who then became pregnant, who went on to give birth to the first of the many people from the new Uchiha clan. Each one of the Uchihas bearing a subordination seal, making them completely submissive and loyal to the Hokage. Naruto should know, as he was the one tasked with drawing the subordination seal on every single one of the Uchihas born. After the Hokage was satisfied with the number of new Uchihas, which in total was 10, enough for them to breed on their own, Sasuke Uchiha and all the kunoichi who gave birth to the new Uchihas were killed. A dark and cruel history, but something Naruto didn't regret. He didn't see the point in killing the 10 kunoichis who each gave birth to one of Sasuke's children, but did see the reason in killing Sasuke Uchiha. He tried to defect from the village, therefore deserved to die. And at the time, Naruto was 13, so he obediently followed his orders without question. All the people in the camp were flabbergasted when their hands went through Naruto's intangible form, and some of those people left with scars that would give them nightmares from many nights after seeing the black and blood-red eyes with a six-pointed pinwheel as a pupil that was Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan. No one in the camp could do anything but stand in place and stare frightenedly at Naruto's back as he left the camp, and out of their field of vision. If they didn't think it before, they defiantly thought it now. Naruto Uzumaki was someone not to be fucked with, and he definitely wasn't normal. As Naruto left the camp and was in the middle of the forest, he stopped and lifted up his left arm. Out of a storage seal on it, came black Anbu shirt and pants, black shinobi sandals, a blood-red Anbu armored chest piece, and a black cloak. Finally, was his Anbu mask, and orange kitsune mask, fitted with several seals to make it stick to his face, durable as steel, and hide his eyes when he wore this mask. He put all the clothes on, relishing in the feel of being in his Anbu gear once again. Once all was done, he did the same with his right hand as he did with his left. Lifting it up, revealing a storage seal, coming out of it was a katana in its sheath. The sheath was black, revealing only the cross guard and the handle. The cross guard was a crimson-red Uzumaki swirl, matching the black and red crimson handle in a cross-stitch design. Attaching the katana to his back, the handle sticking out above his left shoulder, and he was on his way. Disappearing to the normal eye before one could even blink, running at sound barrier breaking speed. If he was to run like this while carrying someone, their eyes would pop, and the G-force created by him running at such speeds would cause them to pass out, as well as quite possibly cause them brain damage. In just a minute, Naruto would be at the mountain, and blood would be shed. A lot of blood, and there wasn't anything that could stop him. Especially since this would be the first time he would be able to release the frustration that has been building up in him for the past week. A shame none of the people who were about to be killed would put up much of a fight for him. After this day, however, the course of which things are supposed to happen would forever be changed. Everyone, even Tricrew, would know that Naruto Uzumaki was some not to fuck with and that he could kill them all just as easily as he was about to kill these mountain people. Sadly, that's all for this one. This is a movie. There will not be a second part.